A suffocating darkness hangs heavy in the air, a thick, inky void that seems to swallow all light. Below, the tiled floor is stained with fresh blood, a grim testament to recent violence, leading up to a broken railing. From the shadows, Seola Y emerges, her golden eyes burning with an intense, almost feral light, as she stares down at the figure slumped before her. Her face contorts with barely contained rage as she demands, "I asked you a question." Without waiting for a reply, she swiftly draws her sword, the blade hissing from its sheath with a sharp swing. Moments later, Yang Cheon-ku lies sprawled on the blood-stained floor, his body a testament to the swift, brutal force he just endured. A jagged crack splits the wall behind him, a silent echo of the impact. He struggles to draw a ragged breath, his body slumped against the cold, unforgiving stone. She stands amidst the desolation, a silent observer to the chaos, as if contemplating the sheer scale of what has transpired. Who could have known that this woman was the direct bloodline disciple of the Sword Supreme himself? Her golden eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity, twin blades held ready, reflecting the power that courses through her veins. Was someone so powerful, capable of unleashing a storm of glowing slashes, cutting through the shadowy forms of demonic humans with terrifying speed? She moves like a blur, a whirlwind of steel and light, each strike obliterating her foes. The air crackles with residual energy, as her devastating attacks carve paths of destruction, that she could slay hundreds of demonic humans, leaving behind a field of glowing swords, a testament to her overwhelming power. Seola Y stands poised, her platinum blonde hair flowing around her as she grips two glowing swords, ready for battle. An unseen observer can only wonder, with just one attack. As the divine blade, Y Seola, launches herself into the fray, she effortlessly engages a swarm of shadowy figures, her glowing weapons cutting through the dark. She is the one who slayed. And with a blinding flash and a deafening quang, her attack erupts, scattering blood and energy. She stands victorious amidst the swirling remnants of her power, the shadowy forms of her enemies defeated around her. With a resolute quajic, her hand tightens around the hilt of a glowing golden sword, preparing for the next strike. A sweeping chwak of golden energy follows, as she carves through more of her foes. Once again, she stands alone, the heavenly sword, a testament to her unmatched skill and power. Her golden eyes widen in disbelief, a profound shock washing over her face as the truth of who had crushed the great orthodox demon finally settles in. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku's face is a mask of anguish, tears streaming down his bloodied cheeks. Seola Y pulls him into a desperate embrace, her heart aching for the man who, despite his actions, still questions where his remaining conscience went. Gently, she cups his face, her gaze searching his, silently urging him to feel even an atom of guilt, though he knows he cannot speak, his vocal cords destroyed. As he clutches his head, a sinister purple glow emanates from his eyes, hinting at the dark power stirring within him, and a grotesque, pulsating heart, surrounded by tendrils of dark energy, beats with a heavy rhythm. The ominous thrumming echoes through the oppressive darkness. Still consumed by the sinister purple energy, a dark, pulsating heart manifests within him, yet he finds himself unable to move, realizing that the bind stops him. Meanwhile, Seola, her face etched with desperation, knows this is their last chance. She understands that everyone wants him dead, but if he would only accept her help, she would do everything she could to save him. Embracing him tightly, her voice cracks as she whispers, "So please." Tears stream down her face as she holds him, a silent testament to her anguish. He looks at her, a flicker of thought crossing his mind. Could her desperate plea be because of the hatred she holds for the demonic humans he captures? As rose petals drift around him, he considers the possibility it could be. He considers the depth of her anger, realizing it likely stems from a past tragedy involving the renowned meteor blade, Jang Xianyan. A memory, perhaps, of a time when he and Seola Y stood together beneath blooming cherry blossoms. A time before her fiancé was cruelly kidnapped by demonic humans, a wound that clearly never healed. Yet, even with this understanding, Yang Cheon-ku finds himself scoffing internally, dismissing her fury as utterly ridiculous, wondering if her anger truly stems from such a trivial cause. The memory shifts, a harsh impact echoing as he lies defeated on the ground, her gaze burning down at him. Bound and helpless, he endures her furious stare, the weight of her judgment pressing down. Her voice, filled with bitter disappointment, cuts through the air, wishing she had known his true vile nature sooner. Tears stream down her face as she confesses her deepest regret. She should have ended him the very first time they met. Her hand trembles, reaching out towards his bound form, the weight of her past decision heavy on her heart. A thought echoes, questioning when they would finally understand, or perhaps realizing that the past is far different from what she remembered. This reflection leads into a memory, a bustling street scene from a bygone era, where figures move through a vibrant, forgotten world. In this memory, a younger Jang Xianyan smiles innocently, while a taller figure beside him reacts with surprise, wondering aloud where things went so wrong. The memory dissolves, replaced by a swirling void of dark smoke and ethereal particles. From this darkness, Yang Xion-ku's voice emerges, a raw internal confession, as he admits to being a traitor, to having stabbed countless people in the back and betrayed demonic humans. He continues, his self-condemnation heavy, convinced that his current suffering is nothing more than karma finally catching up to him. Meanwhile, Siola Y is overwhelmed by her own torment, a shuddering gasp escaping her as she clutches her head. The emotional weight of her past and present crashing down in a sharp, painful realization. Yang Xion-ku remains slumped against the cold stone wall of his cell, bound and broken, his face stained with blood, a silent testament to the karma he believes he deserves. His hand reaches out, trembling as a pained groan escapes him, while Siola Y watches with glowing, intense eyes. The force of his agony slams his palm against the cold stone floor, where a crimson glow begins to pulse beneath it. Yang Xion-ku writhes on the ground, consumed by an unseen torment. His hand presses into a pool of dark, viscous liquid. The dark substance spreads, a chilling testament to the curse's insidious nature. While from the shadows, a mysterious woman with long, dark hair watches, her finger pressed to her lips. Meanwhile, a vortex of dark, swirling energy erupts. This is the heavenly demon's demonic chi, now manifesting around Yang Xion-ku's tormented face. A voice echoes, warning against betraying the demon cult, as another calls out to Yang Xion-ku, his form racked with pain, blood staining his lips, and his eyes glowing with a sinister red light. Siola Y reaches out a hesitant hand towards him, her voice filled with concern as she asks if he can hear her. She looks down at his suffering form, accusing him of pretending, lamenting that she can barely hear her own words over the internal turmoil. Her hand hovers near his, a silent plea in her eyes, as she insists he no longer needs to hide, wondering aloud, what if? What if? Siola Y continues, her voice laced with a profound offer, declaring that she wouldn't care if he was the one who killed her father, asking if he would then forgive her. She remains poised above him, her expression a mixture of sorrow and desperate hope. But from his perspective, a dark thought emerges, dismissing her words with a bitter, as if, believing he has a multitude of excuses he could offer. A single tear escapes Siola Y's golden eye, reflecting the depth of her pain and the futility of her plea. For him, it is already too late, there is no point anymore. The wooden floor beneath him is stained with fresh blood, a testament to the brutal internal battle raging within. His bloodied hand clenches, raw agony escaping his lips as he mutters, I'm done. A wave of overwhelming despair washes over him, his body writhing as if tearing itself apart from within, the torment forcing him to recoil. His chest is ripped open, blood blooming across his tattered robes as the internal struggle manifests physically, leaving him to question, why did I live this kind of life? Finally collapsing, Yang Xion-ku sits hunched over, his body broken, while Siola Y kneels before him, her presence a silent plea. She watches him, her expression a mixture of sorrow and unwavering resolve. His eyes, now glowing with an unnatural purple light, fixate on an unseen presence as a voice echoes in his mind, calling him brother. A twisted, blood-stained smile spreads across his face, a mask of torment. The voice urges him to be happy. Meanwhile, Siola kneels beside the collapsed Yang Xion-ku, her hand gently resting on his, as she calls out to him, Go Yan-chun, while he whispers a pained apology, I'm sorry. His face, still marred by blood, reflects the weight of all the regrets, small and big, that have built up to make his life. Some time later, Siola sits alone in the damp, rocky cavern, her gaze cast downward in quiet contemplation. A soft splash echoes as a foot steps into the shallow water, announcing an arrival. Siola looks up slightly, acknowledging the presence of Muyan, who has finally returned. A soft voice questions him, asking what he's doing, as he lies there, blood staining his face, and he can only respond with a heartfelt apology. Then, a spectral, green-skinned figure with glowing eyes looms over him, its presence unsettling as it silently observes his pain. The ethereal figure's gaze intensifies, a silent accusation hanging in the air as a voice echoes his name, Gu Yan-chun. Another memory or vision surfaces, with Siola Y's concerned face looking down at him, her voice also calling out, Gu Yan-chun. Tears stream down his bloodied face, a stark contrast to the grim reality of his situation. The weight of his existence presses down on him, a silent thought echoing, even this life. He looks down at his hand, catching the falling droplets, a voice questioning if he's crying, or if it's merely rainwater. The voice continues, acknowledging his tears, then shifts to a melancholic query, was the moon even bright? Looking up at the sky, where the rain continues to fall, he answers softly, yes, it's up there. As the vision continues, a familiar figure, battered and bleeding, reaches out, her voice filled with desperation, asking what he is doing. His own hand, scarred and trembling, extends towards her. Then, in a moment of profound sorrow and longing, they embrace amidst the desolate landscape. A mournful sound echoes, a cry of anguish from deep within. The vision shifts, revealing a deeper truth. This is Gu Yan-chun of the Shanshigu clan. As they hold each other, his appearance grows more disheveled, his hair wild, and his expression tormented. His eyes, now glowing with an eerie purple light, reflect the weight of a past life, a life lived before departing the mortal realm to the abyssal realm. Before he was called the world's most hated demonic martial artist, he was a disciple, a student, before dying. The purple glow in his eyes intensifies, a silent testament to the profound changes within him. As the weight of his past identity settled, his surroundings abruptly shifted, and he found himself face to face with an unexpected sight. A small child, with wide, innocent eyes, looked up at him, offering a simple, roasted potato. The child held the large, steaming potato out to him, a silent question in their gaze. Yang Xianku's expression shifted from deep contemplation to utter bewilderment, his eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected offering. He stared at the child, then at the potato, trying to process the sudden shift in his reality. The bustling market around them seemed to fade as he grappled with the simple, yet profound, question, a single word escaping his lips in utter disbelief. From an overhead view, the two figures stood out amidst the vibrant chaos of the marketplace, a peculiar tableau of innocence and confusion. Yang Xianku's face is contorted in pain, blood staining his lips, as he recalls the moment he believed he violated the heavenly demon's prohibition, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and regret. A dark, explosive energy erupts from his chest, and he remembers his heart exploding in that instant. He collapses into Xiao Wai's arms, her embrace the last thing he feels. He is certain that his life ended there, cradled by her. Yet, as he places a hand over his chest, he feels his heart beating normally, as if nothing had ever happened. As the memory unfolds, he sees a familiar scene, a moment of intense focus, rendering, coiling, and then ending. He finds himself standing before a young boy in red robes, the realization dawning on him that this must be his own memory, yet he questions if it's merely a dream. His eye glows with an unsettling red light as he ponders, but then why? A blonde woman appears, her expression gentle as she asks, "Is this when I first met you?" He looks down at his foot, trying to recall the details of that day, wondering, "Oh yeah, what did I say back then again?" The scene shifts, and he finds himself being held by the blonde woman, the young boy looking on, her face contorted in a gasp of surprise or alarm. "Ah." Still cradled in her arms, the young boy's gaze fixed on them. As the child's voice cuts through the memory, scolding him, "Guyan Chun, what are you doing? You don't touch your elders." Still lost in the depths of his memory, he stands, a grim expression etched onto his bloodied face. His hand rises to his head, a silent question hanging in the air, as if recalling a past declaration. A faint, almost wistful smile touches his lips, acknowledging the lingering regrets that surface even in this dreamlike state. The scene shifts, and a younger Yang Xianku, with an innocent, hopeful gaze, extends a potato towards a small girl, wondering if she dislikes his offering. With a wide, unburdened grin, he then playfully declares all the potatoes are his. His small hand clutches the warm, freshly cooked potato. Taking a bite, a sudden, sharp pain makes him recoil, a surprised yelp escaping his lips. His eyes widen in shock, the potato still in his mouth, as the young girl beside him bursts into gleeful laughter, finding his predicament utterly hilarious. She continues to laugh, her own face flushed with amusement, as she points out his reddened cheeks. A young voice calls out, pulling him further into the memory. His childhood companion, Muyan, approaches, expressing concern, wondering where his young master had suddenly disappeared to. The adult Yang Xianku reflects on this time, a period when he was still known as young master in his childhood. Muyan, relieved, admits he was worried, fearing his young master might have gotten lost. But the young Yang Xianku is preoccupied, holding out a honey cookie to a blonde-haired girl, who looks at it with wide, curious eyes. He quickly pulls his hand back, wincing in pain as the girl giggles, amused by his burnt fingers. Still clutching his mouth, he insists that the honey cookie is proof she truly desires it. Muyan looks on, confused, questioning the significance of the honey cookie. The young Yang Xianku holds up the steaming, glowing cookie, declaring it to be the last one. He offers a small, glowing object to his companion, a confident smirk playing on his lips, certain of the outcome. Yang Xianku chuckles softly, explaining that while he received a delicious potato, this small, shining gift is all he has to offer in return. The air around the glowing object shimmers with tiny, ethereal particles. As the young girl, Zhang Xinyan, gazes at it with wide, astonished eyes, uttering a gasp of pure wonder, for it is her first time receiving such a gift. Her expression shifts to one of unbridled joy, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of the shining object. A delighted cry escapes her lips, a sound of childish excitement. As she reaches for the gift, Muyan watches on, a hint of confusion on his face, while Zhang Xinyan lets out another small exclamation. Suddenly, an older man, her grandfather, rushes into the courtyard, his face etched with concern as he calls out to her. He sweeps her into a tight embrace, his relief palpable as he holds her close. He holds her close, his voice filled with relief as he gently scolds her, reminding her to never let go of his hand. Zhang Xinyan, however, simply smiles, holding up a basket of potatoes and assuring him that everything is fine and the potatoes are not the problem. Still, he presses, asking if she's hurt anywhere, to which she cheerfully replies that she's perfectly fine, though he warns her that such carelessness could cause an accident. His gaze then falls upon the glowing object in her hand, a look of profound surprise spreading across his face. From a distance, Yang Xion-ku watches the scene unfold, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the grandfather's reaction to the gift. The grandfather, still holding Zhang Xianyan, asks her about the item, his voice laced with concern. Zhang Xianyan looks up at him, her innocent question echoing in the air. Muyan, standing nearby, also questions where she found it, while Zhang Xianyan explains that she doesn't know the name of the item, only that it was a gift. The grandfather, still holding her, expresses his relief that she wasn't offended by the gift, a sentiment shared by Yang Xion-ku and Muyan, who continue to observe the family's interaction. Yang Xion-ku takes a bite, assuring them it's fine to eat, and that he's merely expressing his thanks. A firm clasp of hands seals the exchange. He explains that he just happened to be hungry, grateful for the potato manta he'd just devoured, holding up the last piece of the simple, yet satisfying, meal. He then offers it to the elder, asking if he would accept it. The grandfather smiles warmly, his hand meeting the young man's in a gesture of acceptance. Meanwhile, Xianyan beams with delight, captivated by the radiant glow of the object in her hands. The grandfather's voice rings out, a firm refusal to accept something so precious, before he considers their next move. As Yang Xion-ku watches, Muyan reminds him that Xianyan is no longer a child. The grandfather, his face etched with shock, seems to process an overwhelming realization, muttering about the sound of matter and a plea for something. Then, holding a small, glowing object, Yang Xion-ku presents it to them, declaring it his answer. With a final, cryptic remark, the elder turns and walks away. Xiao Wai's eyes glow with an intense, almost hungry light as she stares at the object. As Yang Xion-ku holds the glowing item, she reaches out, her hand trembling slightly. Later, he kneels before Zhang Xianyan, offering her a handful of potatoes, reassuring the child that he will provide more. Elsewhere, the grandfather's expression shifts to one of profound surprise. And Muyan, too, is taken aback, as a sudden realization dawns, they have found him. The scene shifts to a distant view of a traditional building. Muyan stands alongside an older man, both observing something unseen before them. As a voice begins to recount the tale of a formidable elder. This elder, it is revealed, was once the revered leader of the Murim Alliance, holding that position until recently. He was also counted among the legendary Three Supremes, hailed as the strongest in all of Murim, a figure who spread fear and terror amongst the Orthodox members, the Sword Supreme. With piercing purple eyes, the legendary warrior declares, "I'm Byogon." His formidable blade, glowing with power, is a testament to his might. Leaving one to wonder just what the Sword Supreme is doing now. Grandfather gestures with a pointed finger, his voice carrying a note of disbelief as he questions what they are doing in such a place. Muyan, her expression serious, responds, "Even if this is just a dream, she was almost killed." A soft, ethereal glow permeates the air. As Muyan looks on, a basket of fruit in her arm, her thoughts still lingering on the unsettling experience. Meanwhile, Yang Xion-ku offers a slight smirk, his demeanor unbothered by the recent events. From somewhere in the bustling market, a voice calls out to him, reminding the young master that he needs to go back home. As they walk through the vibrant marketplace, Muyan and Yang Xion-ku make their way through the crowd. She confirms their decision, agreeing that it's time to return. A sense of peace settles over the scene. As a profound realization washes over someone, there are no longer any regrets. A gentle voice whispers, "It's time to wake up now." The world around him dissolves into a vibrant field of flowers, then shifts to an endless, clear blue sky. Muyan's voice cuts through the lingering haze, announcing their arrival. Yang Xion-ku stands silently, his mind still grappling with the vividness of his recent experience, wondering why the dream won't simply end. A chilling thought then settles in his heart. What if it wasn't a dream at all? He wonders if this unsettling sensation, this pervasive dread, is somehow connected to the heavenly demonic cult. A disembodied voice echoes in his mind, finding the thought utterly fascinating. Suddenly, a familiar presence cuts through the air, and Yang Xion-ku turns to face his second eldest sister, Guyanxiu. She greets him with a wry observation, remarking on his unexpected presence rather than his usual flight. As she strides forward, a crowd of martial artists parts before her, her imposing presence demanding respect. This is Flame Sword Guyanxiu, his second eldest sister, a formidable figure in her own right. He realizes that she, the person with more power than anyone else present, is the reason for this entire gathering. The true reason for the assembly, however, is even greater. The clan head himself is on his way. Standing beside him, Guyanxiu turns to him, her expression questioning his intentions. He stands before his second eldest sister, Guyanxiu, as she warns him, "If you're planning on doing something non-heroical, end it here." Then, turning her back to him, she dismisses him with a sharp, "And screw off, won't you?" As Muyan stands silently beside her, Guyanxiu explains her presence, stating, "I'm only here because I have to," and adding, "That's why I didn't let you know." Yang Xion-ku, looking down in resignation, admits, "Yes, that's my fault. and promises, "I'm apologizing to the head later." Gu Yanxiu, standing with Muyan, simply states, "I will apologize." Suddenly, her composure shatters, and she screams, "Gu Yanxian." Enveloped in a furious red-orange aura, she charges forward, the ground cracking beneath her feet as fiery particles erupt around her. Her eyes glowing with intense power, she closes the distance, a whirlwind of fire and fury. With a devastating impact, her fiery attack slams into the ground, leaving a scorched crater in its wake. Gu Yanxiu's thoughts race, considering the timing of her confrontation, yet deciding that a fight with him would be a welcome challenge. Her face contorts in a furious snarl, a vibrant red-orange aura of fire beginning to swirl around her, as a dangerous declaration forms in her mind. "I think I'm really going to get angry," she muses, her voice laced with a chilling promise. Facing Yangqion Ku directly, her fiery aura intensifying, she warns him to stop acting like a coward, then pauses, a new thought striking her. As her words hang in the air, Yangqion Ku's eye flashes with a crimson glow, a silent acknowledgement of the impending clash. Without another word, Gu Yanxiu unleashes her full power, manifesting a colossal, fiery horse-like construct that charges forward, its form crackling with destructive energy. The fiery beast closes the distance with terrifying speed, bearing down on Yangqion Ku. Meanwhile, an older, bearded man, dressed in traditional robes, observes the escalating conflict from a distance, wondering aloud about the source of such a commotion. A stern-faced man with a prominent scar across his eye leads Yangqion Ku and a group of followers through a stone courtyard. His gaze fixed ahead. Yangqion Ku looks up, a silent question in his expression. The scarred man's face remains unyielding. He finally speaks, a single word escaping his lips. Addressing the seated patriarch respectfully, Yangqion Ku asks if he has a sword unit ready to rush the enemy. The first heavenly star, reborn after being sent back, and the heavenly sword unit are currently waiting, daring anyone to come and find them. With the conversation concluded, the patriarch and his followers turn and walk away from the grand building. A heavy silence hangs over the meal, the only sound the faint clinking of cutlery. Indeed, the atmosphere is almost unbearable. He finds himself wondering if he's even eating through his mouth or his nose. Breaking the quiet, a bearded man suggests that a conversation about the meal would be welcome, addressing the young man as second child. He then turns his attention to Yangqion Ku, mentioning his rumored interest in martial arts. Yangqion Ku confirms that he did indeed have a small enlightenment. The bearded man nods, acknowledging his advancement for his age, and praises his devotion. He then adds that it is quite impressive for her to be at that age already. Gu Yanxiu, however, simply states that it is a given, considering her heavenly talent and devotion. A memory, or perhaps a premonition, flashes through his mind. Bloodied and beaten, he lies on the ground as an unseen voice demands to know what Gu Yanxian is doing. Back in the present, Yangqion Ku watches Gu Yanxiu, a thought forming in his mind that even she knows how to smile, and that she looks far better when she does. But as her smile widens, a sudden, internal retraction follows, as if he's already regretting his previous thought, taking back what he just said. Gu Yanxiu breaks the silence, mentioning that she heard he had been out on the streets. He avoids her gaze, his eyes cast downward. The silence stretches, heavy with unspoken questions. A surprised "huh" escapes him, and it seems as though he was about to speak, but hesitated. Gu Yanxiu clarifies that the clan head wanted to speak with him after the meal, leading him to internally conclude that the matter would surely be brought up then, before she addresses him directly as young master. She continues, relaying the clan head's instructions for him to rest well today, and to come to his room tomorrow. A thought echoes in his mind, questioning the sudden shift in his circumstances. From a window, he gazes out, deep in contemplation. The reality of his situation settling in as he realizes this isn't a dream, but a perplexing new reality where a companion is mentioned. A surge of frustration or resolve tightens his fist, leaving him to ponder the possibilities. Perhaps he considers a path of ultimate power, believing it could lead him to defeat the heavenly demon first, but quickly dismisses the thought as an absurd fantasy, easily shattered. Standing silhouetted against a desolate, fiery landscape, he declares his unwavering resolve. He has been granted a new life, and he will live it on his own terms, becoming the heavenly demon himself. The vision of a burning world reinforces his conviction, a testament to his vow to forge his own destiny. With a powerful red aura emanating from him, the heavenly demon stands triumphant amidst the ruins. He stands alone, a solitary figure in a shattered world, reflecting that under the vast heavens, he was the only one strong enough to survive. He can now see he has no more regrets, but his regrettable past still lingers, making him realize so many things. The weight of his experiences has brought profound understanding, leading him to feel truly reborn. As he desires to choose another life, one where he becomes the heavenly demon, the world's most hated demonic martial artist, feared and worshipped by all. Everything he has lost, and everything he has gained, he will use it all to become what he wants. For he cannot face this uncertainty, and he vows not to repeat his regrettable past again. So first, he must act. Yang Xion-ku stands enveloped in crackling red lightning and a dark, swirling aura. The intense energy converges, forming a small, luminous orb within his grasp. The orb pulses with fiery light, emitting a soft, ethereal glow. A faint smile plays on his lips as he gazes at the orb, contemplating the limited power he has managed to harness. A memory surfaces, revealing Gu Yanxio holding a similar glowing orb, and he acknowledges the regret of past decisions. Meanwhile, the orb in his hand continues to radiate a powerful, crimson light. The energy around him surges, drawing the attention of an unseen observer who questions his actions. He remembers a time when he believed he'd be able to emit flaming energy once he became a 4-star. But then, a different path emerged, and he decided to give up on becoming a 4-star. Now, facing his current reality, he's just a mere 1-star. Yet, a new resolve hardens his gaze as he manifests a swirling orb of dark energy in his palm. Knowing he needs to gather internal energy as quickly as he can and pour it into this orb. His eyes glow faintly with concentration. As he reminds himself that to live a smooth life, unlike his past, he shouldn't be borrowing the power of the demonic beast. Instead, his path is clear, increasing his own power. He kneels, shirtless, an orb of raw, crackling energy forming between his hands, its vibrant red and orange glow illuminating his strained features. The immense effort brings a thought to the forefront of his mind, acknowledging this problem. His face contorts in a grimace of pure agony, sweat beading on his brow, a thin line of blood escaping his lips as he pushes his body to its absolute limit. Still shirtless, Yang Xion-ku sits cross-legged in a sparse room, the pulsating orb of internal energy now a steady, vibrant glow between his palms, the air around him shimmering with its power. The dangerous truth of his cultivation attempt surfaces, revealing, I guess that if I try more, I might actually die. The internal pressure becomes overwhelming, his body arching back in a silent scream, eyes wide with the sheer, agonizing force threatening to tear him apart. He recognizes the brutal reality of his current strength, admitting, with my abilities right now, using internal energy isn't easy. Exhausted, he collapses onto his side, panting heavily, the risk of energy deviation a stark warning in his mind. Yet, despite the pain and the peril, a wide, almost defiant grin stretches across his face, a silent declaration of his unyielding will. His face, still streaked with blood from the arduous cultivation, now holds a strange, almost ethereal beauty, a transformation he himself acknowledges, thinking, I've gotten really pretty. As the fiery internal energy coalesces into a vibrant orb, he feels the surge of power, a clear sign of his progress from an E stage to a D rank, a feat he celebrates with a triumphant, ha. Looking out over the sprawling city, he resolves to continue his journey, thinking, let's keep going, step by step. He envisions a different life from his last one that won't be marred by the regrets of past mistakes, all for the sake of his upcoming future. Under a clear, bright sky, a small bird chirps, a peaceful counterpoint to the profound changes unfolding within him. A pained groan escapes him, his face contorted in exertion. He can't believe the intensity, wondering how his muscles could be so affected by such a short training session. Exhausted, he lies sprawled on the traditional mat, recovering from the ordeal. Standing by the doorway, he muses that it's only his first day of serious training, and he should probably lose some weight soon. He holds a small, glowing object in his hand, deciding to visit the clan headroom later that afternoon. Until then, he resolves to continue his training. Now dressed in a different, traditional robe, he finds himself in a room with his second eldest sister, who greets him with a warm smile. He looks down, perhaps a little taken aback by her cheerful demeanor. Yanxio beams, her eyes closed in pure delight. As he lies on the ground, battered and bloodied from his intense training, a familiar voice cuts through the haze, calling out his name with a note of alarm, wondering what exactly he is doing. From the darkness, a voice questions what someone is staring at, before asking if they aren't going home yet, as a small, crystalline glow appears in the vast, empty sky. The man observing it mutters that it's not a star, wondering if it was there before. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a gasp escaping him as the object begins to shift. One day, Yang Xion-ku finds himself engulfed in a maelstrom of fire and debris, his fists ready to meet the encroaching chaos. A monstrous, reptilian beast with razor-sharp teeth and glowing eyes emerges from the destruction, its roar echoing through the ravaged landscape. Monsters tore through empty space, spilling into the world through a widening, crystalline rift. A shimmering, crystalline rift tears open in the cosmic expanse, a gateway to another dimension. This terrifying phenomenon was also known as the Gate of the Demon Realm, and to combat the threats it unleashed, each sect diligently worked to raise the only weapons capable of fighting against the monsters. These specialized warriors were also known as its sword units, and their existence was paramount, for every sect needed them to survive the onslaught. Among these, the Gu clan proudly maintained 5 sword units. Gu Yanxio, my second eldest sister, was one such formidable sword unit. And I, Gu Yanchun, her younger brother, was also designated as a sword unit. That was where my path diverged, as I was brutally struck down, and she watched. It was then that I formally met my eldest sister, encountering her after the ritual had concluded. A year later, a past incident unfolds, with Gu Yanxiu looking up, her silent plea echoing for truth and help. However, her gaze then falls into a dark, empty space, hinting at a deeper mystery. Suddenly, a familiar face appears, and she extends a hand with a slight smile, greeting him with a simple, "Hey, we meet again." In a traditional chamber, Gu Yanchun stands over her, clad in a striking red robe, as she kneels before him. He looks down at her, a casual smirk playing on his lips, and remarks, "I did sleep well last night." Her hand reaches out in a desperate gesture, a surprised, "Wait," escaping her lips amidst a sudden sound of distress. With a wide, almost mischievous smile, he grasps her arm, her expression shifting to one of utter surprise. A soft, amused chuckle escapes him. As she looks up, her face etched with disbelief, muttering, "You're kidding me." His hand firmly holds her arm, a clear assertion of his presence and control in this unexpected reunion. A voice sharply reprimands someone, insisting that the young master should not be treated so casually. As the tension hangs in the air, an elderly man with a long white beard bows deeply before Yanchun and Yanxiu, his posture one of utmost respect. Yanchun looks on, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, wondering what the old man could possibly be saying. Yanxiu, still kneeling, offers an apology, her expression a mix of confusion and deference as she tries to understand the unfolding situation. The elderly man remains in his deep bow, unmoving before the young master. Finally, he speaks, introducing himself as Waimon, and pledges his personal service in gratitude for their kindness. He continues, acknowledging his own perceived weakness, but vows to give his absolute all in their service. The name, Waimon, echoes in Yanchuan's mind, a look of profound confusion on his face as he questions if this is truly the person he knows, or perhaps someone else entirely. Yanxiu, still kneeling, formally greets Waimon, acknowledging his introduction. His mind reeled, struggling to comprehend the sudden pledge of service. A sigh of exasperation escaped him, as he felt his life was already off to a terrible start. Standing alone in the vast courtyard, he couldn't shake the feeling of being utterly cursed. He pondered if the old man might be mistaking him for someone else, perhaps a Y Hyunsup from the Y generation, rather than himself, the young master. A hesitant, drawn-out sound escaped his lips as he tried to formulate a response. The rhythmic swish of a broom echoed through the quiet courtyard. Sitting on the ground, he watched the simple tool, a genuine broom, being put to use. The elderly man, Waimon, continued his task, his back to the young master as he meticulously cleaned the stone path. His expression remained serene, a picture of calm dedication amidst the unfolding chaos of Yanchuan's life. Waimon continues his diligent sweeping, his movements calm and steady, while Yanchun and a young woman lie injured on the ground. He speaks, "Gu Yanchun, what are you doing?" His broom rhythmically brushing the stone. The young woman beside Yanchun lets out a soft sniffle. Yanchun slowly sits up, his gaze falling upon the young woman, who is also now sitting, being tended to by another, and he asks. At chokes, he thinks to himself, she should possess martial art talent within her. How is it possible for her to be so weak? A throbbing pain echoes in his skull. Ugh, my head. As the young woman stands, he asks, "Seojun, what are you doing?" She looks back at him, a small sound escaping her lips. He presses, "Why don't you finish what you were working on?" Seojun explains her presence, stating she was told to follow wherever he goes. Yangchun, taken aback, demands to know who gave such an order, to which she hesitantly replies, "Oh, all right." He then wonders internally if his direct servant, Wai Siola, was behind the instruction. A moment later, Yangchun concludes that they simply don't want to deal with him. Turning his attention to Seojun, he questions if it's acceptable for his second eldest sister to be recorded so carelessly. He elaborates, acknowledging Gu Yanxiu is fine, but expressing concern that this sword supreme feels too much pressure. With a bright smile, Seojun announces, "All done." Yangchun stands, lost in thought, his back to the viewer as he contemplates the situation. He then questions aloud if his sister is truly unaware of their plight, or if she simply doesn't care because too many servants have already died. Having been told to come to his room, Seojun arrives, finding only discarded boots, and resolves to discover what is happening once she enters. Meanwhile, a sense of unease hangs in the air, as the young master himself wonders what could possibly be unfolding. His gaze falls upon a shocking sight. His sister, Gu Yanxiu, lies restrained in the courtyard, surrounded by scattered vessels. As he begins to move, Waimon calls out, trying to halt his departure. Gu Yanxiu, from her position on the ground, demands to know where he is going, but he simply instructs her to stay put and wait for him. Observing the tense exchange, Seojun reacts with a look of surprise. After a moment of consideration, she quietly agrees. Waimon watches the unfolding drama, his expression etched with deep concern. With a determined look, Yangchun turns to Seojun and instructs her to find something to do, reminding her to fulfill her duties. He steps into a room, his gaze falling upon a small child seated on the floor. With a soft sound, he pushes open a wooden door, peering inside. Meanwhile, Seojun, brimming with newfound purpose, vows to bring a treat and give her best effort. His expression remains unreadable as he continues to observe the scene before him. Then, with a sharp quang sound, the door swings shut. Seo-jun, meanwhile, is absolutely thrilled, her face beaming with excitement. Outside, Wai-mun watches the events unfold, a deep concern etched onto his aged features as he leans on his staff. He can't help but feel that the situation is becoming far too frightening. As Yang Chun walks away from the building, he muses on the distant nature of their relationship, wondering what he should even say to her. Gu Yan-chun, still bearing the marks of his recent ordeal, watches as Seo-jun eagerly accepts his command, her voice ringing with enthusiasm. She presses him, asking what he is waiting for, ready to spring into action. As he turns away, a bitter thought crosses his mind. He should have simply perished back in that place, rather than facing the complexities of his current life. His gaze drifts, contemplating the new servants who have just arrived. Meanwhile, Wai-mun confirms that he has already greeted them this morning. Holding a steamed bun, Wai-mun reflects on Yang Chun's actions, acknowledging the confidence shown in him, yet still wondering about the true intent behind it all. His expression remains pensive, the weight of his thoughts heavy upon him. Finally, he concludes with a quiet acceptance, understanding the situation as best he can. Yang Chun's gaze drifts, lost in thought. He recalls a voice, perhaps his father's, stating, "So father sent me here despite knowing everything." He wonders if someone important was abandoned. Another voice, perhaps his own younger self, dismisses the concern. "Don't worry about which problems are mine." The command then comes, "Prepare to head for the Unified Dragon Assembly tomorrow." A younger self readily agrees, "Yes, I will do that." The memory solidifies, bringing him back to the present with a jolt, the words echoing in his mind. The Unified Dragon Assembly. His eyes widen in disbelief, a sudden realization dawning on him. What was that again? The full weight of the name crashes down upon him. The Unified Dragon Assembly. With a desperate, bloodied face, Yang Xion-ku demands, "Slit my throat right now." A concerned voice responds, "Young master." The young man, standing before a grand building, continues to question, "Do you detest going to?" As they stand in the courtyard of the Unified Dragon Sect, an important event where new members of the sword units were chosen, and another voice asks, "The Unified Dragon Sect isn't bad, is it?" To which a simple, resigned, "Yeah," is the reply. This grand structure is where it all began, the original home of the sect. He once believed he could live a peaceful life like this forever, without regret, even if he was called the demonic general, but that was before the Sage of the Heaven. The golden light of a new dawn breaks over a serene landscape, hinting at the beginning of chaos. It was an unspoken rule that all direct bloodline members of the Gu clan were obligated to attend such a significant event. A younger Yang Xion-ku, recalling a past confrontation, remembers someone telling him to end his own life, only to be met with the grim retort that he would surely die. He then questions if the clan head would punish him for such an act, a frustrated sound escaping him. As he walks alongside other members, he spots Elder Li, who confirms his own attendance at the event. Yang Xion-ku reflects on Elder Li's words, realizing the elder's concern beneath his stern warning about running away again. Among the assembled elders, Elder Li stood out, his presence particularly striking. A red aura of distress surrounds Yang Xion-ku as he grapples with the weight of being the last remaining family member, burdened with the clan's honor and prestige. Despite the pressure, he acknowledges his deep gratitude for Elder Li, even if the elder is often preoccupied. He remembers his father's strict teachings and the numerous punishments that followed, yet despite it all, he always tried his best to learn whenever he had the chance. Even his father, who never paid him much attention, was amazed at how quickly he picked up his lessons, despite the harshness. He recalls a time when he was told to leave, asking where they had to go, and was simply instructed to leave as soon as possible. As he walks through a courtyard, a young girl named Seola, with a bright smile, catches his eye, making him wonder how someone could be so pretty. A young woman named Manhwa approaches him, asking if he's ready, and he apologizes, explaining he was trying to take care of Seola, while Elder Li observes from a distance. He then looks towards Seola, a hint of concern on his face, and asks if she caused trouble again. Meanwhile, a kind-faced woman embraces Seola, offering comfort. Seola stands with two other young girls, all dressed in similar traditional attire. Their small figures are seen from the waist down, their robes flowing gently. Young Yang Xion-ku looks up, his expression unreadable. As Hanghua gazes down at him, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a confident air, she declares, "Everyone says I'm really pretty." Her smile widens as she adds, "So what?" Yang Xion-ku glances away, a thought crossing his mind that she truly is pretty. Leaning closer, she asks, "Do you think I'm pretty too?" Her feet remain planted firmly on the wooden floor. As Yang Xion-ku's face flushes with a mixture of anger and embarrassment, her playful question hangs in the air, a chibi version of him, flustered, urging her to move on. As the carriage begins to move, she expresses her delight, clearly enjoying the ride. The vehicle picks up considerable speed, rushing forward. Turning to him, she asks if this is his first experience riding in such a conveyance. He sheepishly admits his inexperience, having only considered horses for their meat, while she observes his deep embarrassment, pondering his upcoming training. Still flustered, he confirms his status as a young master, hinting at his sheltered upbringing. She suggests he take a nap during their 4-hour journey, and he readily agrees, citing his exhaustion from last night's training. He further explains his lack of sleep, prompting her to reveal she was merely teasing him, which only deepens his mortification. Still reeling from her teasing, he can only manage a bewildered huh, as she insists he eat, despite his protests. Manhwa, meanwhile, simply enjoys her meal. Later, as the carriage continues its journey, she sighs contentedly, relishing the quiet and planning to catch up on sleep. But for Yang Qianku, sleep remains elusive. He coughs, then slowly realizes their destination is near, asking Manhwa if they've already arrived at the heavenly mountain. Her eyes widen in surprise, exclaiming that they're finally there. Yang Qianku, however, still looks utterly exhausted. The night sky stretches above them, a lone shooting star streaking across the darkness. Below, the bustling lights of a vibrant town beckon, their journeys end now in sight. Having finally arrived at their destination, the group steps into a bustling town, its streets alive with people and activity. Stretching out the stiffness from the long carriage ride, Yang Qianku observes the crowd, noting the sheer number of people, while a nearby civilian wonders aloud about another young master arriving. Still visibly weary from the journey, he hears a voice from behind, acknowledging his exhaustion. Turning, he faces a jovial elder, who greets him with a wide smile, recognizing him as the star of the Gu clan. With a formal bow, Yang Qianku introduces himself as Gu Yanchun of the Gu clan, returning the elder's greeting with equal courtesy. The elder, still smiling, offers to guide him to his room, understanding the fatigue of his long journey. Meanwhile, from a shadowed doorway, a woman watches him with a sharp, scrutinizing gaze, her thoughts turning to Miss Gu and a quiet hum of contemplation. As Yang Qianku glances back, seemingly sensing her presence, he declares that he has no secrets to hide, his words carrying a subtle challenge. The woman's intense scrutiny lingers, but that worry, that deep concern, remains etched on her face. After their journey, the group arrives at a grand, traditional building, its polished wooden floors reflecting the ambient light. Stepping inside, Yang Qianku makes his way through the ornate entrance. But his arrival is immediately met with a furious glare from Gu Yanxiu, a faint purple aura flaring around her as she demands to know what exactly Gu Yanchun thinks he's doing. He offers a casual greeting, but his sister is having none of it, angrily telling him to drop the pleasantries and stop messing around. Yanxiu continues her furious tirade, declaring that while she doesn't know what kind of trouble he's in, she won't allow him to shame the family name, ordering him to get rid of Xiaolai immediately, as there's nothing more disgraceful than bringing dishonor to their lineage. Yang Qianku, attempting to calm her, assures his sister that he intends to be as quiet as a mouse, so she has no need to worry about him. His words only fuel her anger, as Yanxiu shouts back that she wasn't worried about him at all. As the tension rumbles, Yang Qianku casually pulls Xiaolai closer by the head, leaving Yanxiu utterly shocked by his brazenness. Her voice, sharp with indignation, cuts through the air as she demands to know what Yang Qianku thinks he is doing. Turning away in frustration, she laments that old habits die hard, questioning if he intends to continue his usual antics even here. Holding Xiaolai Wisconsin close, he simply asks what she is talking about, his expression unreadable. A sigh escapes her as she looks down, then back up, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features, muttering that she had hoped he had changed, but some people simply never do. The ornate doors of the traditional building stand silently. As Yang Qianku, now joined by Wai Mun and Xiaojun, wonders aloud about his sister's intense reaction. Wai Mun quickly apologizes for the outburst, dismissing it as typical sibling squabbles, and urges them to move on, suggesting they must be tired. However, Yang Qianku interjects, asking if they can make a stop somewhere else first. Under the soft glow of the night sky, a grand, traditional building awaits. The group arrives at a sprawling traditional complex, its multiple tiered roofs reaching towards the sky. Cherry blossoms bloom vibrantly around the ancient structures, adding a touch of serene beauty to the grand estate. Xiaojun gasps, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the building, while Wai Mun echoes her awe, and Yang Qianku simply acknowledges their wonder. Within the complex lies a vast, circular arena, hinting at the Sword Supreme's immense financial power and the kind of grand festivals they host. He observes several red banners, learning that this day marks the Sword Supreme's official entry into the Sword Unite and the commencement of their training efforts. Xiaolai leads the way, her companions following as they approach the inscribed banners. He realizes the Sword Supreme will also be participating in the Sword Units competition, noting with a hint of satisfaction that even the direct bloodline doesn't have it easy. His new martial robe, a striking red and white, reflects the formal setting of the estate. With a quiet thought, he concludes that his only role here is to observe the unfolding events. Under the vast, luminous full moon, he stands, a silent observer, while Xiaolai remains nearby, her gaze cast downwards. He considers his actions, wondering if anything could go wrong, when suddenly, a deep, guttural sound echoes, and a towering, shadowy figure with piercing red eyes and a malevolent crimson aura appears behind them, causing both him and Xiaolai to recoil in fear. A taunting voice echoes, asking if he wouldn't run this time, and Yang Qianku's eyes widen in disbelief and pain as a sudden, unseen force strikes him. A massive, glowing pink energy blast erupts around him, the impact shaking the very ground. He desperately tries to raise his arms to block the overwhelming assault, knowing he needs to defend himself against the unseen attacker. But the force is too great, and he recoils, a pained grunt escaping his lips as the attack lands. Moments later, the elderly Wai Mun is seen supporting the injured Yang Qianku, who slumps against him, clearly weakened. Looking down at the young man, the elder asks what the matter is. Another voice from off-panel reminds him, asking if he doesn't remember the old man. The second elder, a man of imposing presence with a flowing white beard, is introduced. He stands before Yang Qianku, who appears to be recovering from his recent ordeal, and sternly remarks, "Oh, you're even talking back now." The elder continues, his words carrying a weight of history and expectation. "The second elder has always not been a strange position for me. It's probably due to the fact that I'm the only one on the clan head's side." Meanwhile, a young female nearby, perhaps a student or attendant, finds herself distracted by a whimsical thought, musing, "It's a bean. Beans are delicious. Now so are horses." The elder, seemingly oblivious to the young woman's musings, continues his conversation with Yang Qianku, his expression unyielding. The young female, still caught in her own world, reacts with a startled expression, whispering, "TT tender." Suddenly, the second elder's eyes glow with an ominous red light, his face contorting with a surge of power or intense emotion, a clear sign of his formidable capabilities. The young female, now visibly shaken by the elder's sudden display, recoils in fear, her voice trembling, "Titikin." Yang Qianku observes the elder's intense transformation, his own expression thoughtful, a quiet, escaping his lips. A sense of unease hangs in the air, a silent worry permeating the atmosphere. Meanwhile, an elderly man, Wai Mun, turns to a young girl, his voice carrying a hint of suspicion, asking if she is related by blood to someone important. He then dismisses the thought, observing her simple attire, realizing she is merely a servant. With a nod of acceptance, he acknowledges the situation. Wai Mun then expresses a deeper concern, wondering if she might transform into a beast, a transformation he hasn't witnessed in years, while the girl, terrified, imagines him strangling her. Overwhelmed by fear, the young girl cries out, pleading for the young master to intervene quickly. Wai Mun, seemingly unfazed by her terror, simply accepts her words. The girl, still trembling, then asks if the bear grandpa is going to devour her. Wai Mun ponders her strange question, reflecting on why he had such a thought in the first place. The elder's gaze remains fixed, his thoughts consumed by the child he had just questioned. Meanwhile, Yang Qianku stands with Siola Wai, who remarks that there is something unique about him. The scene shifts to a grand entrance, as the 46th Dragon Assembly begins, a momentous gathering now underway. The streets below teem with countless individuals, a bustling sea of people converging on the site. From a high vantage point, Yang Qianku observes the throng with Guyancio, commenting that he had believed the Dragon Assembly to be a secret gathering, but it seems not. Only those from the overseas Shangxi clan, or individuals capable of proving their identity, are granted permission to participate in this grand event. Despite the strict entry requirements, he never anticipated such an immense turnout, as becoming a weaponized sword unit holds significant prestige. Seo Jun addresses the young master, her voice trembling slightly as she emphasizes the urgency of her concern. A wave of dread washes over her as she imagines the terrifying prospect. Will the formidable bear grandpa truly come to take her head? Yang Qianku, observing her distress, wonders what troubles her, while Seo Jun, still visibly shaken, pleads to be allowed to leave, declaring her intention to depart immediately. He retorts that if she's so afraid, she should have remained in her quarters, but Seo Jun reminds him that Elder Li, her grandpa, specifically instructed her to stay by his side. Yang Qianku then clarifies that if he can't refuse the elder, neither can she, adding that the real question is whether he can defeat the formidable bear grandpa himself, a statement that elicits a surprised, almost hopeful, "Wow, really?" from Seo Jun. She questions the bear grandpa title, to which he confirms it refers to the second elder, before asking how he could possibly lie to such a respected figure. Seo Jun recalls the elder's strict instructions on respectful conduct. Realizing this is her fate, but then Yang Qianku, with a dark jest, suggests he'll take Siola's head for her, quickly adding that he's only kidding. He chuckles, then declares that today is the day Siola dies, reassuring Seo Jun that he's merely joking. Seo Jun, still calling him young master, watches as he continues his morbid humor, asking if he's going to get Siola's head for her and die today, to which he reiterates, "I said it's a joke." He listens as Seo Jun expresses her delight, finding satisfaction in her presence, even if it means being with a scumbag like him, considering herself a misunderstood ghost. A moment of quiet passes, the sounds of the bustling world outside momentarily fading. Seo Jun then questions his actions, asking if he truly treats his servants well, specifically referring to her. He dismisses her concern, stating that a servant is merely a tool for revolution, especially those who can fight him, but assures her he keeps his promises, unlike his past self. Despite his harsh philosophy, Seo-jun seems to misunderstand, still surprised that he would buy something for her. He simply confirms her observation, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Seo-jun is left speechless, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yang Cheon-koo then acknowledges her reaction, remarking that he truly is different from the rumors she might have heard. Later, as they walk through a bustling market, surrounded by people eager to purchase goods or become disciples, Yang Cheon-koo muses that items acquired with gold are like diamonds, and vice versa, reflecting on the true value of things. He questions the rumors surrounding him, wondering aloud how long it has truly been since his guard fort was established. A young woman, Manhwa, responds hesitantly, confirming it has been about 2 weeks. She then muses, unsure who the lucky one is in their current situation, herself or Miss. Both he and Manhwa appear taken aback, a shared expression of surprise crossing their faces. He then advises her, telling her she shouldn't wander around in such danger. Manhwa, however, retorts, finding his concern exceedingly excessive. Looking out at the distant landscape, Yang Cheon-koo muses on the unified dragon assembly's apparent blindness, wondering what could possibly happen when so many people on the ground are equally blind. Suddenly, his eyes widen as he hears a voice, finding it familiar and questioning if it could truly be who he thinks it is. Elder Lee appears, confirming his presence and expressing his worry, especially about the possibility of Yang Cheon-koo entering the Du Heir's domain. Yang Cheon-koo's eyes glow with a faint purple light as he considers the impossible, wondering if a mere human could truly possess such immense mana. He then observes the bustling crowd around him, a thought crossing his mind that sounds rather ominous. With a quiet resolve, he urges himself forward, stepping into the throng. Suddenly, a vivid memory or vision washes over him, transporting him to a bustling market where a younger version of himself, dressed in a red and white martial robe, stands beside a dark-haired companion. The scene shifts violently, and he finds himself falling, collapsing onto the ground. Both he and his companion lie motionless amidst scattered debris, a grim tableau of defeat. The vision flickers back to the market, showing him and his companion once more, standing together before the tragedy. Snapping back to the present, Yang Cheon-koo's eyes widen in horror, the word young echoing in his mind as the memory's full weight crashes down. As the traumatic vision continues, a familiar voice calls out to Yang Cheon-koo, asking him what he is doing. The voice questions if he truly doesn't remember, but he responds internally that there is no way he could ever forget. The memory is unbearably clear, impossible to erase, and the oppressive blackness of the vision slowly begins to fade. His gaze falls upon the ring on his hand, a small, intricate piece of jewelry. He knows that when examined closely, it contains a hidden symbol, but for him, who already understands its secrets, its true meaning is profound. The significance of that ring is not foreign to him. It is a symbol of his past, a connection to the heavenly demon cult. As the flashback deepens, a younger Seol Aoi stands with her back turned, her dark hair tied neatly, gazing out into the distance. She then turns, settling onto a wooden platform, her attention fixed on Yang Cheon-koo, who sits on the floor before her, his expression unreadable. A wave of recognition washes over him as he remembers her, his former fiancée. A disciple had been sent to the demonic cult not just to gather information, but to sow discord, though the old guild of Ku had no part in it. Reflecting on this, Yang Cheon-koo muses, he had hoped to achieve something more meaningful. Yet, a significant obstacle prevented him from doing so, and that obstacle was her. The real problem, he admits to the gathered group, wasn't the rumors of his troublemaking or ditching training, which didn't seem to bother the Feng clan. What truly terrified his own clan was the content of his conversation with that girl. As the group listens intently, one of them begins to question him, asking why he would. He stands before a stern-faced clan member, who questions his presence, but Yang Cheon-koo quickly retorts, reminding him, "That's my line. Why are you here?" The clan member, accompanied by young Seo-jun, explains that he simply has business there, assuring them they don't need to worry, to which Yang Cheon-koo replies, "I mean, if you say so." Suddenly, Guyanseo appears, her expression sharp as she confronts the clan member, demanding to know why he's lying to her, and reminding him, "Have you forgotten what I'm still a year older than you?" Yang Cheon-koo, looking a bit sheepish, quickly apologizes, "Yeah, sorry I forgot. All good now, right?" Ignoring the clan member's original purpose, Guyanseo dismisses him with a wave of her hand, holding a scroll, stating, "Whatever you're here for, you can forget it." She then turns to leave with Yang Cheon-koo, curtly informing the group, "We're busy, so see you later." As they walk away, Guyanseo carries a steaming cup, her gaze fixed forward, leaving the other clan members behind. A thoughtful expression crosses her face. As she muses on the situation, acknowledging the inevitability of such encounters, of course. Yeah, be it for work or to enjoy a nice day. It had to be right when I'm busy enough just with my brother. He walks with a determined stride, two figures following closely behind him. From a balcony above, Seol Aoi watches him, wondering if the presence of a servant means he has truly changed. His expression remains unreadable. Inside a grand hall, he continues to look ahead, then suddenly demands to know who the hell this daughter of a concubine is. Before he can finish, a hand swiftly reaches out, grabbing him with a sharp, resounding impact. Just moments before, she had been diligently writing, the brush swishing across the paper. Now, Guyancio holds him firmly by the ear, her expression a mask of furious disapproval. Her eyes glow with an intense purple light as she demands to know what he just said. Her voice, sharp and accusatory, cuts through the air, leaving Yang Qion-ku's face contorted in pain, a fresh smear of blood at his mouth. Before he can even fully process the words, Guyancio's hand, glowing with an ominous purple light, snaps out and clamps down on his ear with a resounding crack. She twists it mercilessly, the force evident in the lines of pain radiating from his head. Holding him firmly, she declares her unwavering commitment to an arranged marriage, despite any rumors, for the sake of the Peng clan. As the tension mounts, Xiao Wai steps forward, a soft plea escaping her lips. But Guyancio ignores her, pulling Yang Qion-ku's ear with another sharp tug. Through his agony, he manages to stammer out a question about the marriage itself. His words ignite a furious surge within her, and Guyancio's eyes blaze with an intense purple light, her aura flaring around her as her power erupts. The grand, traditional architecture of the clan's main hall stood silently under the clear sky. Still reeling from the recent outburst, she couldn't help but wonder if anything had truly changed since their last encounter. As the group gathered, a young woman offered to help, with another quickly echoing the sentiment, suggesting they report the young master's behavior. Siola, however, seemed lost in thought, a subtle unease clouding her expression. Meanwhile, the young master himself felt a strange shift, a subtle difference in the way things felt around him. Guyancio dismissed the idea of any real change, convinced he was merely in shock, muttering that it was impossible for that crazy fucker to grow up. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind, a tiny, but maybe lingering in her thoughts. The possibility, however remote, that he might be changing, began to settle over the entire group. She watches him intently, a flicker of doubt in her eyes as she questions his sudden change in demeanor. As the others gather, she dismisses the idea, stating that he's merely in shock and will revert to his old self. But Siola Wai suggests that perhaps he's genuinely changed. Guyancio insists that he's just in shock and will soon return to his usual self, while Siola Wai offers a more hopeful perspective, wondering if this transformation might be real. Meanwhile, Wai Mun, seated with Elder Li, advises patience, believing the situation will resolve itself naturally, urging them to let things unfold without interference. Back with the others, Guyancio's voice cuts through the air, asking Yang Qion-ku if he's truly responsible for the recent events, her words laced with a challenge. His eyes narrow, a dark intensity in their depths, as he repeats her accusation, questioning what she means by caught. Later, seated at the low table with Wai Mun and Elder Li, Yang Qion-ku listens intently, his expression unreadable. The entire group is now gathered, with Yang Qion-ku, Wai Mun, and Elder Li at the table, while Guyancio, Siola Wai, and Xiojun stand nearby, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. He firmly denies having made any such statement, then challenges his accuser, asking if they are merely joking with him. As the discussion continues, a frustrated voice cuts through the air, demanding participation in the unified dragon assembly, while another questions if they should even intervene. Wai Mun calmly explains that anyone can participate in the assembly, but only if they can conceal their true identity. Guyancio, visibly annoyed, dismisses the squabbling over the assembly as nothing new, reminding them that the martial world is already on edge, and their current behavior is only making things worse. Ignoring the admonishment, Yang Qion-ku turns his back on the group, attempting to walk away from the escalating tension. Before he can take another step, Elder Li's hand clamps down on his shoulder, a stern command to cease his actions. With a sudden, powerful shove, Elder Li sends Yang Qion-ku reeling backward, the force of the impact echoing through the hall. As he stumbles, Yang Qion-ku's foot glows with a fierce blue energy, preparing a swift, retaliatory strike. Yet, before his attack can connect, he is abruptly repelled, sent soaring through the air as if struck by an invisible force. Elder Li, his expression a mix of shock and anger, demands to know what Yang Qion-ku thinks he's doing. Still reeling from the impact, he thinks to himself that he must have proven his skill. With a defiant gaze, he asks, "Can I participate now?" But a voice quickly retorts, "After doing such a thing? Of course not. Why not? I showed you my skills." The others look on, a silent judgment hanging in the air, as the young man remains on the ground. Xiojun, concerned, wonders aloud, should we help him now?" Guyancio, however, dismisses the idea, stating, "Just leave that man there. He's not like normal people. The other guy wouldn't have done that." Ignoring the comments, Yang Qion-ku rises and declares, "Let's go," leading Siola Wai and Guyancio away from the scene. Xiojun, still watching them go, asks Elder Li, "Want to get involved in that?" But they'll take care of it on their own." Suddenly, a stern-faced official with a mustache steps forward, addressing the departing group with a firm tone. "You can't just have things the way you want. We have our own regulations. You cannot enter if you cannot be identified properly." He points directly at Yang Qion-ku, challenging him. "Isn't my skill enough evidence? That's an identification problem." The official's voice rises in indignation. "Are you He looks up, a voice accusing him of disrespecting the young clan head. Before he, Seolawai, and Guyanseo are suddenly sent tumbling through the air. His eyes widen in shock as the voice continues, demanding to know if he's disrespecting the dragon clan. Seolawai and Guyanseo share his stunned expression, caught off guard by the sudden aggression. Meanwhile, from a distance, Seojun watches the unfolding chaos, a worried thought crossing her mind. Snow blankets the roofs of a grand, traditional complex, hinting at the quiet of a winter morning. Inside, a young woman's voice cuts through the calm, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Yang Xion-ku, holding a sweet potato, greets her with a cheerful, if slightly disoriented, "Oh, good morning. I've been dreaming of a fire broom all night." He then adds that someone brought in the sweet potato while he was sleeping. Seojun, however, is not amused, repeating his name and her question, only for him to playfully deflect, asking what she has on her hand, and if she plans to put it on her hand. Realizing what he's referring to, she explains that the sweet potato was meant for the elder, and she was going to give it to him. Yang Xion-ku feigns shock, accusing her of hitting her own older brother, before quickly dismissing it with a smirk, declaring she deserved it. Seojun laments the effort it took to acquire the sweet potato, but then sighs in relief, glad that the Feng clan also brought some. Finally, she reminds him that for blocking the demonic plague in her room, he's now stuck with that very plaque. Engulfed in flickering flames, Yang Xion-ku writhes on the ground, his body burning as Seojun stares down at him, asking if he's the one who started the fire, then realizing the horrifying truth. He himself is ablaze. With a stern expression, she reminds him that he needs to act more like a disciple. Her gaze softens slightly as she considers his position, acknowledging him as the successor. Later, by a small, crackling fire in the desolate snow, Seojun observes him, reflecting on how he possesses immense skill and talent despite his youth, and is even the designated successor, yet something still seems amiss. Noticing her scrutiny, he responds to her unspoken thoughts, a small laugh escaping him as he denies any dissatisfaction, claiming it's not even close to what she might be imagining. Seojun, however, finds herself unable to decipher his true feelings. It's just too complex to understand. His gaze fixed on the distant horizon, a profound weariness in his voice, he confesses his deepest desire to leave this place. Seojun stands beside him, listening intently to his quiet declaration. He lets out a soft exclamation. A hastily scribbled note lies on the ground, declaring, "I'm gonna go out for a bit." Nearby, hands clenched tightly, a silent testament to growing tension. He muses that his brother is going away for a bit, though he knows that a bit truly means 4 months. An attendant approaches, asking if she found the note and where he has gone. The young woman's eyes widen as she reads the destination, Shangxi. She cries out in disbelief, wondering why he would travel so far. In another place, he screams in frustration, questioning why he remains, proclaiming his brother is all he has left. His desperate cry echoes, so he lets out a frustrated roar, demanding to attend the unified dragon assembly. The air crackles with his intense desire. As Waimun confronts him, questioning his actions and reminding him of his identity as the Star Knight Blade. Yang Xion-ku, however, seems to doubt that Waimun truly believes him. The elder then presses, asking if he hadn't heard that the young master was going to the direct bloodline of the Heavenly Blade, wondering if that wasn't what they all hoped for him. But Yang Xion-ku vehemently denies it, declaring he has no time and needs to leave before getting involved in any more business. Waimun, observing the young man, remarks to Elder Li that Yang Xion-ku doesn't seem to be in a trance, concluding that he's in a difficult situation. Yet, the elder ultimately decides that the young man seems capable enough, and they should simply let him participate. A sudden, booming declaration echoes through the hall, as a formal handshake solidifies a new, unexpected alliance. He introduces himself with a confident smirk. "I'm Peng Wujin, the successor of the Peng clan." A clan member bows deeply in response, honored to meet the Grandmaster Pure Flame Fist of the Peng clan. Yang Xion-ku, playing his part, laughs heartily, admitting he hasn't heard that title in a long time, and assures the man there's no need to worry. But Elder Li, ever the skeptic, interjects, protesting that they cannot confirm if he truly is the Peng clan's successor. Another elder, however, observes him thoughtfully, remarking that he's pretty sure the young man is indeed a Peng, given his striking resemblance to someone familiar. The clan member with the mustache agrees, confirming that he looks exactly like his father. He continues, noting the young man's physique, which is undeniably that of a Peng, just as powerfully built. As the brush glides across the paper, the words confirm the identity of the young man before them. Peng Wujin, the true successor of the Peng clan. However, the elder, Waimun, remains unconvinced, his gaze sharp as he presses him, wondering why he won't simply tell them the truth. He finds it hard to reconcile the young man before him with the mature and wise successor he expects, only recalling him as a child. A jovial clan member, observing the exchange, interjects with a booming laugh, declaring that life in the Peng clan isn't exactly known for its fun. He continues to chuckle, finding the idea of someone leaving for lack of enjoyment a perfectly valid reason. Turning his attention to the young man, the jovial member then asks if he had even bothered to get permission from his family before leaving. The young man, playing along, responds with a mischievous grin, admitting he didn't think they'd allow it, so he simply ran away from home. The jovial clan member bursts into another fit of laughter, finding the story hilarious, while Waimun, exasperated, wonders if the young man is truly stupid. The jovial member then compliments Waimun on his training, noting how well the young man has developed, to which the young man replies that he is 23 this year. The jovial clan member laughs once more, likening the situation to raising a wild dog, as the little brat would indeed be 23 by now. Still maintaining his facade, he attempts to correct Waimun, who mistakenly refers to him as young master, while the elder beside them finds amusement in the situation. He dismisses Waimun's concerns about his supposed shortness and the idea of him being a monster, internally questioning the old man's strange remarks. The conversation revolves around the legendary figure of the Blade Emperor, Peng Wujin, a name that carries immense weight and expectation. As he continues to play the part of the young master, he casually explains his supposed reason for running away from home, claiming the Peng clan simply wasn't fun, before asking if any other clan members were present. Suddenly, a young girl's desperate cry echoes through the air, calling out for her brother. As he turns in surprise, the jovial elder Li recognizes the voice, exclaiming at the unexpected arrival. Before he can react, Elder Li's fist connects squarely with his face, a sudden, brutal impact. Meanwhile, a shimmering portal opens, and a group of figures, including Seol Al-Y, Guyanseo, and Seojun, emerge into the scene. A blinding flash of white energy erupts, tearing through the air with explosive force, the raw power of it distorting everything in its path. From within the dissipating light, Seol Al-Y emerges, her body wreathed in a brilliant blue aura, her voice cutting through the aftermath. It's easy. You think you can harm him with a mere punch? Nearby, Guyanseo cries out in alarm. Wait, listen to me. Ignoring her, Seol Al-Y's gaze remains fixed, her aura pulsing as she demands, what do you have to say? Before anyone can respond, a devastating blow connects with Yang Xion-ku's face, sending a shockwave of pain through him. Another impact following swiftly as he cries out, please spare me. Seol Al-Y continues her brutal assault, while Seojun, witnessing the relentless attack, tries to explain. He's not the real Peng Wujin. He's an imposter. You can't harm him with a mere punch. If you beat him with a mere punch, then, what are you doing? Another blow lands on Yang Xion-ku, as Seojun's voice rises in a desperate plea. Grandmaster, please help. He screams in agony, his face contorted in pain, as the relentless assault continues. Seol Al-Y grips him by the collar, her expression fierce, ignoring the pleas and explanations as she continues her brutal attack. From a distance, Elder Li watches the scene unfold, his eyes widening in recognition as he murmurs the name, Grandmaster Beifeng. The newly arrived Grandmaster Beifeng, having observed the chaos, takes charge, declaring that he will not forget the debt incurred by the delay, despite the inconvenience of monitoring the gate and enduring foolishness. He then states his intention to compensate for the trouble, before announcing their immediate departure. However, the young man accompanying him dismisses any notion of compensation, stating that it doesn't concern him. Meanwhile, Yang Xion-ku's eyes glow with an unsettling purple light, a silent defiance brewing within him as he questions if he seems surprised by the turn of events. Seol Al-Y watches them go, a flicker of frustration crossing her features. Grandmaster Beifeng explains his decision to the young man, who offers a knowing smirk as he hears that the Peng Wujin is no fun. Guyanseo questions the implications of the Gu clan and other powerful factions, wondering if they are more formidable than they appear. As Yang Xion-ku confirms her suspicions, adding that she, as the successor, needs to mature. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Beifeng explains to Elder Li that he became the clan head out of necessity, not desire. A sentiment echoed by Yang Xion-ku, who, gazing at the imposing Hebei Peng family estate, admits he doesn't want the position either, but others rely on him. He resolves to become the clan head one day, but firmly states he cannot force Guyanseo into the same role. Grandmaster Beifeng reiterates his own reluctant acceptance of the successor position, emphasizing it was never his desire. Elder Li, considering the Grandmaster's words, expresses his own willingness to help, but admits uncertainty given the current clan head situation. Back with the younger pair, Guyanseo turns to Yang Xion-ku, proposing a new idea with a thoughtful, then how about this? Her words seem to catch Grandmaster Beifeng's attention, as he reacts with a surprised exclamation. Guyanseo stares at Yang Xion-ku, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions the nonsense he's speaking, wondering if the second elder has finally lost his mind. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Beifeng, with a knowing smile, proposes a challenge, just 10 moves to wipe out his opponent. He asks for their thoughts on the matter. Yang Xion-ku's eyes narrow, a flicker of defiance in their depths, as he silently questions if that's truly all there is to it. He then turns away, walking down a corridor, his thoughts drifting to the concept of truth and rules, wondering if he has ever truly lied, and declaring that it's time to see about these rules. Back with the Grandmaster, he issues a command to a figure named Yobi, telling him to get that bastard, to which Yobi questions if he means the successor. The Grandmaster's challenge continues, stating that if his opponent can manage to touch him, he will accept their win. With a surge of power, Yang Qianku begins his assault, his form blurring with incredible speed, the challenge set to be decided within 10 turns. He moves with such velocity that he appears encased in a shimmering blue aura, closing the distance on Yobi. His relentless speed continues, as he accepts the terms of the Grandmaster's win condition. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qianku lunges forward, his form a blur of motion, wreathed in a fierce blue aura, delivering a powerful, screaming strike that Yobi barely manages to brace against. A triumphant laugh escapes him, as his initial assault connects with undeniable force. Yobi, visibly stunned and recoiling from the impact, can only manage a single, indignant thought. "You're so impertinent." Before Yobi can recover, Yang Qianku follows up instantly, his fist blurring through the air with another swift, decisive blow. His entire body twists, channeling every ounce of power into the attack. And the punch connects with a deafening impact, sending a shockwave of red energy rippling outwards. After a long wait, the moment has arrived for the battle between the two stars who will contend for the next head of the Gu clan. One of them is the flame sword, Gu Yanxiu, who stands confidently in the grand arena, a slight smile playing on her lips. And her opponent is Gu Yanchun, the first heir of the Gu clan, who finds himself questioning his very presence in this fated confrontation. His thoughts lingered on the implications of his actions, especially concerning his sister. Suddenly, a blur of motion erupted, as an older man in red robes launched a lightning-fast assault. The strikes came in rapid succession, each one carrying immense force. With a final, crushing impact, Yanchun was sent flying, his body contorting from the force. The older man stood over his defeated opponent. The battle concluded in an instant. A satisfied sigh escaped the victor's lips, as he questioned if he had truly won. He declared his victory with a proud smile, standing over the fallen Yanchun, while a young man in black robes observed from the side. The observer's voice cut through the air, demanding to know what Yanchun, the slave, was doing. Lying defeated on the ground, Yanchun reflected on the outcome, glad they had both fought, and marveling at his sister's unbelievable strength. He stares down at the ground, a faint bruise visible on his cheek, as the older man, Waimun, remarks that he has nothing to say, suggesting he put his pride aside and move on. Waimun then adds that the previous fight was entirely the second elder's own decision, not a command, and that it's fine, as he's been beaten down like that before. He continues, wondering what kind of trouble Yanchun could cause, implying that such a nonsensical challenge was expected. Yanchun, looking annoyed, retorts that he's the future leader of the Peng clan, asking if Waimun really thinks so little of him, and that he only did it because he thought it would be funny. Waimun laughs heartily at this, then asks how Yanchun, the young master, managed to get beaten by an elder. Yanchun, looking away, mutters that he's just glad the wind went away. Suddenly, a young woman named Xiaojun appears, looking distressed, and asking Gu Yanchun what he's doing, and how he could have gotten hurt. Waimun, with a knowing smile, tells her not to worry, as the old man will give her a present. Xiaojun's eyes widen in surprise as a large, steaming bun is thrust into her hands, a sudden, unexpected treat. As the conversation continues, Waimun playfully reminds Yanchun that he's only giving Xiaojun a gift because he lost their earlier match, a fact Yanchun quickly dismisses. Waimun then adds that an old man like himself must also receive a gift, prompting Yanchun to retort that he knew the elder would say something like that. Ignoring the elder's playful demands, Yanchun reflects on his dislike for twisted individuals, especially after the United Dragon Assembly, a thought that leads him to the realization that he's going to have to participate in an exhibition match. Soon after, the grand arena stands ready, its vast expanse awaiting the upcoming spectacle, with only a few figures visible in the distance. Standing alone in the center, Yanchun questions if he's truly not using a sword for this match. He then recalls, asking himself if he even used a sword back then, a hint at his past fighting style. As if in response to his thoughts, a brilliant, fiery sword, the Chi Flame Wheel, ignites with a powerful aura, ready for action. He considers his unique approach to martial arts, reflecting on how his sword art has always been his most effective method, and now he wonders what that will look like with his current abilities. Standing before Grandmaster Beifeng, he dismisses the specifics of his weapon, stating that he doesn't really care whether it's a sword or a fist. Elsewhere, Gu Yanxiu's lips curl into a menacing smile, her thoughts echoing a sentiment that he possesses the personality of a demon, and she finds herself utterly irritated by him. Yanchun, still lost in contemplation, hears his name called, confirming the upcoming exhibition match. Gu Yanxiu's eyes begin to glow with a fierce red light, her smile widening at the prospect of a legitimate chance to beat up her little brother. Her entire form radiates with a vibrant crimson aura, crackling with raw power. The intense red energy pulses outward, filling the space around her. Grandmaster Beifeng watches, a look of deep concern etched across his face. Yangchuan's own eyes blaze with a similar red glow, his expression hardening as he questions the necessity of something, his voice trailing off. He is questioned about his participation in the match, especially since it involves his sister, but he dismisses the need for further explanation. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Beifeng observes the exchange, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mutters, concerned about the clan's reputation, then curses Yang Chuan's seemingly carefree attitude, wondering what he could possibly be planning. Yang Chun, however, simply scoffs, declaring he will surrender midway through the match, which only prompts a stern warning not to give up so easily. Beifeng then directly confronts him, asking if he truly desires to be the clan head, especially with so many people watching. His sister, Yanxiu, watches the exchange, her expression unreadable as she calls out his name. Beifeng's gaze sharpens, his question cutting through the air. Is he truly planning to lose? Yang Chun stands silently, his expression unyielding. He thinks about the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and the implications for the Gu clan, his thoughts remaining a mystery. Still lost in thought, the weight of the clan's future pressing upon him. He remains silent, his gaze cast downward. His sister's voice cuts through the air, sharp and clear. My dear brother. She continues, her words laced with challenge. Who will naturally become the next clan head, just because you're a man? Without waiting for a reply, Yanxiu shifts, her body coiling with practiced grace as she prepares a powerful sword strike. A crimson aura erupts around her, swirling with potent energy. Then, a commanding voice echoes, begin. Her blade descends with explosive force, tearing through the air and impacting with a violent burst of power. Yanxiu follows through, her form a blur of motion, enveloped in the fierce, glowing red of her technique. Her crimson-infused blade flashes, striking with immense force, forcing him to recoil. She continues her relentless aerial assault. Her sword a blur of red energy, as he blocks and evades her rapid succession of strikes. How could a mere B-star like him be dodging her B-star attacks, she wonders. Her determination unwavering. Meanwhile, he acknowledges that he's only managing by anticipating her moves a split second faster, yet even that effort leaves him breathless. A clear sign, he concludes, of his current lack of training. He considers his options, wondering how to bring this spar to an end. The thought crosses his mind, asking himself, will I be in trouble after taking one of her strikes? As Gu Yanxiu launches a swift kick, he deftly shifts his weight, evading the blow with practiced ease. Her blade ignites with a fierce crimson glow, ready to strike. She lunges forward, her sword a blur of red, forcing him to raise his arm to block the powerful assault. The impact sends a jolt through his body, his expression tightening with strain. A sharp, resonant sound echoes through the air, marking the force of the clash. Yanxiu unleashes a devastating crimson-infused strike, pushing him back with raw power, her aura flaring brightly. He acknowledges the sheer intensity of her attack, thinking, if only mana makes you strong, I'd be fine. So could you stop it? Gu Yanxiu, her expression resolute, considers the sheer depth of her intent, wondering if her opponent truly grasps the weight of her resolve. She recalls forcing herself to accept a fate where she would never lead the clan, yet despite dedicating herself to death, she still feels a profound lack. A crimson aura flares around her, her sword igniting with fierce energy as she unleashes another powerful strike, forcing Yang Chun to internally question if a mere man could ever truly comprehend the depth of her struggle or the power she now wields. Her blade, wreathed in fire, slams into his guard. And Yang Chun, reeling from the impact, wonders if she has imbued her sword with martial energy, acknowledging the sheer ferocity of her attack. The raw power she exhibits is clearly far beyond a mere 3-star level. As another explosive strike forces him to brace against the overwhelming force, her relentless assault continuing again and again, pushing him to his limits. Gu Yanxiu's crimson-infused blade flashes, a relentless assault against Yang Chun, as she declares he always runs away. Her attacks continue to press him, her voice sharp as she commands him not to do anything. Each strike pushes him further back, and she warns him not to even think about escaping. The air crackles with her power, as she declares that if he's going to live, it will be a worthless life. Her face contorted in a mask of fierce determination, Yanxiu screams that he should just disappear. Yang Chun watches her, his expression unreadable, absorbing the full force of her fury. Another wave of crimson energy erupts from her, a dazzling display of raw power. The attack streaks forward, a vibrant trail of destructive force. As the impact nears, Yang Chuan's eyes suddenly flare with an intense orange glow, a silent testament to the power he now prepares to unleash. As the crimson energy of the attack continued to flare around him, Gu Yanxiu's relentless assault intensified, her fiery magic erupting with renewed vigor. Her voice, sharp with disdain, cut through the crackling flames, demanding he disappear like your mother did. Her face contorted with fury, Yanxiu poured every ounce of her rage into the attack. Despite the relentless barrage, leaving his arm bloodied and his tattered robes torn, Yang Chun remained steadfast, enduring the pain without a sound. He stood amidst the swirling flames, staff in hand, his back to the viewer as Yanxiu watched, her expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Then, from the depths of the shadows that obscured his face, a fierce orange glow erupted from his eyes, a system message echoing in his mind. Master, you did well. His sister, Gu Yanxiu, was the coolest person he knew, and he often wondered if she was still the head of the Gu clan, or if she even could be. She had been the only one who never looked down on him, a mere branch family member, treating him as a true part of the clan. Everyone acknowledged her, especially his second eldest sister, Gu Yanxiu, who had always been kind to him. But she wouldn't be able to become the clan head of the Gu clan. Instead, that role would fall to the young master's child, Gu Yanshan. Yet, he didn't hate him for it. He liked her, too, and was the only one who always followed her. Before that could happen, though, one day, she suddenly disappeared, and his father commanded the elder not to look for her. But no one ever did search for her, not after she vanished. That was when it truly began, when Gu Yanxiu started acting strangely towards everyone, her demeanor shifting subtly. No matter what she said, the father figure in their lives simply crushed her very existence, his authority absolute. Still, there was no chance for him to become the next clan head, though he couldn't grasp the reason why. Since the clan head had always been a man, ignoring him, his own son, and his commanders, the decision felt like a profound betrayal. From her perspective, she remembered Gu Yanshan, the child of the first wife, with a cold, distant gaze. No, she loathed him. The memory of her words burns, causing his eyes to flare with a demonic red glow, a raw, visceral reaction. What? A guttural sound escapes Yanxion Ku, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as blood stains his chin. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory, where Gu Yanxiu moves with blinding speed, launching a fierce assault against Yobi, who struggles to defend himself. Her relentless strikes continue, a whirlwind of martial arts prowess. With a focused intensity, her fist flies forward, connecting squarely with Yobi's face, leaving him stunned. Gu Yanxiu watches the impact, a flicker of surprise crossing her features at her own power. Later, seated with Xiao Jun, the younger girl remarks on Yanxiu's exceptional talent, despite them being the same age, while Yanxiu reassures her that she's doing just fine. As murmurs from others reach them, Yanxiu asks Yobi what they are saying, but he explains that she wouldn't be able to hear their hushed words. Back in the present, Yobi reports to Yanxion Ku that the second elder is exhibiting strange energy, though he confirms there's no actual mana in the air. Gu Yanxiu confronts Yanxion Ku, demanding to know why he's associating with the Peng clan with such a face, to which he playfully asks if his younger brother is concerned. She confirms her concern, adding that an elder mentions smelling boss energy, and after Yanxion Ku agrees, she deduces that the source of this energy is their younger brother's younger sibling, marveling at her incredible 5-star status. Gu Yanxiu then praises the sibling's smooth favorite weapon, but Yanxion Ku clarifies he was referring to the one Dong Dong had mentioned, the younger sibling. Understanding, she acknowledges his point, then reiterates that both the younger brother and the younger sibling are indeed the same person. Gu Yanxiu then expresses a dire concern about the Gu clan's future without this sword phoenix, fearing that if the younger brother becomes clan head, he won't be able to have what's needed. A subtle smirk plays on Yanxion Ku's lips, his eyes closed in contemplation. Gu Yanxiu looks down, her expression hardening as she declares they cannot allow that outcome for the younger brother. Yanxion Ku remains lost in thought, his hand resting on his chin. Gu Yanxiu's eyes suddenly glow with an intense red light as she ominously states that they're done, her resolve absolute. She needs to dodge, a sudden realization hitting her. She just has to dodge, her mind racing with the urgency of the moment. As Gu Yanxiu prepares, Yanxion Ku sees his chance, moving swiftly to seize the opportunity. But then, her eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, a powerful aura erupting around her. The moment, she declares with absolute conviction, is hers. Yanxion Ku watches, a quiet understanding dawning on his face. She thinks to herself that it's fine if others hate her, for whatever has happened, she will endure it. As Gu Yanxiu's resolve hardened, Yanxion Ku coiled, preparing to strike, his voice cutting through the air. So you, too, should understand why I'm doing this. Before she could react, a hand shot out, wreathed in a furious red glow, moving with impossible speed. The crimson energy surged, a wave of destructive force aimed directly at her, leaving a searing trail. Her eyes, now glowing with a fierce yellow-orange light, widened in sudden shock as the attack closed in. The impact was brutal, a violent burst of red energy, splattering across the space between them. Yanxion Ku followed through, his entire body enveloped in a fiery red aura, delivering a powerful, arcing kick. The force of the blow resonated with a sharp, echoing sound as it connected squarely. Gu Yanxiu's face contorted in agony, blood erupting from the impact as she reeled from the devastating strike. Gu Yanxiu's face contorts in pain, blood splattering from her mouth as the red energy of the attack still courses around her. She collapses to the ground with a heavy thud, her body going limp as Yanxion Ku stands over her, victorious. The arena falls silent for a moment, then a voice rings out, declaring the fight finished. Soon after, the official announcement echoes through the stands. Gu Yanshan is the winner. Looking down at the unconscious figure, Yanxion Ku lets out a sigh, a hint of surprise in his voice. He hadn't intended to win in such a decisive manner, realizing the sheer amount of internal energy he'd unleashed was enough to render her unconscious. Sitting alone, a faint trace of blood still clinging to his lips, Yanxion Ku reflects on the recent confrontation, hoping that nothing truly terrible has come of it. Meanwhile, a furious Xiao Wai demands, "You shouldn't have just stopped." Still sitting in quiet contemplation, he remains lost in his thoughts. A male figure in a red robe approaches, addressing him respectfully. Young master. Seola Y, now standing before him, questions his earlier statement. Are you trying to say that there are limits to your power? He responds, well, yeah, it's a tricky situation, isn't it? To be honest, I'm not sure how I feel about it. She continues, explaining, but since you brought her down, it's proof that you won. The entire atmosphere here believes that you won. Well, maybe not the others, but the defeated are certainly looking for a follow-up. He considers her words, musing. Although the atmosphere did feel a bit off, the second elder was there, so he's doing that right now. I'm sure he'll bump into the others. Seola Y then asks, with Honghua observing nearby. Second elder, your guard is down. Is that really proper? He dismisses her concern. It's no big deal. As Seola confronts him, her voice laced with concern, asking what he thinks he's doing, Yang Qion-ku simply dismisses her worries with a quiet, no. He continues, a slight smirk playing on his lips, insisting that she can't do it properly, and that he doesn't think so. Seola, her eyes welling up, admits she can't do it properly and apologizes. Her hands clasped together, she reiterates her concern, telling him not to get hurt. Meanwhile, a young lord with light hair approaches Yang Qion-ku, declaring his dislike for him and questioning why he's still here. The young lord, Yobi, continues, surrounded by his guards, wondering if Yang Qion-ku is here to meet Gu Habuk. Nearby, Seo-jun, looking distressed, tugs on Honghua's sleeve, pleading with her to just leave. Yobi then turns to Yang Qion-ku, acknowledging his presence, and muses that it must be awkward for him, given his past as a young lord. With a wide, mocking grin, Yobi suggests Yang Qion-ku take the opportunity to reconcile. Yang Qion-ku finds himself disoriented, wondering why he's there and unable to recall anything from that point onward, dismissing it as bothersome. He then declares to the assembled group that associating with someone like him would bring them no benefit, prompting Seola Y to scoff and mockingly refer to him as the sword phoenix Gu Y Bai, while Gu Yanseo playfully offers her friendship. He internally bristles at the informal address and the notion of a runt being hidden within the Gu family, questioning their relationship and specifically how they address Gu Y Bai and their connection to his sister. A wide smile spreads across his face, though he privately muses that no one else truly sees them that way, before stating aloud that they are not, in fact, close. He lets out a series of dry laughs, then announces his departure, citing the lateness of the hour. A flicker of surprise crosses his features. As he walks away into the night, Seo-jun and Honghua follow closely behind him. As he walks away, the young master is followed by Seo-jun and Honghua, who asks if he has anything else to say, reminding him of the day their engagement was broken off. Seo-jun then admits she was mean for humiliating him with a chair, and so she offers a quiet apology. He responds, he did call her a concubine spawn, or whatever. He continues, stating he definitely said something worth getting hit for, so she doesn't need to apologize. Seo-jun looks up, a slight smile gracing her lips. She simply replies, okay. Then, the young master instructs her not to lose what her brother gave her, leaving her confused about his meaning. His hand holds a small, dark wooden tablet, clearly inscribed with the name Peng. He continues his journey, a lone figure under the vast, star-dusted night sky, reflecting on what has transpired and what still remains to be done. His expression is resolute, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. There are still so many things, he muses, that require his attention. Let's go then, he thinks, a silent agreement echoing in his mind. Yes, young master. And a simple, okay. There are so many things that he has to fix. A voice, perhaps internal, questions his newfound understanding, asking where he gained such insight. He replies that after running his dungeon, it was as if he had truly arrived, explaining why his methods now work. The voice, surprised, realizes it must have heard his battles, powered by the dungeon itself, and then asks, hold on, then it means that you haven't cleared it yet. A small group of riders makes their way through the moonlit forest, their horses' hooves muffled by the soft earth. Inside a quiet shelter, Yang Qion-ku cradles Seola Y, murmuring her name softly. He reflects on their past, unable to recall any conflict with her in his previous life, much less a victory. The differences in her personality now, and the way events are diverging from the original timeline, weigh heavily on his mind. He wonders if that small act of kindness could have truly altered their fate so profoundly. A new resolve hardens his expression. They will need to move faster than anticipated once they return. His hand clenches, a surge of energy crackling around his fingers. Elsewhere, Muyin reacts with alarm, calling out for the demon hunting squad. Yang Qion-ku holds a glowing, intricate device, assuring his companions that there are no demonic beasts present, even as he acknowledges the device's inherent danger, designed to self-destruct if its master is absent. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, demanding everyone halt their advance. The young master reiterates the device's importance, emphasizing the paramount safety of the demon beast master. A concerned subordinate approaches, questioning his actions and warning of the inherent danger. On horseback, the subordinate insists on the present peril, but Yang Qion-ku dismisses his concerns, promising to hear his reasons later. He then directs their attention forward, where a shimmering, emerald-green rift tears open in the forest ahead. Its ethereal glow reflecting in his eyes as he stares intently at the unfolding phenomenon. The portal pulses with vibrant, swirling energy, a gateway to an unknown realm. As the emerald rift shimmered, a monstrous, beast-like creature began to tear its way out, its glowing red eyes fixed on the world beyond. He considered the situation, knowing that green signified the lowest level of threat, which, while tricky, was still fully manageable. Red energy pulsed around the emerging entity. As the monstrous form continued to manifest from the swirling portal, its sheer size becoming apparent. Holding the glowing red orb of the demon Beastmaster device, he reiterated his conviction that the situation was fully manageable. His eyes, now glowing with an ominous red light, narrowed as he gazed upon the emerging threat, recognizing them as nothing more than universal monsters. He then revealed a collection of glowing green artifacts, the demonic stones. Standing beside a formidable black wolf-like creature, he declared that these beings were simply meant for monsters, and that upon exterminating the creatures within the rift, he would achieve his goal. The massive beast finally pulled itself free from the portal, its full, terrifying form now unleashed. He considers the situation, acknowledging that the monsters have indeed pierced his barrier, but quickly dismisses the thought, believing that such low-rank fodder couldn't possibly possess mana exceeding his own. However, a deeper, more primal instinct takes hold, reminding him that if he truly wishes to survive this ordeal, he must push beyond his current limits. The black wolf-like creature snarls, its red eyes glowing ominously amidst a faint green aura. With renewed resolve, Yang Qian-ku understands he needs to unleash the full power of his flame wheel arts. Just as he prepares to act, an unseen voice cries out, calling to him with urgency. His gaze sharpens, eyes narrowing as he processes the interruption. Then, with a burst of green energy, Yang Qian-ku launches himself into the fray, a whirlwind of motion against the encroaching black wolf-like creatures. He unleashes a complex technique, weaving intricate patterns of pink and white energy that ensnare the multiple beasts surrounding him. With a final, decisive movement, he brings his glowing sword around, a torrent of crimson energy swirling around him as he prepares to strike. He looks down, a faint woe escaping his lips as he registers the scene before him, the remnants of his recent battle. A red, ethereal glow pulses above him, and he wonders if the creatures he just faced were always that strong. His gaze remains fixed on the ground, a silent contemplation of the power he had just unleashed. A faint, shimmering aura emanates from his hand, a residual effect of his martial arts. Suddenly, a voice breaks his thoughts as Grandmaster Beifeng approaches, asking with concern if his master is all right. He responds with a simple "Huh? Yeah, thank you. You saved me." Standing together in the forest, Beifeng remarks on the speed of the battle, noting, "You're done already? That was fast." The Grandmaster continues, relieved that the monsters weren't the type to appear in groups, but then his tone shifts as he wonders aloud. "Now, I'm simply wondering what you're doing." Yang Qian-ku offers a cryptic smile, responding, "Well, what's good is good, right?" Before adding with a more serious expression, "It's not so simple." As he speaks, a vibrant purple energy begins to coalesce around his hand, hinting at deeper powers at play. As Yang Qian-ku lies bloodied on the ground, a voice from above questions his actions, while a stern internal thought reminds an apprentice to remain in place. Grandmaster Beifeng stands over him, blade pointed downward, his posture a clear challenge. The other martial artists present recoil and shock, as Beifeng himself cries out, demanding to know what is happening to the young master. But then, a vibrant purple energy begins to crackle and surge around Yang Qian-ku's hand, pulsing with raw power. He rises, engulfed in the intensifying aura, a strange heat radiating from his very being. Beifeng's eyes widen in horrified recognition, identifying the obscuring, demonic energy as the forbidden heavenly demon's art. The purple energy swirls violently around Yang Qian-ku, growing more potent with each passing moment. It coalesces into a distinct, glowing orb, leaving Beifeng utterly speechless at the unbelievable display. Soft pink petals drift gently through the air, growing denser as they fall, before transforming into a cascade of vibrant purple energy. The air crackles with the raw power of the heavenly demon's art, its particles swirling with ominous intensity. Amidst the swirling purple, he looks up, his face streaked with blood and dirt, the forbidden energy coalescing around him. A defeated figure, bound and bleeding, can only stare up in disbelief, his voice hoarse as he questions, "Why did you do this?" From the grand gate, another voice echoes the sentiment, demanding, "What did we do to you?" Yang Qian-ku stands amidst the fallen, the purple aura still blazing around him, as the desperate cries continue. "Why are you doing this to us?" Looking down with a chilling smirk, Yang Qian-ku retorts, "Blossom-splitting blade, are those your last words?" As the rumbling energy intensifies, Yang Qian-ku stands over his defeated foe, a dark, swirling aura of purple power emanating from his form. The sect leader, bloodied and bruised, can only stare in wide-eyed despair, his face a mask of agony as the full weight of his defeat settles upon him. Even as Yang Qian-ku turns his gaze upward, the defeated man manages to utter a single, desperate word, "Sect." His voice echoes across the ravaged battlefield, a desperate plea amidst the bodies of his fallen comrades, as he calls out, "Sect leader!" Unheeding, Yang Qianku's power continues to surge, the purple energy coalescing into a dark, swirling vortex, a raw manifestation of the original, unbridled force. From its depths, a colossal, shadowy serpentine creature emerges, its form woven from pure purple mana, its glowing red eyes fixed on the world before it. The creature towers over the ruined, purple-lit landscape, a terrifying testament to the power now wielded by Yang Qianku, who stands calmly amidst the devastation. With a guttural roar, the serpentine manifestation exhales a torrent of energy, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. Yet, through it all, Yang Qianku remains perfectly still, the purple energy swirling harmlessly around his feet. Even as he kneels, bloodied and battered, a voice calls out to Gu Yanchun, demanding to know what he is doing. He looks down, a silent defiance in his posture, knowing that even if he were to die here, he would not be able to get some shallow art from them. Then, his eyes glowing with an ominous purple light, he commands the unseen figure to raise their head. A swirling vortex of fiery red and orange energy erupts from his form, enveloping him in a brilliant red aura as he channels its immense power. From a distance, an observer watches, his eyes wide with disbelief, uttering a shocked, "What is this?" He wonders if the flame wheel is absorbing demonic energy, a phenomenon he's certain never occurred in his previous life. As the dust settled from the powerful display, a voice cried out in alarm, calling for the young master. Grandmaster Beifeng, surveying the scene of defeated enemies, asked if he was all right, to which Seol Aoi, still shaken, could only manage a weak affirmation. The young master, however, assured them he was not injured, admitting only that he had used more ki than he had anticipated. Internally, he resolved to conceal the true nature of his power, knowing that absorbing demonic ki would only bring unwanted attention and trouble. Seol Aoi, still observing him closely, noted his pale complexion, remarking that his face looked unwell. Her concern was evident in her expression, as she reiterated that his face looked bad. He questioned her remark, but she quickly clarified, explaining that he appeared unwell and she was simply worried about him. Grandmaster Beifeng confirmed the young master's poor state, suggesting they find a nearby inn for him to rest, as Seol Aoi helped support him. Dismissing their concerns, he insisted he was fine, but then, with a rare moment of vulnerability, admitted that he didn't have a good memory, yet she was the first person to show him such care again. He stands, contemplating the lingering effects of the demonic energy within him, wondering if the old man's intervention truly resolved the issue. As the color of the demonic energy fades from the stone in his hand, he realizes it has been properly absorbed. With the last vestiges of power settling, he knows it's time to get moving. The bustling market street teems with life, merchants hawking their wares and citizens going about their day, as Yang Qianku, accompanied by two of his subordinates, makes his way through the crowd. His attention is momentarily caught by a stall laden with freshly baked goods, a tempting pile of honey cookies glistening under the sun. He reaches out for one, a small smile playing on his lips as the vendor offers them, calling out, "Honey cookies." However, his subordinates quickly interject, one of them stepping forward to question him. "Guyanchun, what are you doing here? You aren't doing to be a courier, are you, young master?" The subordinate's concern is evident, his words echoing the same question. He presses further. "Then, young master, why did you come to the market?" The subordinate continues, his tone firm but respectful. "You haven't recovered from your ordeal. If there was something for you to be doing in the city, I would have already appointed someone else. It's best to return home." He then offers his assistance. "Is there someone you're looking for? If so, I will assist you in searching for them." He gazes down at a display of pastries, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Beifeng, standing with Seol Aoi, expresses his understanding of her desire to help, but insists that now is not the appropriate time. A sentiment that seems to weigh on Yang Qianku's mind as he walks through the bustling market. He pauses, a soft hum, escaping him as he surveys his surroundings. His attention is drawn to a narrow, empty alleyway. As he peers into its depths, his companions catch up, and he questions what might be hidden within. Grandmaster Beifeng urges him to return home, offering to handle any other matters, but a small voice interjects. It belongs to a young girl, who hesitantly calls out, "Oh, but, Grandpa." Yang Qianku, turning to her with a determined look, promises her 10 honey cookies if she agrees to go home now. With a bright smile, the little girl eagerly agrees to the offer, confirming her desire for honey cookies along with dumplings. He responds with a confident, almost playful, assurance, "Of course." And the two seal their agreement with a firm handshake, a silent pact between them. As they begin to walk away, the girl asks where they are headed, to which he cryptically replies that she will find out soon enough. They continue their journey through the bustling market, their figures growing smaller as they move deeper into the district. The path leads them past traditional rooftops, suggesting a shift from the commercial area to a more residential one. Meanwhile, Beifeng and Seola observe from a distance, with Beifeng musing that their young master seems to remember the girl, and Seola questioning if he knows her exact location. Their questions are soon answered as Yang Qianku and the little girl arrive at a building, the young master declaring with satisfaction that he has found it. Inside the building, a subordinate greets him with a mix of surprise and deference, having almost forgotten his young master would be there. and questions his unexpected arrival. Yang Xion-ku, however, admits he's not there for any specific discovery, but rather has a bad feeling about the building itself. The subordinate, seemingly impressed by his intuition, remarks on his keen senses. Suddenly, a sharp gasp escapes the subordinate, his eyes widening in alarm. He stammers, questioning Yang Xion-ku's actions, a growing dread in his voice as he begins to realize the implication. His voice rising in a panicked crescendo, he desperately asks if Yang Xion-ku intends to kill him. In a desolate, ruined alleyway, a young man with spiky black hair stands beside a companion, a voice addressing him with a familiar, almost chiding tone. His sharp eyes narrow slightly, as he reaches out, perhaps to grasp something unseen. A small, glowing orb rests in a hand, its light casting a soft, ethereal glow. Turning his back to the viewer, the young man surveys the surrounding town, remarking that this is hardly the peaceful place one would expect to wander through. Meanwhile, in a different, dimly lit chamber, a muscular man with dark, messy hair confronts another equally imposing figure with long, white hair, demanding to know what brought him all the way to this place. Back in the town, the young man shrugs off his earlier observation, casually stating that he is simply there as a customer. From the shadows, a hooded figure with blood around his mouth observes, a sinister smile playing on his lips, musing that their kiddo has quite the mouth on him, and wondering if it would be fun to remove his tongue. The confrontation in the chamber escalates, the white-haired man angrily retorting, demanding his opponent back off. Unaware of the hidden threat, the young man in the town continues to gaze out, asserting that his identity was known the moment he arrived. A martial artist addresses his companions, dismissing their worries about a rival sect wiping out the area, stating it would be a loss for them. Meanwhile, Kiddo, a slight smirk playing on his lips, seems to be the subject of their concern, as he challenges them, demanding to see their regional manager. Elsewhere, Yang Xion-ku watches, a grimace on his blood-streaked face, musing that while he doesn't know where the young man learned his ways, he certainly lacks respect. Back in the hall, Kiddo stands confidently before the assembled martial artists, as one of them turns to leave, noting the group's apparent disunity. A chilling smile spreads across Kiddo's face, his eyes now burning with a fierce, crimson glow. The sect leader, his face contorted in a snarl, demands to know what is happening. His eyes narrow with fierce resolve, as he prepares for the impending conflict. With a furious roar, he commands his men to attack. A blade flashes, arcing through the air, aimed directly at the young man. But before it can connect, a hand, glowing with faint energy, snatches a weapon, ready to intercept. The sect leader's eyes widen in disbelief, as the counterattack unfolds with impossible speed. Red energy bursts forth, and in a blur of motion, multiple martial artists are struck down simultaneously. Standing protectively over the young master's body, Kiddo issues a chilling warning. Do not think of laying a finger on him. The young master lies vulnerable, a blade still poised menacingly close to his throat. Around him, the martial artists stand in a tense circle, their leader observing the protective stance of the boy who had just decimated his forces. A frustrated sigh escapes the sect leader, his face contorted in a grimace. He acknowledges the young man's true identity, realizing this brat is indeed the heir of the House of Ku, and that his own master's attachment to him was to be expected. The sect leader then considers the impossible task of bringing such a significant figure to the regional manager. His hand hovers over the door, uncertainty clouding his next move. Turning to Grandmaster Beifeng, he informs him that the regional manager has something to say, adding that the manager has already heard about what happened. Beifeng, surprised, presses for details, asking what the manager said. The group waits, the weight of the regional manager's impending judgment hanging heavy in the air. He observes the young man, a sense of unease settling over him as he realizes they are clearly plotting something, leaving him with an impossible choice. Suddenly, the sect leader's voice cuts through the air, calling out to Kiddo with a stern warning to screw them all up. Moments later, a new figure appears, her voice firm as she commands Kiddo to sheath his sword. But he stands his ground, refusing to comply. Siola Y then grabs his arm, her expression serious as she informs him that the regional manager wants to meet him. A frustrated TSK escapes Kiddo's lips, his jaw tightening. Siola Y reiterates her earlier point, suggesting he should have simply sheathed his sword, to which he offers a simple yep. He then muses that the young master doesn't understand him, dismissing the situation as no big deal. But Siola Y's expression remains serious as she warns him that the young master is planning on giving him problems. The heavenly sect had managed to seize control, overpowering the orthodox sects with the aid of demonic cultivators. However, despite their victory and being a powerful ally to the orthodox sects, they chose not to eliminate all those who would oppose them. Now, the request he needs to fulfill is proving to be quite problematic, forcing him to seek solutions elsewhere. This journey has led him to a place known as the ancient demon sects, specifically the House Sect. He has finally arrived at his destination, the House Sect. Footsteps echo softly as someone descends a stone staircase. Reaching the bottom, a figure in dark robes offers a simple, yet formal, welcome. Introducing himself as Gu Wenxiu, the branch leader of Gu Yangchun, he stands with an air of authority. He expresses surprise at their visit, apologizing for the aggressive greeting they received, his expression calm and composed. Then, addressing the group, which includes the young martial artist, Kiddo, Gu Wunchiel continues, explaining that for those who are small and unprotected, such commissions are a necessity. However, Kiddo, looking directly at Yang Ku, challenges him, stating he has heard rumors of him being a demonic cultist, even the infamous Blade Emperor, Pang Wujing. He concludes with a heavy sigh, admitting that despite the rumors, due to Yang Ku's last name, they have no choice but to believe it. As the tension hangs heavy in the air, Kiddo presses the issue, demanding to know if Yang Ku will accept the commission. Grandmaster Beifeng interjects, clarifying that the Mouse sect has already agreed, but only if the terms are met. He then reveals a crucial detail about the commission's target, a boy just slightly older than 10 years old. Yang Ku silently considers the document in his hands, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, Grandmaster Beifeng apologizes, stating that he must retract his offer and cannot accept the commission after all. He explains that while he had hoped to become the next head of the Gu family through this commission, the requirements of the person who called him are paramount, leaving Yang Ku surprised by the sudden reversal. Kiddo, observing the exchange, questions if the commission fee is so substantial that it would even sway the Gu sect leader. Sitting alone, Kiddo's expression hardens, a clear sign of his resolve. Meanwhile, Yang Ku's eyes widen in shock, the implications of the situation clearly dawning on him. As the previous conversation fades, a new scene unfolds, focusing on a hand reaching for a small, intensely glowing object, its light illuminating the dark surroundings. Meanwhile, Kiddo and two other figures move with determined strides, their forms shrouded in dark robes as they press forward. The mysterious hand continues its approach, hovering just above the radiant artifact. Suddenly, Seol Al-Y's expression hardens, her eyes flaring with a crimson glow, as a dark, ominous aura begins to emanate from her. She takes an aggressive stance, her entire form enveloped in a vibrant red energy, her blade glowing with the same fierce power, declaring, "I thought you were going to come out aggressively." The glowing object remains, a silent witness to the escalating tension, its light unwavering. Seol Al-Y's aggressive posture softens slightly as she clasps her hands, a thoughtful expression crossing her face, and she asks, "How do you know that?" Kiddo, looking surprised by her words, observes, "Isn't it that you both have the same mana signature?" Grandmaster Beifeng, his expression serious, questions the validity of the information they've received. Yang Ku responds calmly, suggesting the Grandmaster verify it for himself. A flicker of concern crosses Beifeng's face, as he considers the implications of such a task in their desperate situation. Yang Ku holds the glowing object, its light illuminating his hands, acknowledging the difficulty but accepting the necessity. He simply states that he understands. Beifeng then presses him, asking for an estimated timeline for the task. With Kiddo observing silently in the background, Yang Ku considers and estimates it will take around 3 months, conservatively. Beifeng nods, giving his final instruction. Once the information is found, they are to let him know. Yang Ku's gaze hardens, a silent resolve settling upon his features. Grandmaster Beifeng sits in quiet contemplation, his hands clasped before him. His thoughts turn to the Sharp Mountain Range, a place of significant importance. He knows that this formidable location, a place where the next leader's top secret information is hidden, represents a significant challenge. Now standing in a grand hall, Beifeng continues to ponder the implications of the task. He questions the very nature of the location, wondering if the Sharp Mountain Range refers to the branch leaders themselves. As Kiddo observes him silently, Beifeng recalls Zhongming's words about the top secret information hidden there. A sigh escapes him as he considers what Zhongming could have been thinking, knowing full well that he would be the one to assign such a perilous task. The Grandmaster concludes that this critical information cannot be something known only by a branch leader, hinting at a deeper conspiracy. A crimson aura flares around Yang Ku, his internal thoughts echoing the dire state of his clan. "I'm gone." The Gu clan head is also broken. With a sharp click, he removes a binding from his wrist. His eyes glow with an intense blue light. Looking down at the discarded item, he wonders if it was truly acceptable to remove it. A sigh escapes him as he rationalizes, it simply felt stuffy, and there's no one watching anyway. Meanwhile, Seol Al-Y meticulously examines a document, her brow furrowed in thought. She muses on the House sect, noting that those who follow the demonic path are typically involved in such matters, before a sudden realization makes her wonder if someone is hiding nearby. Yang Ku's glowing eyes reflect a deeper understanding, as he realizes they were after him. His gaze remains sharp and contemplative, the blue light in his eyes unwavering. Deep within a shadowed cell, a hunched, chained figure murmurs a single word, a pained whisper for his father. Meanwhile, outside a grand, traditional building, 2 guards stand watch, unaware of the approaching presence. With a decisive push, a hand clad in red and black robes swings open a heavy door, revealing the interior. Kiddo steps inside, a subordinate bowing before him, as he exhales in relief, declaring the situation to be a comfort. He then turns his gaze towards the courtyard, a hint of regret in his voice, lamenting that while it's good to see them, it's a shame the House sect has become a den of evil. He reflects on what he knows, recalling that the House sect was captured by the Dark Knight Palace more than 10 years ago, a pivotal event that led to a brutal conflict. As he reaches for the heavy chains, the memory continues, detailing how the House sect and the Dark Knight Palace plunged into battle as a result. The Murim Alliance launched a massive attack, aiming to bring an end to the Dark Knight Palace's reign. But during the ensuing battle, the House sect found itself caught in the crossfire. This ultimately resulted in the complete destruction of the House sect. However, the exact location of the Dark Knight Palace remained a mystery. Even after the conflict, no one knew its true whereabouts. He muses, looking down at the heavy chains. I was lucky. The fact that my plan worked out. He continues, a hint of frustration in his voice. It's thanks to the House sect's branch leader. And we. Touching the cold metal, he thinks, though retrieving the chains of the demonic cult is quite annoying. His gaze lingers on them, contemplating the unknown power of the demonic cult. His thoughts drift to Heavenly Fong Zhuge Hyuk, a figure he considers finding and eliminating. He reflects on Zhuge Hyuk's cunning tactics and his role in advancing the Murim Alliance, a problem that needs to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Grandmaster Beifeng addresses Yang Qianku, asking who the young master is searching for. Yang Qianku, with unwavering resolve, declares that he will find the person, even if it takes 3 years. He adds that he'll get them by summer, his expression firm. Suddenly, a flicker of confusion crosses his face, a soft huh, escaping him. He wonders why such a thought would suddenly occur to him, his brow furrowed in puzzlement. A deeper, internal voice questions how things that were profoundly hidden and never discovered could now be revealed. The countless riches stacked within those secrets, he realizes, don't matter in the face of such revelations. A glittering hoard of gold and jewels lies scattered across a stone floor, hinting at immense, forgotten wealth. Nearby, a sturdy wooden chest sits amidst the bounty, its contents likely adding to the mystery of this hidden place. Yet, beyond mere material wealth, the true value lies in something far more profound. The priceless spiritual pills, a secret buried for thousands of years that could become a huge turning point in the Murim world. He considers the implications for those who seek an immortal secret chamber, a thoughtful hum escaping his lips. Even if he has to protect the secret of the immortal, he knows there's no breaking it. A sudden, almost desperate thought crosses his mind. Should he just give up? After all, there's no way to go to Sichuan and find a hidden place that's hidden so well, so perhaps it's better to simply wait for the money to come and go. A young woman looks up, her expression one of confusion, asking, huh? What are you talking about? Then, a new narrative voice interjects, revealing, then a method came rolling right in front of my doorstep. Yang Qianku, his jaw set, declares, I'll make you happier. Kiddo appears, clad in a striking red martial robe, his gaze sharp and resolute. An elder with a white top knot and a stern expression stands in a traditional setting, before looking down with a slight smirk. A chuckle escapes him as he reflects. I came all this way because this old geezer was causing trouble. To think I was the one to start it all. Ha ha ha. Still amused, the elder stands opposite Kiddo in a sunlit courtyard, a soft ho-ho escaping his lips. His laughter continues, but then he abruptly commands, stop laughing and work, work. Holding a handful of hair, the elder focuses his energy, ordering it to turn him into dust. Looking down at his seemingly injured leg, the elder addresses Kiddo. Thank you. Just assisting you in becoming a servant of the Gu clan. Then help me sweep the floor. You broke my leg. Still holding the hair, he then instructs, go and pluck your hair one by one. To which Kiddo simply responds, HM. He watches the young man from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face, wondering if the other person had also noticed the boy's remarkable progress, or if he was the only one to perceive it. A slight frown creases his brow as he asks, have you sensed it too? He continues to observe the distant figure, reflecting on the boy who had initially refused his training just 6 months prior, and now, he'd already surpassed his own sister. The memory flashes, showing Yang Qianku's fist glowing with raw, red energy as he delivers a decisive blow, his internal energy flow now perfectly stabilized. The elder's thoughts return to the present, a hint of awe in his voice as he considers the boy's immense talent, concluding that they simply cannot leave him be. He takes a sip from his cup, pondering whether to even call it mere talent, having never witnessed anyone improve with such astonishing speed in his entire life. His hand clenches slightly, a deep conviction forming in his mind. There must be something truly special about that kid. He then considers the first elder's apparent dislike for him, dismissing the idea that it could be without motive, as the first elder isn't that kind of person. Looking out into the distance once more, he wonders about the boy's current whereabouts, though he doubts Gu Yanshun would cause too much trouble. A young woman in martial robes looks up, her eyes wide with surprise, asking what is meant by the question posed to her. The man before her, his jaw set, repeats his query, asking what she thinks of joining him. A bold, almost taunting thought echoes, claiming the ability to bring more happiness than another ever could. Meanwhile, a young man, his eyes glowing crimson with distress, clutches his chest, sweat beading on his brow, overwhelmed by an unseen pressure. This brings us to a story titled, The World's Best Childhood Friend, where a chibi version of Siola excitedly announces her presence, urging everyone to listen to what she has to say. With a playful wink and a finger to her lips, she promises to reveal how all of this came to be. Her chibi self is then seen sleeping soundly in bed, but her thoughts drift to a memory, one that was far from a good dream. The flashback takes us to her childhood, where she and a young Yanchun play with wooden swords, a memory tinged with the knowledge that her grandfather believed she wasn't good at anything, a secret she was made to promise never to tell anyone in the village. She wanted to intervene, but in her dream, a young girl with dark hair found herself entering a burning house to confront the people inside, while a man stood nearby. Meanwhile, a sinister smile spreads across a man's bloodied lips, his thoughts consumed by a desire for just a little more time. A fierce determination ignites in her dark eyes, as a vibrant red aura flares around her. Wielding her blade, she moves with swift precision, her dark hair flowing behind her. Yet, the intensity gives way to anguish, as tears well up in her eyes, a soft apology escaping her lips. Her voice trembles, whispering his name in sorrow. The dream fades, and the young Seola wakes up, her dark hair splayed on the pillow, the unsettling vision still fresh in her mind. Later, walking with young Yanshan, she's told by Hongha to hurry to the courtyard. However, arriving earlier than expected, Seola and another young girl discover someone else already there, a man tied up in the courtyard. In a memory, a man once promised to make young Seola happy, but even then, she found her happiness by the young master's side. Just then, the young master witnessed the scene, his face contorting into a frightening expression once more. After that, the warning echoed, "Avoid Seola." The scene shifts to a courtyard where Kiddo stands, confronted by an unfamiliar figure. The newcomer questions Kiddo's presence, who responds with a bewildered, "I'm sorry, but this is my servant. Just who are you?" The figure merely scoffs, observing Kiddo with a dismissive, "Look at him blushing, tsk. Then, with a slight bow, he offers a formal apology. "I apologize, I have wronged you. Do you know me?" His hands clasped respectfully, he confirms, "Indeed, I do." Finally revealing his identity, the man declares, "My name is Gu Juliop. I should like to ask for a duel with the blood demon CH. Kiddo waves cheerfully, declaring his refusal. Standing with a younger Yanchun and a young woman, he reiterates, "I'm not doing it." When asked if he's scared, he readily admits, "Yes, I am." A smirk plays on his lips as he dismisses someone as feeble for running from something. He lets out a hearty laugh, acknowledging a keen eye, but still finding the other party extremely feeble. Meanwhile, a younger Yanchun looks down, burdened by guilt, admitting he was the cause of a past mess involving his sister. With a heavy heart, he announces his departure, walking away from the others. Back in what appears to be the present, Grandmaster Beifeng firmly grasps Kiddo's arm, admonishing him that the main family is not a place to run away from, demanding to know what brought him there. He then bows respectfully, greeting the second elder, Gu Juliop, noting it's been a while. The Grandmaster turns to him, a question in his voice, asking if he remembers Yanchun, the first elder's grandson. Looking down, Gu Juliop replies that they don't share the same face. The Grandmaster then challenges him, asking if he intends to fight him too, to which Gu Juliop responds that he only would because the other is talentless, wondering if this was an order from the first elder himself. He ponders the implications, asking himself if that was truly the reason. He had initially thought Yanchun was someone important, but now he concludes that he's merely foolish, recalling that the first elder has long been obsessed with martial arts and was the one who taught him the blade, a fact that is widely known. The first elder's influence, like invisible strings, seems to guide his every move, pulling him into a predetermined path. However, after seeing Yanchun for himself, Gu Juliop found him to be rather weak, not even worthy of his blade. He stands resolute, his assessment made, his confidence unwavering. He must be trying to find a reason to put him down again, the young Yanchun thinks to himself, but not this time. Before he has no choice, he'll be the one to act first, declaring, "I'm not going to let you get away with it." Grandmaster Beifeng watches, a faint red glow in his eyes, a hunch telling him that Yanchun won't lose. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop dismisses the young man, stating, "I don't want to fight a loser like you. I'll just get messed up in the process." As the tension escalates, a hand reaches out, urging, "Hold on." Gu Juliop stands over Seol Awy, who is now on the ground, a blade drawn, while the young Yanchun looks on in shock. He then turns his attention to Seol Awy, declaring, "I feel that Yanchun is undeserving of you." Seol Awy, still on the ground, looks up at him as he adds, "Hey." The memory fades, and in the present, Yangchuan's eyes glow with an intense, furious red, his face contorted in a silent scream of rage. With a grin set to his jaw, blood still staining his lips, he finally speaks, his voice laced with unwavering resolve. "I'll accept that match of yours." Under a clear blue sky, the serene architecture of a traditional martial arts compound stands, its tiled roofs and wooden beams reaching towards the distant mountains. Within its walls, Grandmaster Beifeng faces Yancheon Ku, a slight smile playing on his lips as he addresses the younger man, who simply lets out a sigh. The young man, looking somewhat exasperated, admits that he is finally getting used to this strange situation. The Grandmaster reaches out, a gentle gesture accompanying his words, telling him not to be like that. With a knowing smile, Beifeng explains that this kind of fun, a fight with a new martial artist, will surely help him improve. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop and the unnamed female observe from a distance, the latter agreeing with a casual, yeah, yeah, before continuing, that since things turned out as he said, she'll have to ask him a favor. Beifeng chuckles, calling Yang Qian-ku little, as he considers the outcome, whether he wins or loses. Yang Qian-ku, however, looks up at the Grandmaster, his expression serious as he states that he thinks the elder is mistaken, after all. He firmly declares his lack of interest in becoming the clan head, a statement that elicits a surprised exclamation from the Grandmaster. The Grandmaster presses him, demanding to know why he would refuse, but he simply reiterates that he has long since given up on that path, caring nothing for the opinions of others. Meanwhile, from a nearby vantage point, Gu Juliop steps forward, making a bold declaration. He will become the clan head and surrender the position if Yang Qian-ku wins, offering it as a favor. The Grandmaster, intrigued by this unexpected turn, questions the nature of this favor, while Yang Qian-ku acknowledges the offer, but with a crucial condition. The Grandmaster's condition is clear. He will grant the favor only if Yang Qian-ku emerges victorious. With the terms set, Gu Juliop descends into the courtyard, taking a ready stance as he prepares for the impending duel. He then addresses his opponent, asking if he is sufficiently warmed up for the fight ahead. Yang Qian-ku responds with a casual, acknowledging he is somewhat prepared. Gu Juliop then offers an unexpected apology, stating he is sorry about this, which leaves Yang Qian-ku utterly confused, questioning what he means. Gu Juliop admits he did too much against him in the past, and though it was a long time ago, he doesn't remember the details. He now hates himself for it. As he grips his sword, his voice hardens, revealing that what he hates even more is the fact that he didn't remember the week he spent with Yang Qian-ku. Yang Qian-ku watches, his expression a mix of confusion and surprise. A crimson aura begins to emanate from Gu Juliop's hand, as he declares his hatred for his own weakness. The energy intensifies, swirling around him like a raging inferno, his eyes glowing with the same fierce red light. As the raw power manifests into a spectral dragon-like form around his legs, he proclaims that he will become the clan head. The ground beneath him shatters and glows with the immense energy, transforming the arena into a volatile landscape of fiery fissures. The second elder, observing the intense aura emanating from the challenger, addresses him directly. With a determined expression, he declares his desire for something specific should he emerge victorious from this duel. Still processing the situation, the elder asks what exactly Juliop desires. Juliop remains silent, his arms crossed, a picture of unwavering resolve. He then states his demand. He wants the maid, as Yang Qian-ku looks up in surprise. A low chuckle escapes his lips. Engulfed in a crimson glow, his eyes burning with fierce determination, he reiterates his claim. The second elder, after a moment of consideration, agrees to the terms. With the conditions set, the command rings out, "Start the duel." As the challenge looms, Yang Qian-ku's inner energy begins to surge, a vibrant red aura flaring around him, causing sweat to bead on his brow as he struggles to contain the immense power. He mutters a name, his voice strained with effort. Meanwhile, in a serene, ornate chamber, a voice remarks, "It's only foolish to make the heavenly sword wait." Back with Yang Qian-ku, the internal pressure mounts, his thoughts racing. He realizes that if he is truly better than his opponent, his inner energy should be speeding up, his strength increasing. The red aura around him intensifies, crackling with raw power. Yet he questions the source of this surge, wondering if it's the heavenly sword's aura influencing him. He dismisses the thought, convinced that his opponent is simply falling short and won't be able to handle the rising inner energy he's currently experiencing. This realization solidifies his resolve, as he knew all along what the outcome would be. As his inner energy surged, a vibrant red aura flared around him. Yang Qian-ku felt an immense power, far beyond what the heavenly sword could influence, now fully unleashed. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop, confident in his position, turned to him, asking if he was truly allowed the first strike. With a dismissive gesture, he simply commanded him to come. As the challenge was issued, Yang Qian-ku's aura intensified further, his gaze fixed downwards, preparing for the inevitable clash. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he moved, his feet blurring as the red energy trailed behind him. His expression hardened with fierce determination, the glow of his power reflecting in his eyes. As he closed the distance, a concentrated ball of crimson energy formed in his palm. Gu Juliop's move was met with a swift counter, as Yang Qian-ku declared his opponent's efforts too slow. Having asserted his dominance in the initial exchange, he stood ready, his body still radiating immense power. As the duel begins, Gu Juliop unleashes a powerful, sweeping attack, his form a blur of motion as a crimson aura erupts around him, tearing through the very air. The force of his strike continues to expand, a wide arc of destructive energy surging forward. Yang Qian-ku braces himself, the ground beneath him cracking as the attack closes in. The attack reaches its peak, a blinding yellow flash engulfing the space between them. But before it can connect, a sudden, unseen counterattack lands, snapping Gu Juliop's head back with brutal force. The impact sends shockwaves through the ground, debris exploding outwards. A ring of crimson energy ripples away from the point of collision, the residual power dissipating into the air. A dark stain spreads across the stone floor, as blood splatters from the devastating blow. Gu Juliop, reeling from the unexpected counter, coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in shock and pain. Still reeling from the unexpected counter, Gu Juliop struggles to comprehend the speed and power of his opponent, muttering his name in disbelief. He admits his mistake, acknowledging that he had severely underestimated the young master. With a final, defeated sigh, he concedes that the duel is already over. However, Yang Xion-ku, who had yet to truly attack, now unleashes a torrent of crimson energy, his arm and blade wreathed in a vibrant, glowing aura, the air around him shimmering with raw power. The intense magical energy expands rapidly, filling the space with a dazzling display of light and particles. He moves with blinding speed, striking with such force that Gu Juliop is thrown back once more, the impact sending shockwaves through the ground. As the red aura pulses around him, the young master reveals that he must conserve his strength, his current enhanced state being temporary. His gaze sharpens, a grim determination settling on his face as he states, he has only 7 minutes remaining. He knows he must finish this fight within 7 minutes, understanding that the snowy technique he's employing establishes a temporary, powerful force between him and his opponent. If he can just hold out for that long, the victory will be his. With his eyes glowing with fierce determination, he unleashes his full, terrifying power. A crimson aura explodes around him as he moves with blinding speed, a whirlwind of strikes. The impact is instantaneous, a flash of white light. He continues his relentless assault, a blur of red and motion. His gaze remains locked on his target, unwavering and intense. A final, devastating kick connects, sending a spray of blood across the ground. Gu Juliop collapses, defeated, as Yang Xion-ku stands over him, the crimson aura still swirling around his form. He moves with a fluidity that feels both uncalculated and perfectly natural, a testament to his rigorous training. With a burst of crimson energy, he unleashes a powerful strike, sending his opponent reeling. He knows he must cut off every escape route, leaving no room for a counterattack. His body coils, radiating an intense red aura, as he prepares for the next devastating blow. A thunderous impact sends Gu Juliop hurtling through the air. Without a moment's pause, he leaps, closing the distance to continue his aerial assault. Another powerful strike slams his foe into the ground, cracking the very earth beneath them. Then, in a final, explosive flurry, he unleashes a barrage of red-hot energy, completely overwhelming Gu Juliop. His face contorted in fierce concentration, he recalls the precise moment he fully unleashed his hard energy. A guttural cry escapes Gu Juliop as he struggles against the overwhelming force, wondering how such immense energy could be unleashed. The sheer pressure of it is enough to end the fight, leaving him reeling, his face contorted in a silent scream as the impact takes its toll. The crimson aura of power continues to surge. With Yang Xion-ku standing firm amidst the vibrant, glowing particles, his form radiating an unstoppable, fiery energy. A sudden, violent motion sends black hair whipping through the air. As Gu Yangshun recoils, blood staining his lips, an unseen voice demanding to know what he is doing. Ignoring the question, he surges forward, a blazing crimson aura erupting around him, his form a streak of pure, destructive energy. His speed is immense, his hair blurring as he closes the distance. Then, with a powerful thrust, he unleashes a concentrated blast of fire, a searing projectile aimed at his target. The fiery attack slams into a massive stone structure, cracking it instantly. A deafening explosion follows, sending debris flying in every direction. As the dust settles, he stands alone in the center of a newly formed crater, the sheer power of his attack evident in the devastation around him. He reflects on his deepest frustrations, wondering what he hates the most. Even as a white aura briefly surrounds him and he struggles, unable to move, his mind seethes at the thought of being insulted or challenged by those he deems inferior. A dark, menacing red aura begins to flare around him, his anger building, as he questions the audacity of anyone who would dare to touch him. The red energy intensifies, fueled by his profound hatred for such disrespect. His eyes now glow with a furious crimson light, the powerful aura engulfing him as he despises the idea of someone unworthy daring to challenge him. He considers the swift, brutal consequence for such an affront, contemplating breaking a wrist. Blood drips from his mouth, his glowing eyes fixed on an unseen target, as he confirms that such a decisive action is the only way. With a sickening thud, he delivers the blow, his hand gripping a wrist, the red aura still pulsing around him, ensuring the right hand of his opponent is thoroughly incapacitated. Kneeling over the now defeated Hao Jin, who lies unconscious on the ground, Yangchun acknowledges the swift work. As Gu Yangchun stands over his defeated opponent, a voice cuts through the tense silence, declaring that enough is enough. The impact of the recent confrontation is evident, with a large, intricate drawing on a nearby wall showing signs of damage, a silent testament to the power unleashed. Later, as the elder expresses concern that he was too harsh, Gu Yangchun dismisses the notion, stating that his opponent should have been prepared for such a challenge. He adds that while the man got up on his own, it doesn't mean he's fine. The unnamed female disciple, sitting beside the elder, voices her apprehension, wondering what the first elder will say about this incident. Guyan-chun, seemingly unfazed, casually mentions his thoughts about becoming the clan head anyway, prompting a sharp, worried exclamation from the elder, who warns him not to speak such things. He then muses about the direct bloodline, wondering if anyone else is suitable, before abruptly shifting the topic to whether he'll get food for his efforts. The elder sighs, admitting he's too old to dream of being the clan head, while the female disciple, exasperated, insists this is no time for jokes, as Gu Yanchuan's voice trails off, speculating about someone else. He listens intently as the young woman beside him questions when he will truly learn the way of the sword. She muses that if he were a direct disciple of the Sword Supreme, he would have been taught the proper techniques by now, but instead, he spends his days chasing after women and rarely even carries a sword. With a slight frown, she adds that she doesn't think he's always been this foolish. Yang-chun simply hums in response, his expression unreadable. The young woman, clearly exasperated, asks what he's even doing here, wondering if he shouldn't have left already. She then insists that he make her captain before he goes to heaven, addressing him as young master. Later, Elder Lee approaches Yang-chun, suggesting they talk about this later, as he seems tired and should rest. The elder then asks where he is going, his expression one of concern. Yang-chun, however, simply grins, reminding the elder that he needs to keep his promise, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He listens as the elder asks what he truly desires, whether it be money or food. A scoff escapes him as he replies that there's nothing at all he desires, wondering if the elder is truly having such difficulties. The elder points a finger, pressing him further, asking if he truly has no desires. A moment of silence hangs between them, before Yang-chun finally speaks, mentioning Sichuan. The elder's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face at the unexpected name. Yang-chun continues, his tone still casual, asking why the elder himself doesn't go to Sichuan if it's so important. A series of question marks appear around Yang-chun, reflecting his genuine confusion or perhaps feigned ignorance, prompting the elder to explain that the clan shouldn't be involved in Sichuan, and that Yang-chun is the one who wants to go there, reminding him that he's aware of the important reason to avoid that place. He suggests that Yang-chun simply attend the Tang Weapons Exhibition, an event hosted by the Tang clan that has invited Stark and others. Yang-chun's eyes widen slightly, a small sound of surprise escaping him. The exhibition itself promises a display of master craftsmanship, featuring an array of finely crafted axes, spears, and other martial weapons. Each piece is a testament to the skill of the artisans, their intricate designs and formidable presence speaking volumes. But Yang-chun knows he can't simply use the exhibition as an excuse to go to Sichuan, thinking to himself that if he were to fight the Tang clan, he'd rather die than get out of it. He then dismisses his earlier statement to the elder, claiming it was just a joke. Looking down, he simply acknowledges the situation, a quiet "I see" escaping his lips. Elder Lee, however, sees through the facade, his expression stern as he presses, "You want to go really bad." Turning away, the elder muses to himself that getting old must be making him scary, or perhaps he just needs a little more incentive, if not money, then at least a little something to fill the void. With a sudden, wide smile, he declares, "All right, I'll send you to Sichuan as early as I can." He stands over Yang-chun, his voice firm, declaring that he will show him the true power of an elder. Suddenly intimidated, Yang-chun quickly retracts his previous defiance, pleading for any other assignment. Ignoring his plea, the elder's resolve hardens, announcing his decision to send him to Sichuan immediately. His face contorted in fierce determination, leaving Yang-chun utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe such a thing is possible, as if a critical report needs to be filed. The elder reiterates his command, stating it's an urgent matter and he, the elder, will personally send young Master Yang-chun to Sichuan right away, while Yang-chun can only manage a bewildered sound. Still reeling from the shock, an attendant urges him to prepare, announcing that they are ready to leave. Yang-chun remains frozen, his mind struggling to grasp the sudden turn of events. His shock deepens, the reality of his impending journey to Sichuan finally sinking in. As Yang-chun departs, the courtyard remains, where Elder Lee and a younger attendant walk away from the main gate, the sound of hooves fading into the distance. The attendant, waving a casual goodbye, then turns to the elder, remarking, "Now, let's get to work." Me too." He glances back at the gate, a hint of resignation in his expression. Elder Lee simply smiles, prompting the attendant to sigh, "Of course. You expect an old man like me to do all the work? Eesh." The elder, leaning on his staff, listens patiently. The attendant continues, a slight pout on his face. "There's only you and I, old worker. Please don't say worker. It sounds like I sent him off in a hurry just to make him work." A thought then crosses the attendant's mind, recalling, "A few days ago, the elder asked me about the imperial physician." He ponders the implication, wondering, "Am I the imperial physician?" With this new thought, the attendant continues walking, a new task seemingly dawning on him. As the previous conversation concludes, Yang-chun walks away from the building, his hand clutching a small pouch as he departs. Meanwhile, Elder Lee warns someone, "If you're not careful, I'll change my mind." Your grandmother may be in big trouble. Yang Chun, seemingly elsewhere, reacts with surprise, a thought crossing his mind. Asterisk, she didn't seem human. What is she? Asterisk. The mysterious woman he ponders stands calmly, her dark hair flowing around her in a traditional robe. Back with Elder Lee, a man named Gu Ryan confronts him, his voice sharp with accusation. You're crossing the line, Gu Ryan. The elder's gaze hardens. Watch your mouth. Far away, Yang Chun is enveloped in a brilliant, golden aura, his hair turning white as immense power surges through him. Back with Gu Ryan, he reflects on the mysterious woman. If she were human, I would serve a presence. The presence of the mysterious woman, a sensation that differed from person to person, was something Gu Ryan had encountered before. He remembered first meeting her, a mere child, at the Unified Dragon Assembly, a memory that still lingered. Elder Lee listened, his expression unreadable. Yet, even then, the child had possessed no discernible presence at all, a fact that continued to puzzle him. He shifted his weight, the fabric of his robe rustling softly. Elder Lee's voice cut through his thoughts, dismissing his concerns. If you truly believe a mere medical physician could fix her with divine medicine, then I must abandon that dream. You know better than I that this is no disease. As the elder continued, Gu Ryan raised a hand, his patience wearing thin. And that's enough, Gu. Suddenly, a torrent of golden swords erupted around him, swirling with immense power, a clear manifestation of Gu Ryan's formidable abilities. The surge of energy enveloped Elder Lee, bathing him in a brilliant golden light, his form silhouetted against the blinding aura. The golden energy, unleashed by Gu Ryan, continued to surge and expand, its brilliant light filling the space with an overwhelming presence. Caught in its radiant glow, Elder Lee's eyes widened in shock, his mind reeling from the sheer power he was witnessing, as if conceding, if you say so. With his back turned, his golden aura still shimmering, Gu Ryan's voice cut through the air, declaring, if you wish to defend her, then do so. Even as Elder Lee's thoughts struggled to form a coherent protest, what I want is not. As he began to walk away into the snowy landscape, Elder Lee's internal struggle continued, his unspoken words echoing, what I want. A chilling question then pierced Elder Lee's mind, a terrifying possibility he hadn't dared to consider. What if she's not human? The golden energy continued to swirl and dissipate, a lingering testament to Gu Ryan's power. As he walked further into the snow, Gu Ryan was now accompanied by several golden swords, floating effortlessly around him, a silent declaration of his formidable strength. Left alone, his face etched with distress, Elder Lee looked down, haunted by Gu Ryan's words. You need to make up for your lack of judgment, and a deep regret. If I had known, I would have been more careful. A few hours later, the quiet of a traditional room is broken only by the sunlight streaming through its window, as the grim realization dawns that the Sword Supreme will soon discover why Soa has vanished. The empty space, once perhaps filled with her presence, now holds only the lingering silence of her absence. Under the serene glow of a full moon, the night sky stretches endlessly above. Nearby, a small group gathers around a crackling campfire, discussing their journey, with one of them remarking that they simply need to prepare their food. The female companion suggests that Yang Qion-ku must be bored while they prepare things, joking that they should have brought Siola to entertain him. As if on cue, Yang Qion-ku launches into a sudden, powerful movement, his form blurring with incredible speed. A vibrant red aura ignites around him, his body tensing as he channels immense energy. The ground shatters beneath the impact of his technique, sending debris and glowing red particles flying outwards. He stands firm amidst the dissipating energy, the red glow still clinging to his form. A heavy breath escapes him, the exertion of the powerful technique evident. He sits in the dim cave, a troubled expression on his face, contemplating the daunting task ahead. He isn't sure if his current strength is enough to take on a demonic cult, especially since he can't even use his demonic energy freely. The biggest problem, he realizes, is that his demonic energy would be useless against someone like Gu Juliop, who wields the same, or even greater power. His inner energy forms the very foundation of all martial arts, so he desperately needs to find a way to replenish it. As he considers the demonic energy within him, a dark purple aura swirls around him, his eyes glowing with its ominous light. He knows the demon would absorb his energy and then discharge it, causing his body to slowly die from a reverse flow. Next, he considers the Chi Flame, a fiery orange energy that flares around him, but using it would also damage his body and corrupt his ki. For some reason, the Chi Flame is the only thing that can overcome demonic energy, and since he hasn't been able to use it, he feels it could raise his inner energy without any side effects. However, he concludes, standing tall, it's still too dangerous to use right now, and it would be best for him to avoid it. A final surge of dark, shadowy energy emanates from him, a silent testament to the immense power he must keep suppressed. He stirs, a voice calling out his name. Guyan Chun, what are you doing? As he recalls the harrowing escape from the demonic path. A sudden jolt of confusion courses through him, and he cries out, utterly bewildered by his surroundings. His eyes dart around, trying to make sense of the situation, a soft gasp escaping his lips as he struggles to comprehend what is happening. The unseen voice, now tinged with impatience, questions him again. What is it now? Standing now, he faces the speaker, who addresses him as young master, asking what is wrong, before beginning to explain the situation. The scene shifts to a tranquil, traditional estate at night, where several figures attend to a seated individual, hinting at his current location. Back with him, he peers out a window, questioning if he is now within a carriage. His eyes widen in sudden realization or alarm, as the unseen attendant calls out to him once more, young master. A young woman smiles brightly, a hopeful thought echoing in her mind. Meanwhile, in a moving carriage, Seola gazes out the window, a driver in front of her, as a voice from outside calls out, oh, Seola wants to go too. Another voice quickly dismisses the idea, stating that she's bad at housework, prompting Seola to recall a past grievance. Then why did you let me go last time? Later, indoors, she stands before Elderly, asking about the United Dragon Assembly. He explains that the young master had to leave because people would criticize him for making mistakes there, but assures her that there's no one to criticize her in Nichuan. With a stack of books between them, he then instructs her, if you understand, help me move this stuff. As Seola takes the books, she recalls Elderly's words about the young master's absence. He said he won't be back for a month at least. Back in the carriage, Seola resigns herself to her task, knowing the young master dislikes unhelpful people, and she has no other choice. She pauses, a sudden sound catching her attention. A chill runs through her as she wonders who could be there. Looking around, she finds no one, dismissing it as a trick of her mind, perhaps the echo of a boy's voice. Her dark hair cascades around her. Without warning, she stumbles, sending items clattering as she cries out in surprise. Lying on the floor amidst the mess, she wonders who would play such a prank. Her hands begin to emit a soft, blue glow as she tries to push herself up, realizing the strangeness of the situation. She sits upright, two small, luminous blue horns now subtly glowing above her head. Overwhelmed, she sinks back down, her thoughts drifting to sleep. Yang Cheon-ku rests, sprawled out on a market stall, a soft sigh escaping him. Later, as preparations are complete, a young woman urges him to move, reminding him that they are ready to depart. He simply leaves a message, entrusting the remaining tasks to her. The young woman's eyes widen in disbelief, her mouth agape as she processes the incredible tale. Much later, around a crackling campfire, Yang Cheon-ku and the young woman sit with another companion, sharing stories under the night sky. Her expression shifts from shock to a more composed, yet still astonished, look. She exclaims, recounting the unbelievable events, emphasizing that she witnessed them for the very first time. She stares down at him, a chilling thought crossing her mind. Could he be possessed by a ghost? He cries out in affirmation, a panicked "ah" escaping his lips, as she firmly commands the unseen entity to retreat. Exasperated, she laments that this is what they should have done from the start, her voice sharp as she addresses the young master. An owl soars overhead, catching his attention, and he casually remarks that he once tried to eat one, finding them quite unappetizing, to which his companion offers a non-committal aha. A moment later, his attention shifts to a small squirrel-like creature perched on a branch, and he questions if it, too, is a squirrel, urging it to come down, noting its tiny size, which elicits a surprised ah from the creature. Holding the small creature, he menacingly declares that he originally intended for it to be eaten, but since it has already come too far, and they have no other provisions, they will simply eat it together. His companion quickly intervenes, calling out to him and offering a cookie as a trade for the terrified creature. A collective, horrified scream erupts from both him and the squirrel, echoing through the night. The squirrel clutches a broken cookie, its tiny face contorted in utter despair, lamenting the loss of its treat. Lying defeated on the ground, he hears his companion's resigned sigh, wishing she had simply sent him back from the start. From the ground, a strange green energy begins to rise, shimmering with an ethereal glow, crackling and flaring as it intensifies. Seeing this, a concerned voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what is happening. Yang Cheon-ku, looking back over his shoulder, simply acknowledges the situation, while the woman behind him expresses her exasperation, asking if he's doing this again. He sits down, seemingly unbothered, as she continues to question his actions, her patience clearly wearing thin. Suddenly, a massive, white beast with glowing green eyes lunges forward, its sharp claws ready to tear through anything in its path. Yang Cheon-ku's own eyes begin to glow with the same eerie green light, his hand extending as he prepares to meet the threat. The beast's formidable claws are poised, a clear and present danger. But in a flash, Yang Cheon-ku stands before the now subdued creature, his green energy still swirling around him, the beast letting out a final, defeated growl. As the green energy from the previous encounter dissipates, a faint whistling sound cuts through the air. His eyes sharp with focus, Yang Cheon-ku's face is still wreathed in green energy, his clenched fist glowing with a fierce orange light. A voice, filled with urgency, cuts through the tension, pleading for him to fall back. Suddenly, a new figure, a swordsman with flowing white hair, appears, his blade crackling with a vibrant green aura as he confronts another beast. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku's hands continue to surge with raw green power, ready for whatever comes next. Elsewhere, a woman with long, platinum blonde hair stands enveloped in crackling blue lightning, her presence radiating immense power. The white-haired swordsman strikes, his green-infused blade connecting with the beast, forcing a pained cry from the creature as it recoils. He then turns his attention to a small, vulnerable figure near a cart, while the lightning-wielding woman watches from a distance. The woman with the platinum blonde hair sits, her gaze cast downward, a thoughtful expression on her face. A young woman stands before him, her gaze unwavering as she asks who he is guarding, to which he curtly replies that she shouldn't ask. He then gestures, urging her to follow him, while she simply looks down, a silent observer. Suddenly, his expression shifts to one of confusion, his brow furrowed in bewilderment. A moment later, his confusion turns to shock and frustration, a curse escaping his lips as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The ground before them is now drenched in a horrifying pool of blood, reflecting the grim reality of the scene. The woman stands amidst the gore, her figure stark against the crimson backdrop. Her eyes narrow as she observes the scene, muttering that it appears they are headed to Sichuan. Her voice trails off as she concludes that there is no one else left here. A faint sound escapes her lips, a soft sigh or exhalation. A clear voice cuts through the silence, asking, "Could I come with you?" Standing amidst the blood-soaked ground, a woman with platinum blonde hair and two swords at her hip reveals herself. Her golden eyes meeting the gaze of an unseen observer as she calmly states, "My name is Nam Gongbai." Ah. Meanwhile, a thought echoes in the mind of the protagonist. What is that crazy bitch doing here? The sky above the desolate landscape burns with a bruised, blood-red hue. A large black crow, its feathers dark as night, pecks at a fallen form. As the ground stretches out, littered with countless broken bodies, a feast for the scavenging birds. The gruesome aftermath of a brutal conflict paints the earth in shades of crimson and despair. Amidst the carnage, Yang Xion-ku stands tall, his eyes burning with an unnatural green glow, as a voice from the wreckage below challenges him. "You're the one who did all this, didn't you?" He casts a cold gaze downward, the question hanging in the air. What did the elders say? The voice, filled with a mix of defiance and desperation, continues, "They told me to bring you back, but I'm on a rampage like a mad dog," adding with a bitter edge, "Is that what you wanted to hear?" Yang Xion-ku finally meets the gaze of Xiao Wai, who lies defeated on the blood-stained earth, and with an air of profound indifference, he simply states, "I guess you don't know enough to understand that much." Xiao Wai, her platinum blonde hair swaying, gestures forward, urging him to follow, but he dismisses her direction, muttering about going the wrong way. With a sigh, she corrects him, insisting that this is indeed the right path, and tells him to simply follow without causing trouble. He, however, remains unimpressed, his patience wearing thin with her constant guidance. As they continue, he recalls her earlier words, then abruptly asks if the legendary Sword Supreme is present in this place. Xiao Wai turns, her expression serious, issuing a stern warning that the Sword Supreme is not someone to be trifled with. Ignoring her caution, he presses on, his curiosity piqued, wondering about the Sword Supreme's fighting prowess and comparing it to his previous opponents. A blood-stained path stretches before them, a grim testament to recent violence, as he lets out a dismissive scoff. Suddenly, a potent purple aura erupts around his hand, his eyes narrowing as he labels her crazy for her warnings. Without another word, he unleashes the raw energy, striking her with a contemptuous bitch as the purple force slams into her. As Yang Xion-ku lies battered and bleeding, Xiao Wai's voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing. Her form now radiating with an intense purple aura, she stands as a beacon of raw power. The very landscape around them seems to buckle under the pressure of her unleashed might, dark clouds swirling ominously above a distant, ancient structure. A concussive wave of purple energy erupts from her, expanding outwards with a deafening crash. Her eyes glow with an otherworldly violet light as she reiterates her challenge, asking if he truly wanted to fight. The raw power crackles around her gaze, a clear warning of the consequences of defying her. Yang Xion-ku can only let out a pained sigh, the weight of her power and his injuries pressing down on him. She then calmly informs him that his approach is incorrect, leaving him to absorb her words. Finally, she issues a definitive command. If he understands, he is to remain silent and follow her. The desolate, cracked ground stretches out, a silent testament to the recent struggle. Standing over the fallen figure, Xiao Wai looks down, a faint sound escaping her lips as she remarks on the mere 3 seconds that separated her opponent from utter defeat. From his position on the ground, Yang Xion-ku's eyes glow with a fierce red light as he considers her words, muttering that this path she's forcing him on feels like a shortcut. Xiao Wai, still looking down at him, demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Her form is still wreathed in the powerful purple energy, a constant reminder of her overwhelming strength. Blood splatters on the ground near him, a testament to his injuries, as he internally curses her and recalls his own incredible feat of reaching this destination within a single day. Xiao Wai, her expression unyielding, questions why his voice sounds so different, then assumes he's there to deliver a message from her brother, adding that if not, she has no time for his nonsense. Yang Xion-ku, now visibly annoyed, flatly denies her assumption, stating they are not going to Sichuan and that her request is rude. He continues, asserting that despite everything, he has much more to say, but most importantly, he cannot trust her word that she is truly of the imperious clan. As Yang Xion-ku lay defeated on the ground, the other man could only watch, unable to intervene. Then, Xiao Wai's voice cut through the silence, demanding to know what he was doing. Her gaze sharpened, a cold intensity building within her. As a faint blue glow began to emanate from her eyes, the air around her crackled with nascent energy. With a powerful surge, she unleashed a torrent of brilliant blue mana, shaping it into a colossal sword of pure energy. The magical aura intensified, filling the space with its overwhelming presence. Bringing the massive blade down with devastating force, she struck the ground, sending a shockwave of blue lightning through the air. Yang Xion-ku's eyes widened in alarm, recognizing the technique and realizing the sheer destructive potential she was unleashing. Her own eyes blazed with an intense, unwavering blue light, reflecting the raw power now at her command. A blinding blue light erupts, crackling with raw power as Xiao Wai's technique reaches its peak, the sheer force of it echoing through the air. She then states, "This is all I can demonstrate for now, as I am not yet adept." Her blade, still humming with residual power, glows with an ethereal light. As the dust settles, she holds a bloodied Yang Xion-ku in her arms, submerged in the swirling water, asking him, "Would this be adept enough?" His eyes widen in recognition as he struggles to speak. "Evidence? You really are from the Nanchong clan." From a distance, the white-haired observer shakes his head, muttering, "Sorry to say, but I definitely think you shouldn't accompany someone. Martial arts, so rusted." High above, under the bright sun, a small squirrel flutters its tail on a tree branch, oblivious to the drama below. Siola looks down, a soft sound escaping her. Meanwhile, Yang Xion-ku thinks to himself that ignoring her won't work, as she'll only assume he's playing hard to get and become even more difficult to deal with if he doesn't respond, then wonders if he should avoid unnecessary things, as she's talking to someone. The other woman, sitting by the crackling campfire, confirms, "Yeah, I know." He reflects on his relief that she didn't reject him, even though he hadn't rejected her either, finding the logic a bit convoluted but ultimately acceptable, glad they hadn't gone too far yet. He continues his internal debate, concluding that ignoring her would only make things worse, before finally asking him. The woman holding a frog explains that you can feel its skin this way, prompting an intrigued response from him. "Oh ho." Suddenly, a small squirrel leaps onto Siola's shoulder, startling her with a cry, "Unwa." He reminds the other woman that he told her not to mess around, to which she responds with a questioning, "You did?" Siola continues to react to the soft, squishy feeling of the squirrel on her shoulder, a faint mulking sound accompanying the interaction. Yang Xion-ku, still focused on the young woman, presses her for details, asking if she truly came from one of the Murim clans and if she was traveling alone to such a distant place. Hesitantly, she begins to explain, admitting that they had departed together, but something went wrong. She confesses to getting lost along the way, a revelation that elicits a frustrated curse from him. He challenges her story, suggesting there must be another reason her companion left her behind, and demands to know why she's following him if they aren't heading to Sichuan. Caught, she finally reveals the truth. He wasn't actually heading to Sichuan at all. Her eyes widen as she looks up at him, the weight of her confession hanging in the air. With a sigh, he gently takes her head in his hand, a gesture of exasperation mixed with a hint of understanding. Her surprise is evident as she exclaims, realizing they aren't going to Sichuan and that she thought they would be heading back. Later, under the quiet glow of a campfire, Yang Xion-ku, Sola Wai, and the unnamed female sit together in comfortable silence, the day's events settling around them. As the conversation continues, the young woman reveals her name, Nongong Baya, to which he simply acknowledges her, already aware. He begins to respond, but his words are cut short, leaving the air thick with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the quiet, questioning the identity of Gu Jilayip with a hint of surprise. The newcomer, a man with sharp features and glowing green eyes, stands tall amidst the trees, declaring himself as Gu Jilayip of the prestigious Gu clan. Later, gathered around a crackling campfire, Yang Xion-ku offers a sincere apology to Jilayip, the flickering flames casting long shadows on their faces as Siola Wai listens intently. 2 days after the event that left him feeling guilty towards Gu Jilayip, the journey continues, and Siola Wai points out a small squirrel, drawing a simple "yep" from Yang Xion-ku. As they walk, Siola Wai playfully asks Nongong Baya if she's ever eaten squirrel before, to which Baya responds with a simple nope, as Yang Xion-ku follows behind them. Their journey naturally continues, and Yang Xion-ku, seemingly amused, tells Siola Wai to go get one, prompting her to question if he's leaving her in charge of hunting. As the journey continued, Yang Xion-ku, still focused on the path ahead, muttered his reluctance, in that case, I don't want to." Siola Wai, walking beside him, playfully challenged, "Who'd you think you are? Can I get one?" He remained silent, prompting her to ask, "Mochayan, is it no longer?" He finally responded, "We'd arrive in the nearest village." She then questioned his statement, "Fact?" before adding, "It's probably take more than 2 days." Observing his fatigue, she inquired, "Young master, why don't you know why you're so tired? Can't you ride with that lady?" Yang Xion-ku looked down, a heavy sigh escaping him as he pondered. "I don't have a choice, do I?" As they continued their trek, he finally conceded, "Let's reconsider when we reach the nearby village." The trio pressed on, their path winding down a mountain slope towards a small settlement nestled in the valley below, eventually bringing them to the outskirts of the village, where buildings began to line their route. Heavy footsteps echo on the stone ground, signaling an arrival. Nearby, a man in a red robe questions his companion, asking if he had told him to return, to which the other confirms he did, yet wonders why he remains. A young woman in a white and purple robe looks on with concern, her expression questioning if everything is truly all right. Yang Xion-ku, carrying Namgong Baya on his back, faces Gu Juliop, who scolds him, reminding him that he admitted his actions and shouldn't be carrying a maid when her legs hurt. Gu Juliop continues his reprimand, insisting that she should get off his back now that they have arrived, as he had told her not to get on in the first place. Namgong Baya, now standing beside Siola Y, calls out, urging her to come down. As the group gathers, more figures, dressed in similar attire, begin to approach from a distance. Their dark robes stand out against the ancient architecture, a silent, imposing presence drawing closer. A group of martial artists approaches, and the white-haired man leading them calls out, his voice echoing with urgency. Rushing forward, he embraces the blonde woman, asking where she has been and how worried he was, but she simply replies that she is fine. Pulling away slightly, her expression turns firm as she reminds him they shouldn't depend on each other, calling such reliance embarrassing. He looks at her, a hint of exasperation in his eyes, wondering why she can't depend on him, even for a single day, and laments how hard he has worked for her. As the man carrying Yang Xion-ku questions her, Siola Y introduces herself as the Heavenly Sword Master, and demands he put her companion down immediately. The white-haired man's thoughts race, realizing that if this man is her younger brother, he must be the future Lightning Blade, one of the 5 unrivaled swordsmen, Gu Juliop. Gu Juliop confirms his identity, apologizing for the delay, and states he is Namgong Baya's guardian. Yang Xion-ku, still being carried, then introduces himself as Gu Yanchun of the Ku clan, acknowledging the white-haired man as Namgong Chunjun, the current Lightning Dragon. Namgong Chunjun chuckles, dismissing the honorific, finding it a bit too much. His gaze sharpens, a silent question hanging in the air. Why is she with an outsider? Namgong Chunjun stands firm, his presence commanding the space. As he addresses the pair, remarking on their unexpected presence, saying, "I thought you weren't going. I also walked here." A moment of silent contemplation passes between them, before Gu Juliop steps forward, calmly asserting, "It's okay. We just did what was natural." Siola Y's expression hardens as she declares her refusal to be involved with that woman any longer, adding that they'll surely find another room. Chunjun then suggests they prepare to camp out, a proposal met with a resigned agreement that it's better than searching for an outdoor inn after their long journey. Under the glow of the full moon, Gu Juliop concedes, though with a slight hesitation, stating they will proceed according to Mana. He often wondered how she managed to conceal her true identity so effectively, even as the man before him, Gu Yanchun, questioned his actions. Her brother, a formidable figure, was always by her side, and all the disciples who followed them were ultimately a grave mistake. After this pivotal moment, she ascended to the title of Blade Emperor, commencing her reign of terror. He still pondered how she managed to hide her true identity so well, but now, he saw no other issues beyond her connection to the Lightning Dragon. It felt as though her power surpassed even the Lightning Dragon's martial arts technique, making titles seem almost meaningless in the face of such raw strength. Gu Juliop observed the surroundings, noting that Namgong Chunjun, her brother, was also present, though he couldn't quite see him clearly. As if summoned by the thought, Namgong Chunjun appeared in the doorway, his gaze falling upon Yang Xion-ku. He inquired if Yang Xion-ku knew him, to which the young man replied, assuring him that despite his concern, he was fine. A stern voice cuts through the tension, asserting dominance, while Yang Xion-ku lies injured on the ground, his face bruised and bloodied, as another voice questions his actions. Namgong Chunjun stands firm, his gaze sharp and unwavering, with Gu Juliop positioned protectively behind him. He continues, his voice laced with menace, explaining that he had tried to be reasonable, but now he intends to kill them, demanding they speak to his sister. His expression hardens further as he warns that if Yang Xion-ku ever seduces his innocent sister again, he will cut him in half. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a memory, a younger Namgong Chunjun and his sister, Namgong Baya, in a more casual setting, where she playfully complains about almost dying because of an old man from the clan, while he simply responds with his name. The memory continues as someone tells Namgong to go have breakfast, to which he responds with a confused "Huh? Why?" Back in the present, Yang Xion-ku's face contorts in a grimace, the weight of the memory and the current threat pressing down on him. He thinks to himself that they were all utterly insane. The flashback concludes with Namgong Chunjun and Namgong Baya walking away together, leaving the memory to fade. As the memory unfolds, Gu Juliop questions, "Did you really mean it, young master?" Gu Yanchun. Namgong Chunjun walks ahead. As Gu Juliop continues, We've already made arrangements. We'll be able to leave right after eating breakfast. I'm so relieved that you're normal. I was afraid. Chunjun responds simply, thank you. He then urges, let's hurry. I want to eat and spend time with more people as quickly as possible. Inside, Namgong Baya, accompanied by another woman, addresses a small child. Sorry for not being able to say hi earlier. The child, looking up, replies, you're real, young master. Chunjun looks down at the child, a gentle expression on his face, remarking, I remember. You are really good, little one. You can eat more now. As the three sit at the table, the child asks, do we have to eat together? Chunjun, now seated with them, addresses Baya. It's okay for her to eat with me, but you shouldn't be here. Yang Xion-ku's internal thoughts echo, I'm sorry, Seola. I'm sorry for not being able to protect you. Below, in a memory, Chunjun stands with Seola, stating, I just got whatever was left. Namgong Baya's eyes widen in shock, a single thought escaping her lips. No way. Namgong Chunjun dismisses a concern, stating that someone doesn't look well, while the young girl beside him asks if he is okay. In another part of the room, Gu Juliop watches Yang Xion-ku eat with a grunt of disapproval. He then expresses his frustration, declaring this to be the last time he wants to see her at the Tang Weapons exhibition. Elsewhere, Baya, her hand near her mouth, announces her departure, adding a sharp remark that someone isn't doing enough. Yang Xion-ku, having finished his meal, announces he's full, prompting Gu Juliop to demand they never meet again after this encounter. Back with the Namgong siblings, Baya stands before Chunjun, a look of profound shock etched onto her face. Her expression remains frozen in disbelief. As her eyes begin to glow with an intense purple light, a dark, swirling aura manifesting around her. Chunjun, observing her transformation, addresses her simply as sister. Baya covers her mouth, her face contorted in profound distress. Her gaze, once filled with despair, now burns with an unnatural, vibrant purple. A dark, crackling aura erupts around her, a visible manifestation of her inner turmoil, as a voice calls out, Gu Yangchun, what are you doing? The energy swirls around her feet, the voice continuing. Because this is far more convenient. Later, in a more subdued setting, Namgong Chunjun advises her to sit with him next time, to which she quietly responds, yeah, sorry. The weight of her actions and the conversation hangs heavy in the air. As the two walk deeper into the traditional halls, their figures receding into the shadows. Later, in another part of the building, she questions him, asking why he's cleaning up after her, to which he calmly replies that he's doing it because he's her elder. His expression remains composed, a hint of weariness in his eyes. As they finally exit the building, a third figure joins them, the three walking away together, leaving the heavy atmosphere behind. Her hands tremble slightly, clutching something small and white, as she confronts him, demanding to know what he's doing. Nearby, Namgong Chunjun observes, his words a low murmur in the background. Her delicate fingers then reach out, grasping for a simple white plate. Yang Xion-ku turns to the figure behind him, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he asks if they are still following him. Seola Wai, her expression calm, corrects him, stating that she isn't following, but rather escorting him. Still unconvinced, he tries to rephrase his question, demanding to know why she's truly accompanying him. Before Seola can fully respond, another figure, Namgong Baya, suddenly appears beside her, hands thrown up in exasperation, exclaiming that Seola herself brought her along. The revelation causes Yang Xion-ku's annoyance to spike, and he immediately barks an order for Muyang to remove her. With a sigh of resignation, he turns away, muttering that they will simply go off on their own. The scene shifts to a tranquil night, revealing a sprawling village nestled under the moonlight, as a voice confirms their arrival in Sichuan. This new destination is none other than the territory of the Sichuan Tang clan. The group arrives at the Sichuan Tang clan's main headquarters, one of the few places in the region untouched by the demonic cult. As the new master of the Blade Emperor's secret art, he also holds the knowledge of the Heavenly Demon's secret art, a powerful combination that will prove invaluable. With the mysterious ghostly blade now at his command, keeping him by his side will be of great help to the other side. His immediate goal is the treasury of the Sichuan Tang clan. As the new master of the Blade Emperor's secret art, he will be in charge of that confidence. Gu Yanchun knows he has only 3 days to find the treasury, after the weapon exhibition ends. All he knows is that it's somewhere in Sichuan, a very large area indeed. He considers the challenge, knowing his companions are counting on him, but the task ahead seems daunting. From a high window, he gazes out at the sprawling city, wondering how he'll ever find it in such a vast urban landscape. He considers the daunting task ahead, knowing that if he fails to locate the treasury, he might be forced to relinquish it to the beggar sect. This realization solidifies his resolve. He must find it, no matter the cost, when a sudden, excited cry from below startles him. A small smile touches his lips as he looks down, amused by her unexpected outburst. The young woman, eyes wide with wonder, exclaims that it's her first time seeing fireflies, finding them both pretty and cool. She points excitedly into the night, urging him to look at the fireflies dancing under the moonlight. Her enthusiasm is infectious, and she recalls Byunwoo mentioning a firefly forest nearby, suggesting they go explore it together. Without hesitation, he agrees, and they set off, walking side by side. As they walk, the night air fills with the soft glow of fireflies, guiding their path. Under the soft glow of a full moon, the forest stretched out before them, its depths illuminated by countless shimmering lights. As they walked deeper into the luminous woods, the young woman marveled at the sight, confirming it was as amazing as he had described. He, however, remained pragmatic, asking how large she expected a forest to be if they were searching for a recluse. A playful smile touched her lips as she teased him, calling him young master with a light-hearted tone. Yang Qion-ku then shifted the conversation, pondering aloud where recluses might hide their treasures. The young woman paused, her expression softening, before she quietly offered to help him, hoping to cheer him up as a glowing insect drifted past her. He quickly dismissed her offer, insisting it would be better if he worked alone, reasoning that any hidden treasure would be placed where no one could ever find it. Her brow furrowed slightly, as she wondered why anyone would need to hide something so meanly. Then, her gaze sharpened, and she looked directly at him, assuring him she wasn't suspicious, but genuinely asking, "Who are you?" as glowing fish swam beneath them. A stern voice echoes through the path, declaring that outsiders are not permitted to traverse this area. Yang Qion-ku, reflecting on the situation, realizes that in his haste, he had completely forgotten about the Tang clan. This is the one who single-handedly stopped the swarm of demonic humans attacking Sichuan. The green-robed figure, standing firm, then directly challenges him, demanding to know his identity. She is none other than the Poison Queen, Tang Soil, a force so potent that she cannot be killed by any ordinary means, her very presence a testament to her extraordinary power. Subtle green particles drift through the air, mingling with faint red splatters. The glowing green aura intensifies, suggesting a potent, pervasive influence over the environment. Amidst a gruesome scene of scattered bodies and pooling green liquid, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air. A hand, glowing with a faint green energy, gestures dismissively, as a voice declares, "All done." From the shadows, a figure emerges, her presence radiating a toxic aura, prompting a hushed question, "Poison Queen." Her green eyes narrow, a faint smile playing on her lips as she confirms, "Is it you?" Tang Soil, surrounded by her verdant power, dismisses him as a silly ghost who should have been deserted long ago, then presses further. "What did you think would change if you showed yourself? Be yourself." He considers her words, a flicker of thought crossing his face, but nothing would change. Then what? Her expression hardens, her gaze piercing as she states, "I knew what made you come here." Yang Qion-ku's eyes begin to glow with an ominous purple light, blood still staining his mouth, as he dismisses her insight. "That's a stupid question. To end your damned life." The purple light intensifies around him, his gaze unwavering as he concludes, "I see." With a chilling smile, green liquid dripping from her lips, Tang Soil offers a sarcastic apology. Kneeling over an unseen figure as a vibrant green aura flares around her, for those who are out of their minds. Her eyes glowing with an intense emerald light, she declares that there are simply too many idiots she can now see, after opening her eyes. Yang Qion-ku, surrounded by a faint green energy, looks up at her, retorting that her realization should have come sooner, and that her reign is now over. Tang Soil looks down, unfazed, confidently stating that it's impossible to kill her with the time left in this world. A sharp, cracking sound echoes, as a dense, emerald mist erupts, enveloping Yang Qion-ku as he unleashes a powerful burst of green energy. His hand now covered in the viscous green liquid and specks of red. Her green eyes narrow, a silent fury simmering beneath the surface as she processes the recent assault. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a stark contrast to the quiet aftermath. Finally, Tang Soil breaks the silence, her voice sharp with indignation, demanding to know why he isn't answering her. Yang Qion-ku observes her, a thought forming in his mind, that she must have reached her peak power. He then issues a chilling threat to Soil, promising to kill the guards if she doesn't respond. Tang Soil scoffs at his words, dismissing him as someone who never truly grows, just like his big mouth. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, she formally introduces herself, declaring her identity as Tang Soil of the Tang clan and apologizing for her earlier outburst. As she speaks, Gu Juliop steps forward, introducing himself and expressing his surprise, flanked by Namgong Chunjun and Namgong Baya. Tang Soil then turns her attention back to Yang Qion-ku, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Namgong Chunjun, with a calm demeanor, acknowledges that their kin allowed the situation to unfold, suggesting it should be left as is, while Yang Qion-ku simply states he'll be on his way. He then adds, almost as an afterthought, that he was going to leave anyway, and that he didn't care for the other man's pettiness. Meanwhile, the group stands before a grand, traditional building, its ornate architecture rising against the clear sky. Tang Soil, turning her attention to the silent Gu Juliop, questions his presence, asking if it was Gu Juliop of the Gu clan who was unreasonably interfering. Namgong Baya, observing the tension, then asks Yang Qion-ku why he had glared at Gu Juliop so harshly. Namgong Chunjun, meanwhile, reflects on his own irritation, admitting he didn't like how Yang Qion-ku hadn't apologized, even after his mistake was pointed out. Namgong Baya, with a slight blush, begins to speak, muttering that he occasionally does everything, and she hates guys like that, just because they're handsome. Her companions look on, a mixture of confusion and amusement on their faces. As Namgong Baya, flustered, quickly tries to correct herself, stuttering, by saying he's handsome, with a gasp. A soft, embarrassed sound escapes her as the realization of her accidental confession washes over her. Her mind races, wondering if he truly is, while he simply grumbles in response, clearly annoyed by the situation. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tang Soil observes a grand, traditional structure, musing aloud that those who are truly ugly often claim to be only a little ugly. Her sharp comment draws a collective sigh of exasperation from the men around her, as she dismisses their reactions with a curt "Stay, guys." Under the vast, star-dusted night sky, Yang Cheon-ku and Namgong Baya walk side by side, leaving the awkward exchange behind them. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, carrying the soft chirping of a bird across a tranquil landscape, where traditional architecture stands gracefully by the water's edge. Inside, Yang Cheon-ku considers his path, thinking that the acquisition of a new weapon is proving difficult, and he should dedicate his free time to training. Suddenly, two figures appear, Seo Lao Wai and Namgong Chunjun, their expressions calm and expectant. Their traditional robes flow around them, hinting at their martial background. Yang Cheon-ku looks up, a question forming on his lips, wondering what business they have today. Seo Lao Wai and Namgong Chunjun remain composed, ready to deliver their message. Namgong Chunjun explains that the Tang clan has invited them to a banquet, and his sister suggested Yang Cheon-ku accompany them to accept the offer. Namgong Chunjun, still trying to convince him, suggests that his personality might make others uncomfortable, while Seo Lao Wai gently urges him not to be like that. Yang Cheon-ku, however, remains firm, his expression hardening as he warns them to leave if they don't want to be uncomfortable. Seo Lao Wai looks on, a hint of concern in her eyes, repeating her plea for him not to be so difficult. Namgong Chunjun then firmly grasps Yang Cheon-ku's wrist. His voice resolute as he insists, "Come with us." The grip remains firm, a silent testament to his resolve. But Yang Cheon-ku's internal struggle is evident as he thinks he really doesn't want to go, yet he knows they're trying to help him. He sighs, a quiet admission of defeat, knowing he has no choice but to comply. You really. Meanwhile, in a different, darker place, a hooded figure with glowing red eyes and a crimson aura emanates an unsettling presence, its form shrouded in shadow and mystery. A figure with silver hair and glowing purple eyes stands in a dark, indistinct space, radiating an ominous aura. Meanwhile, Yang Cheon-ku, still surrounded by Namgong Chunjun and Seo Lao Wai, lets out a small, exasperated sound. But before he can fully process his decision, Namgong Chunjun grabs him firmly by the shoulder, pulling him close with a wide, almost too friendly smile, as Yang Cheon-ku can only utter his name in mild protest. The forced proximity ignites a dangerous spark within the young man, his eyes flaring crimson as a dark aura begins to swirl around him, a chilling warning escaping his lips. His menacing glare promises dire consequences should he be pushed any further. Despite the palpable threat, Namgong Chunjun maintains his composure, thanking him for accepting, while Yang Cheon-ku, now calmer, simply states he couldn't refuse such a request. He sits before a lavish spread, a banquet of dishes he's unfamiliar with. His host, Namgong Chunjun, explains that while the food might be different from what he's used to, every dish is prepared with effort, asking if he'd like to try it. Namgong Chunjun assures him it's nothing fancy, hoping he'll enjoy it, but Yang Cheon-ku's internal thoughts question what there is to enjoy. The meal begins in an atmosphere of forced politeness. As he struggles with a dumpling, Namgong Chunjun wonders aloud if they aren't edible, to which Yang Cheon-ku mentally notes they're just different from what he's accustomed to. He continues to eat, his expression betraying his discomfort. Elsewhere, Tang Soil's eyes glow with an unnatural light, a question forming in her mind about the strange feeling she's experiencing. Standing under the night sky, she recalls a similar sensation from her previous life, a premonition whenever she encountered a particular individual. Back at the banquet, Yang Cheon-ku clutches his stomach, vowing never to endure such a taste again. Still struggling with the unfamiliar and overwhelming flavors of the Tang clan's cuisine, Yang Cheon-ku finds himself unable to swallow, the food a burning, foreign presence on his tongue. His face contorted in a grimace, he wonders why it's so incredibly difficult to simply spit it out. Across the table, Tang Soil mirrors his discomfort. The young master's internal monologue continues, lamenting not only the difficulty of expelling the food, but also its overwhelming spiciness, desperately wishing for water. Just as his discomfort peaks, Seo Lao Wai, ever observant, offers him a cup, which he gratefully accepts. Even with the water, the sight of the remaining food on his plate still fills him with a profound sense of dread. Seo Lao Wai watches him with a gentle, concerned expression, her own meal untouched as she observes his struggle. Caught in the act of his dramatic aversion, Yang Cheon-ku's cheeks flush with embarrassment. As Namgong Chunjun looks on with a displeased expression, Yang Cheon-ku, feeling the weight of the situation, mutters an apology for his behavior, wondering why he had to act so cruelly. A stern gaze falls upon the young man, his discomfort still palpable from the previous exchange. The host, Namgong Chunjun, offers a polite apology, explaining that the chopsticks might have been defective, while Yang Qion-ku, still visibly distressed, struggles to compose himself. Seated at the banquet table, both Yang Qion-ku and Tang Soil share a similar, subtle aversion to the dishes before them, their expressions betraying their true feelings. A flush of embarrassment spreads across Tang Soil's face, her discomfort evident. Meanwhile, Yang Qion-ku looks on with a mixture of confusion and annoyance, his brow furrowed in thought. Seol Awai leans in, asking if he has something to say, to which Yang Qion-ku quickly denies, stammering that it's nothing, while Namgong Chunjun observes, noting that he seemed to have something on his mind. Tang Soil attempts to speak, a hesitant sound escaping her lips. Namgong Chunjun, with a slight smile, asks if she needs anything, then gently admonishes her, telling Suyul to stop running around. He then addresses the room, explaining that it is their clan's custom, hoping everyone understands, even if it is a bit much. He explains that while they maintain a personal training area, no one truly uses it, as everyone has constructed their own. Yang Qion-ku, listening intently, considers the possibility of visiting it. He then adds that it seems everyone has already finished constructing their individual training spaces together. Yang Qion-ku, however, is lost in thought, wondering what the others are truly thinking. The vast, meticulously designed training grounds spread out before them, a testament to the clan's dedication. It is indeed quite spacious, with ample room for various martial arts disciplines. Further down the balcony, Gu Juliop agrees, exclaiming that it truly is impressive, while Namgong Bai laments that their own area should be done soon, but she doesn't really get to use it, making it pointless. The unnamed female reassures her, certain she'll get to use it eventually. Back with the main group, Tang Soil, seemingly uninterested, admits she's not really keen on training and just doesn't want to fight anyone, her words ending with a dramatic sigh. Her companions look on, surprised by her sudden outburst. Yang Qion-ku, feeling utterly shattered and making no sense of the situation, suggests they return to the banquet, only to remember with a pang of hunger that he hadn't eaten anything. As the group observes the training grounds, Namgong Chunjun turns to Yang Qion-ku, a challenging glint in his eye, wondering aloud how he dares to propose a sparring match. Yang Qion-ku's gaze drops to the ground, a familiar feeling washing over him as he realizes the other man's face is filled with an undeniable desire to give him a thorough thrashing. Namgong Chunjun's smirk widens, his voice dripping with condescension as he questions if Yang Qion-ku truly believes he'd go along with such a plan. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declares the idea utterly unacceptable. Yang Qion-ku, still reeling from the challenge, can't help but wonder about the man's audacity, knowing that such a massive difference in mana and skill should be easily concealed, yet Namgong Chunjun's face betrays his true intentions. Namgong Chunjun continues, explaining that neither of them would be able to control their energy in a real fight, which would lead to disaster, but assures them that a match here, in the designated training area, would be perfectly fine. A confident, almost predatory smile plays on Namgong Chunjun's lips. He then challenges Yang Qion-ku to monitor him, insisting that it's not his own energy he's worried about, but rather the sheer power emanating from his opponent. With the challenge laid bare, Namgong Chunjun asks if Yang Qion-ku can handle it, as the two stand ready to face each other in the training ground. He challenges his opponent, asking if he's truly serious about this confrontation. Namgong Chunjun replies, suggesting his senior might have grown a little rusty. From a distance, Tang Soil watches the exchange, her expression unreadable. A slight smile plays on her lips as she accepts the terms, a silent acknowledgement of the impending clash. Namgong Chunjun's form begins to shimmer with a vibrant purple aura, his voice echoing with a challenge to test his opponent's true strength. Yang Qion-ku responds, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as a dark aura envelopes him, a wide, eager grin spreading across his face. Two figures plummet through the air, a blur of motion against the distant ground. As they near impact, Namgong Chunjun, the white-haired warrior, confidently offers his opponent the first move, declaring he'll allow it. A smirk plays on Yang Qion-ku's lips, a faint trace of blood at the corner. He accepts the challenge without hesitation, his eyes burning with fierce intent. Now grounded, the white-haired warrior prepares his strike, his form enveloped in a shimmering aura as he proclaims his intent to attack first. Yet, before his power can fully manifest, the black-haired fighter, surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy, moves with impossible speed. He closes the distance in an instant, delivering a devastating, sweeping blow that catches Namgong Chunjun completely off guard. The force of the impact sends the white-haired warrior reeling, his legs buckling as he's driven back. He lands a devastating blow, sending his opponent reeling back, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth as he struggles to comprehend the sudden assault. Even as he stumbles, Namgong Chunjun's mind races, realizing that both of those initial attacks were merely for show. A chilling intensity radiates from Yang Qion-ku's eyes, his gaze fixed on his opponent. The true battle, he knows, is only just beginning. With a blur of motion, Yang Qion-ku closes the distance, his blade flashing out in a swift, precise strike, forcing Namgong Chunjun to parry desperately. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, a whirlwind of speed and power that leaves afterimages in its wake, overwhelming his opponent with relentless pressure. From the sidelines, Tang Soil watches the unfolding combat, a look of surprise and concern etched on her face. But Tang Soil was always a little different, even as a child, receiving a tender kiss from an older woman. While, as a child, she found companionship not among people, but frolicking with beasts like wolves or tigers instead, their slanted, ferocious eyes holding no judgment for her. Their glowing, ferocious eyes, revealing sharp fangs, were a testament to their untamed nature. As apex predators, these beasts naturally gave off an unapproachable aura. Yet, for her, they were the only ones who didn't treat her disdainfully. In the quiet solitude of her childhood, she often found herself alone, even among the smallest creatures. That peculiar power, which resembled a high-rank spirit animal, was more embraced by the beasts, and thanks to this unique feeling, the young girl had trouble making friends. One wonders if she's still the same. Meanwhile, a voice muses, hoping she's doing well at the Tang Weapon Academy, noting it's been a long time since they were bound, while another exclaims, Chunjun. He's. A frustrated groan escapes someone, followed by a dismissive, I don't know what you're talking about. Then, a concerned question arises. Is there no risk of the Tang clan discovering? And so, the young girl's past, intertwined with wild spirits and human isolation, continues to shape her present. And so, she finally met the love of her life, someone she had never expected. Yang Qian-ku stands in a martial arts courtyard, his presence commanding. Tang Soil's face flushes crimson, a gasp escaping her lips as her fangs become prominent. Clutching her chest, she thinks, this isn't good, my heart is beating so fast. Meanwhile, Yang Qian-ku, seen from behind, muses, I must be confused. I'm getting chills even though it's a cold morning air. Her heart continues its frantic rhythm. Later, Yang Qian-ku sits calmly at a low table, enjoying a meal. Observing him, Tang Soil thinks, his eyes are so cool. I can't eat. He's just too cool. Even as he simply drinks water, she finds him cute, her fangs still visible in her overwhelmed state. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Tang Soil finds herself seated across from Yang Qian-ku, her mind reeling with the suddenness of her presence. Her cheeks flush, and her eyes glow with an intense, almost feverish emotion, as she struggles to compose herself, a jumble of words catching in her throat. He remains oblivious, but for her, the sensation is undeniable. This must be what love truly feels like. With a deep breath, she gathers her courage, ready to take the next, crucial step. As she reaches out a tentative hand, a question forming on her lips. A sudden, devastating impact shatters the table between them, sending splinters and debris flying in every direction. From above, a white-haired woman with sharp blue eyes observes the scene, joined by a dark-haired man, as they both look down at the destruction below. A look of wide-eyed shock crosses Tang Soil's face, her gaze fixed on something unseen. Meanwhile, Yang Qian-ku finds himself overwhelmed. A flurry of attacks from Seol Awy, Gu Juliop, Namgong Baya, unnamed female one, and Namgong Chunjun raining down upon him, each strike imbued with potent martial energy. Namgong Chunjun's eyes glow with fierce determination, his focus absolute as he prepares to unleash his next move. The impact sends Yang Qian-ku reeling, a spray of blood escaping his lips as the force of the blow takes its toll. Nearby, unnamed female one kneels on the ground, her expression one of distress and concern amidst the chaos. Later, Namgong Chunjun and unnamed female one stand over a kneeling masked guard, the aftermath of the confrontation clearly weighing on them. Namgong Chunjun stares at the hilt of his now shattered sword, a single thought echoing in his mind. Why did my sword break? He reflects on the encounter, acknowledging that he had barely managed to block the attack, yet it was still too much for him, and despite his efforts, he could not apprehend him. The target had gotten away. Bent low, his opponent's voice cuts through the air, declaring that in a real fight, he would have already died 10 times over. As both their eyes flare with a crimson glow, the dark-haired man presses, asking if he has finally grasped the lesson. A sudden, powerful impact reverberates through the training ground, forcing the white-haired man to swiftly evade the unseen force. His sword, now shattered on the ground, confirms the lesson's brutal delivery, leaving the dark-haired man to muse on how different his opponent is without his full power. The white-haired man, still reeling, can only instruct him to find an intact weapon. With a confident smirk, the dark-haired man reminds him of his earlier dismissal, explaining that he merely intended to teach a lesson. He continues, walking away, questioning who is truly learning from whom. Suddenly, his confident demeanor breaks, a frustrated thought escaping him, followed by a curious hum. He unleashes a surge of dark purple energy, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. As the raw power crackles around him, manifesting as sharp bolts of blue lightning. A faint, swirling energy field begins to coalesce. With a swift motion, he unleashes a powerful, glowing white energy attack from his hand. His opponent, Namgong Chunjun, attempts to counter with a wide, sweeping blue energy wave. But before the attack can fully form, Yang Qian-ku's fist, wreathed in red energy, connects squarely with his face. Blue energy particles explode outwards from the impact. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a powerful kick, sending Namgong Chunjun flying backward. Namgong Chunjun crashes through a shimmering blue energy barrier, leaving Yangcheon Ku standing victorious amidst the dissipating magical effects. He lands with a soft thud, the air around him crackling with residual energy as he moves with blinding speed, a blur of dark robes and electric blue light. Namgong Chunjun can only watch, disbelief warring with fury as he thinks, no way, this is bullshit. This imbecile like him. He can barely comprehend, is stronger than me? Yangcheon Ku stands firm, an unyielding force. A cold smirk plays on his lips as he declares, I've let you off enough times now, haven't I, you bastard? Namgong Chunjun stumbles back, unable to resist, as Yangcheon Ku closes the distance, seizing him by the collar with a crushing grip. As the brutal subjugation continues, the dark fabric of Yangcheon Ku's robe ripples with unseen force. Nearby, two observers, a man and a woman with matching dark green hair, watch in wide-eyed horror. The full force of the attack registers on Namgong Chunjun's face, his eyes bulging with an unbearable terror. Sweat beads on his brow as his features twist into a mask of pure agony, the pain overwhelming him. A sickening crunch echoes through the chamber, a sound of something breaking under immense pressure, followed by a sharp, tearing sound, as if fabric or flesh is being ripped apart. Suddenly, in a flash of light, a tiny chick bursts forth from a glowing egg, a new life emerging amidst the chaos. The symbolic moment is immediately shattered by a deafening explosion, a final, thunderous quang that shakes the very foundations. He remains on the ground, battered and broken, as his tormentor stands over him, a pained grunt escaping his lips. Yangcheon Ku looks down, a question forming in his mind. What did it burst? A chilling smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with a malevolent red light. Gu Juliop kneels over the bloodied form of Yangcheon Ku, his voice laced with disbelief and anger, asking what he is doing. Bastard, he roars, his face contorted in fury. You coward. Grabbing Yangcheon Ku by his tattered collar, Gu Juliop pulls him closer, spitting out that he doesn't deserve to call himself a martial artist. He warns that once the clans learn of this disgrace, Yangcheon Ku will walk with his head hanging in shame. His eyes glow with a fierce, crimson light, the intensity of his rage palpable. How many have you killed? He demands, the question hanging heavy in the air. At least 10 people, right? Still reeling from the accusations, Yangcheon Ku struggles on the ground. As Juliop's voice rings out, sharp and accusatory. The younger man's hands are bound, his face contorted in pain and exhaustion. From the side, Namgong Baya steps forward, her voice urgent as she pleads for the confrontation to end. But Juliop, consumed by his rage, dismisses her words, his gaze fixed on the man beneath him. As he speaks, Juliop's mind drifts back to a painful memory, the day he himself killed the head of the Namgong clan. Baya watches him, her expression troubled, as she questions his true intentions. A crimson aura flares around Juliop, his eyes burning with an unyielding fury. He presses down on the bloodied figure, his voice laced with accusation, demanding to know what Yanchun is doing. As his fury mounts, a vibrant crimson energy begins to pulse from his hands, swirling with blood-like particles. He looks away, a moment of hesitation crossing his features, as the weight of his actions settles in, realizing he's only deepened his own predicament. Standing over the prone form, Gu Juliop continues his verbal assault, taunting the man about the elder's judgment and dismissing him as a fool who doesn't know his place. Then, a shift in his demeanor, as he rationalizes his actions, believing he deserves praise and claiming to have a witness ready to share evidence. A sharp tap of his hand punctuates his resolve, the crimson aura still faintly visible. Suddenly, his attention is drawn elsewhere, a new presence making him question who has arrived. It is Siola Y, her gaze fixed on him as she calmly asks for his name. She extends a hand, her voice calm yet firm, demanding to know his name. Gu Juliop, taken aback, questions her, asking if he hadn't already told her. But she simply states, that's a lie. His mind races, wondering how she could possibly know. He challenges her, asking if she seeks his name for revenge, perhaps for her brother. Siola Y maintains her unwavering gaze, a composure that astonishes him, even after the brutal beating he inflicted. She steps closer, her voice cutting through the air with a simple, direct demand, your real name. Gu Juliop turns away, his silence speaking volumes about the weight of her words. He listens as Siola Y questions his sudden change in demeanor, wondering why he's now pretending they're friends. Her gaze remains unwavering, her voice steady. He attempts to deflect, asking if she would stop following him if he revealed his name. His expression is a mix of frustration and a subtle hint of desperation. Without hesitation, Siola Y pronounces his true name, Gu Yanchun. Her voice rings with certainty as she repeats, Gu Yanchun. The words echo in his mind, a stark reminder of the time he spent with the Northern Heavenly Sect, a matter he learned while an apprentice there. A sigh escapes him, feeling the weariness from the recent fight, and he decides to rest for a moment. Suddenly, he halts. An unseen voice calls out, questioning if young Master Yanggong has been flying. His face contorts in frustration, declaring that he will forbid himself from flying until they return, ensuring he doesn't encounter anyone else. He stands resolute in the courtyard. A thoughtful hum escapes him as he pauses by the grand gate. The serene architecture of the compound, complete with a tranquil pond, stretches out before him. He is abruptly called out to, his name echoing through the halls of the clan residence. An attendant expresses confusion, asking why he hasn't been seen, while he simply looks on with an annoyed expression, as if the interruption is the last thing he needs. The attendant's concern deepens upon seeing him bruised and battered, wondering what could have happened, as he sits on the bed, clearly in pain. Meanwhile, Namgong Baya reports that he left the clan's twin gates that morning for a meal, and has yet to return. She continues, revealing that he also beat up a Namgong clan member, and she's unsure how to report such a delicate matter. Her eyes glow with a fierce, golden light, reflecting the intensity of her thoughts and concerns. The vast, sprawling architecture of the clan's domain stretches out below, a testament to its power and influence. Beyond the earthly structures, the cosmic expanse begins to unfold, a shimmering tapestry of stars and nebulae. The celestial display continues, hinting at the grander forces at play within this martial world. Centuries ago, the Yun clan of Jinghuan stood as China's foremost martial arts powerhouse, not only boasting the strongest warriors but also wielding immense financial influence. Yet, even this formidable clan, seemingly invincible, vanished after a devastating bloodshed, leaving behind only ruins. No one truly knows the reason for their sudden disappearance, but records indicate that all members were slaughtered under a white maple tree, a detail that now occupies Yang Xiongku's thoughts. He sits beneath the moonlit canopy, his expression one of deep skepticism. A scoff escapes him, muttering, "White maple tree, my ass." As he continues his journey through the dark woods, he observes, "I don't even see any white maple trees around." He ponders the inconsistency, considering, "Also, it's already autumn now. Where do you find a white maple tree? By now, it'll probably become a dead tree." The thought persists, wondering if someone simply spread the rumor as a prank. Overwhelmed by a gnawing hunger, he could only think of food. As if sensing his plight, Namgong Baya held out a small cookie, asking if he wanted it. He embraced her tightly, relieved that her kindness always seemed to come through when he needed it most, though she playfully protested being called a pig. A wave of relief washed over him, admitting he'd been truly worried about his hunger, and she confirmed her assistance with a gentle smile. His expression suddenly hardened, however, as a more pressing question came to mind. She simply smiled, anticipating his inquiry. Later, as they shared a meal amidst the quiet mountains, he pressed her for details. He wanted to know how she had managed to track him down, especially since he'd been missing and people were searching for him. With a knowing look, she simply replied that it was a gut feeling. He continues to eat, still perplexed by her sudden appearance, asking how in heaven's name she managed to find him. She simply replies that she just had a gut feeling. Meanwhile, her thoughts drift to her master's already extensive list of problems, and the potential reward of 3 days of dishwashing if she were to find the main culprit, wondering if he would return to eat everything here. His expression turning suspicious, he challenges her, asking where a white maple tree would even be in these mountains, calling it a blatant lie. She quickly retorts that it's not a lie, claiming it looked really pretty and she saw it just now. With a slight smile, she adds, "Yeah, it probably would be really pretty." He pauses his eating, a thoughtful expression on his face. As she suddenly exclaims, "What's wrong with that?" "Yes, I saw it together with you." His eyes widen in surprise, and he points to himself, utterly bewildered. "Me? With me?" She simply smiles, her eyes closed in amusement. Yang Xiongku turns to his companion, a hint of disbelief in his voice, asking what she means by her earlier statement. As they stand before a massive, ancient tree bathed in moonlight, Siola Wai simply states that this is the world tree. He questions if she truly means the legendary world tree, to which she confidently replies, "Yep." He then suggests she should head back, but she immediately asks why. Yang Xiongku, exasperated, tells her to get her eyes checked, insisting that it's just a normal tree. Siola Wai, however, retorts, asking how this could possibly be considered normal. He lets out a surprised sound, then admits that Siola isn't lying, even though he still seems to struggle with the reality of the situation. Siola Wai looks on, her expression a mix of concern and slight frustration, as if waiting for him to fully grasp the truth. He finally concedes, acknowledging that she's not wrong, and she responds with a simple, affirmative sound. Elsewhere, Namgong Baya lets out a surprised gasp, her eyes wide as a faint, shimmering aura begins to emanate around her. Yang Xiongku moved through the shadowed path, reflecting on his journey, realizing that while he hadn't sought the world tree on other trails, this particular route allowed him to locate it within the same general area, though he mused it might be more productive to return for training with the second elder, despite his doubts about the elder's teaching methods. Suddenly, a distinct sound cut through the quiet, making him pause and wonder, what's that noise? Meanwhile, in another part of the dark, desolate landscape, Namgong Baya found herself in a terrifying predicament. A brilliant blue energy began to coalesce in her outstretched hand, pulsing with an uncontrollable power. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge, she cried out, "Get away!" The blue energy intensified, swirling violently around her hand, growing more volatile with each passing second. The sheer force of it threw her backward, her body recoiling from the uncontrolled power. Finally, with a deafening roar, a massive burst of blue lightning and energy erupted, engulfing the immediate area in a blinding flash. The uncontrolled blue energy around her surges, crackling with raw power. It erupts violently, a blinding explosion of azure light and a thunderous sound. The sheer force lifts her from the ground, her form momentarily suspended within the chaotic, glowing maelstrom. The energy intensifies, coalescing into a focused, destructive burst. A towering column of brilliant blue light pierces the darkness, its power still growing. Her body, still enveloped in the volatile aura, remains at the epicenter of the cataclysm. Watching the devastating display, a single thought echoes in his mind. What was that power? As the mystical energy surged, a voice cut through the air, questioning Yang Qianku's actions, his face etched with concern. Above them, the world transformed into an ethereal forest of glowing white leaves, where Namgong Baya floated, enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, with Yang Qianku suspended nearby. The luminous foliage shimmered against a deep, starry expanse, each leaf radiating a soft, otherworldly light. Namgong Baya gazed upwards, a white flower symbol blooming beside her, as if asking if this incredible sight was truly real. Meanwhile, Yang Qianku continued to observe her, the glowing leaves reflecting in his eyes, his expression a mixture of awe and apprehension. The ethereal glow of the leaves filled the space. As Namgong Baya, surrounded by the shimmering foliage, repeated her question, her voice filled with a fragile hope. Her flowing robe seemed to merge with the glowing environment, making her appear as a celestial being amidst the magical forest. As the mystical white maple tree shimmered into existence, a phenomenon similar to what had occurred earlier, Yang Qianku realized this was the very mechanism designed to conceal the treasury. Baya, still reeling from the sudden transformation, wondered aloud. How did she know? While Yang Qianku, startled, called out, "Hey, what did you just do now?" She then challenged him. "You don't think this tree appeared out of nowhere, do you?" He responded with a confused, "What do you mean?" "Me." A flurry of questions and exclamations filled Baya's mind, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Similarly, Yang Qianku's thoughts were a chaotic mess, his face reflecting utter bewilderment at the unfolding events. After a moment, he firmly stated, "No, I don't think you did it." Baya, still confused, asked, "Did what?" He observes the massive, churning energy wave before them, a vast expanse of white and blue, realizing the treasure isn't merely on the surface. As he contemplates the depths, a voice calls out, questioning his next move. Ignoring the query, he takes a decisive step, his foot landing firmly on the unseen path. Below the surface, a dark, swirling purple vortex reveals itself, emanating an ominous, yet captivating, energy. He initially senses no treasure from the immediate vicinity, but then his gaze locks onto the vortex, realizing its true nature. Before he can fully react, his companion, eager and impatient, leaps ahead across the floating rock platforms. Meanwhile, Namgong Baya, her eyes wide with anticipation, begins to glow with a vibrant purple energy, ready for the descent. His companion calls back, urging the young master to follow quickly. Namgong Baya's excitement radiates, her glowing form a beacon of eagerness as they prepare to enter the unknown. He pauses at the entrance of the newly revealed passage, a dark and foreboding path, as a voice from behind him warns that it is dangerous. The warning echoes, emphasizing the unknown perils that lie ahead. Undeterred by the caution, another figure plunges headfirst into the shadowy depths of the cave. He turns back to the others, explaining that there are two paths before them, one leading to the treasury, but questioning which way they should go. Without hesitation, the eager companion points decisively, declaring, "That way." The cautious woman, however, expresses her certainty in the chosen direction, but questions how the other could be so sure. As the discussion unfolds, the young master gazes toward a distant, glowing light, a luminous tree illuminating the cavern ahead. The cautious woman firmly grabs the eager man, who struggles against her grip, protesting loudly as she reminds him that the young master has ordered them to follow Siola. With the path decided and the group moving forward, the cave entrance is left empty, swallowed by the encroaching darkness. As the group ventured deeper into the cavern, the young master's gaze swept upwards, taking in the vast, dark expanse of the cave's ceiling, his expression unreadable in the dim light. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Gujalayip's patience began to fray, and he voiced his growing concern, wondering if they were truly on the right path, as the end remained out of sight. Namgong Baya, ever the pragmatist, quickly cut him off, reminding him of their orders and the fading light of the glowstones, insisting they trust Sola's guidance, and telling him to simply be quiet. With a frustrated groan, Gujalayip continued to follow, clutching his head in discomfort as the narrow passage pressed in around them, the young master walking steadily beside him. Finally, after what felt like an endless journey through the winding darkness, his foot found solid ground on a new ledge, signaling their arrival. However, the relief was short-lived as he stumbled and fell, landing awkwardly on the rocky floor, a soft grunt escaping him. Namgong Baya, observing his clumsy fall, could only sigh in exasperation, telling him to stop being so annoying. Ignoring Gu Jilayip's plight, the young master and Namgong Baya turned their attention to the new area before them, their eyes scanning the mysterious depths of the cavern. The glowstones, once a reliable source of light, had now dimmed, their luminescence fading into the oppressive darkness of the deeper cave. And yet, the passage ahead seemed empty, devoid of any immediate threats. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Young master," as he recoiled, a shadow of fear crossing his face. He and the woman beside him exchanged a glance, both sensing a new, unsettling presence in the air. A guttural, scraping sound echoed through the cavern, signaling the approach of something immense. Before anyone could react, a massive, scaly hand shot out with a sickening shge, snatching the young man named Gu Jilayip from the ground. His face contorted in terror as the woman behind him reached out in a desperate, futile gesture. The protagonist watched, his expression hardening, as the colossal, white-scaled creature loomed over them, its grip firm on their companion. Why, young master?" the woman cried out, her voice trembling with fear for their captured friend. With another sharp shge, the creature revealed its terrifying reptilian head, its mouth agape, ready to consume its prey. Held firmly in the creature's grasp, Gu Jilayip lets out a guttural scream, his voice cracking with sheer terror as he struggles against the monstrous scales. Watching the horrific scene unfold, Yang Qian-ku and Namgong Baya can only stare, their faces contorted in a mixture of shock and dread, recognizing the terrifying entity as nothing less than a demonic beast. A sudden, monstrous presence makes itself known, causing Namgong Baya to gasp in terror, clinging to Gu Jilayip as she cries out. "Why, young master?" The source of their fear is a colossal, white, serpentine creature, its scales gleaming faintly. Gu Jilayip, his face contorted in shock, can only stammer out a fragmented thought. "It's a deity." Before the full realization hits him, his voice joining the chorus of terrified screams from the crowd below. "Demonic beast!" Namgong Baya, still reeling from the shock, can only repeat her plea to her companion. "Why, young master?" From a distance, Yang Qian-ku observes the chaos, his brow furrowed in disbelief at the sight of such a creature. Its eyes now glow with an ominous yellow light, as he questions how a demonic beast could appear in a place that was empty just moments before. The colossal white serpent stretched endlessly, its massive form dominating the landscape. And at that size, it was an overwhelming presence. Yang Qian-ku's expression hardened, a fierce resolve burning within him as he considered the creature before them. Thankfully, the massive creature still seemed to be in a deep slumber, its eyes remaining closed. He briefly entertained the thought of a quiet retreat, hoping they could simply slip away unnoticed. But then, with a sudden, chilling shift, a single, golden eye snapped open, fixing its gaze directly upon them. A jolt of surprise ran through him as he questioned the creature's abrupt awakening. His own eyes began to glow with a fierce yellow light, the question of whether he needed to fight now answered with grim determination. Standing beside Seol Al-Y, Yang Qian-ku knew he couldn't let this slide. He would never be able to sleep peacefully if he did. Yang Qian-ku's mind raced, refusing to let his chance at a quiet life slip away so helplessly. He gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening against the encroaching threat. Even if it meant his own demise, he would protect the small child now clinging to him, a faint red aura flaring around his form. Trying to calm the frightened youth, he was still surprised by the sudden turn of events, a bad feeling settling deep within him. Before them, the colossal white snake's eyes glowed with an eerie yellow light, its tongue flicking out as it fully awakened. A voice echoed through the cavern, making Yang Qian-ku wonder how a demonic beast could possibly speak the human tongue. The creature's voice, now clearer, expressed curiosity about how a child of that bloodline found himself in such a place. Yang Qian-ku, still holding the child, replied simply that he was just looking around. The snake's glowing yellow eye narrowed slightly, processing his words. The massive white demonic snake, its green eyes glowing with an ancient intelligence, continued its unsettling monologue, its voice echoing through the cavern. It spoke of a mistake, of an accidental intrusion, and a grim refusal to let anyone leave. Yang Qian-ku, taken aback by the creature's articulate speech, could only wonder if he had truly just addressed a demonic beast as Mr. The snake's voice, deep and resonant, continued its pronouncement, insisting that despite any apologies, there was no escape for them. Then, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on the small child beside him, the snake posed a cryptic question, asking Yang Qian-ku what he thought fate truly was. A low, rumbling sound emanated from the massive creature, its gaze unwavering. Yang Qian-ku, still processing the creature's sentience, found himself utterly bewildered by the philosophical turn of the conversation. The snake's presence loomed large before them, its powerful form radiating an immense, ancient energy. Its mouth opened wider, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs, a silent threat accompanying its profound question. Yang Qian-ku's mind races, bewildered by the creature's unexpected philosophical turn, wondering if it has truly gone senile. Yet, the snake's question was surprisingly logical, and it made it clear that he would not be permitted to leave. The white demonic snake continued, its voice echoing with ancient wisdom, reminding him that the Yun clan had already passed away. Its golden eye fixed on him. The creature then posed a chilling question. What was the point of living on? Clutching the child close, Yang Qion-ku felt a growing unease, a premonition that hell itself was about to break loose. Suddenly, the old man, Gu Juliop, appeared, holding a shimmering golden orb, and declared it a payment for playing along with him. Yang Qion-ku's thoughts swirled, sensing a deeper manipulation at play, feeling as though he was under someone's control, and musing that it would be better if he were the one being struck. Gu Juliop knelt beside the white snake, addressing it with a knowing tone, stating that someone like Yang Qion-ku would be able to take it better than others. As the golden orb materialized in his hand, Yang Qion-ku's eyes widened in disbelief, demanding, Hold what? A guttural cry of pain echoes as an unseen force begins to manifest. The golden orb, now clutched in Yang Qion-ku's hand, flares with blinding light, forcing another pained gasp from him. He struggles against the overwhelming energy, realizing this power is fundamentally different from the demonic stones he once consumed. Though his body instinctively attempts the demonic stone absorption art, the orb's essence resists his familiar methods. A strange, grinding sound accompanies the struggle, as he feels the profound, unsettling difference of this new power coursing through him. His eyes, now glowing with the orb's golden light, reflect the intense pain and confusion gripping him. The golden aura around him expands, overwhelming his senses, and he collapses to the ground as Nam Gong Baya watches, her expression etched with concern. Still radiating the strange energy, he lies prone as both Nam Gong Baya and Gu Juliop kneel beside him, their faces grim with worry. His glowing eyes stare blankly ahead, a single, bewildered question escaping his lips. As the golden orb's power continued to overwhelm him, Yang Qion-ku groaned, his hand clenching in agony as a companion reached out to him. He finally collapsed to the ground, his body giving out as a hand gently rested on his back. From above him, a familiar voice questioned, Are you satisfied? The voice belonged to Nam Gong Baya, who knelt beside him, her hand still on his back, as she continued, It is not a matter of my satisfaction. Rising to her feet, her eyes now glowed with an eerie green light, and a vibrant blue-green aura pulsed around her, swirling with glowing particles. The ethereal glow enveloped her. Kneeling once more, her gaze fixed on him, she spoke again. Since you're awake, I'll ask you one thing. I already asked that. Standing tall, the green aura still swirling around her, she pressed on. Is your soul purified? Then why is it still so dirty? Nam Gong Baya, still enveloped in a soft green glow, seems to reach a profound understanding. Meanwhile, a disembodied voice, like a rustling whisper, questions Yang Qion-ku's past actions, demanding to know why he would entrust such a vital crystal to a mere human he had only just met. The voice continues, pondering the nature of the exchange, a piece of precious nothing given for something that could neither be bought nor sold. As the spectral serpentine form looms, Yang Qion-ku's thoughts drift to his own concessions, acknowledging that he too has let many things go. Nam Gong Baya gazes up at the immense, white serpentine entity, its form stretching endlessly before her. A soft, rustling sound accompanies her contemplation, as the green aura around her subtly intensifies. With a wistful expression, she admits that she is envious of the fate she now perceives. Yang Qion-ku, now observing a smaller manifestation of the spiritual guide, reflects on his own regrets, feeling that its presence makes him forget such trivial matters, yet acknowledging himself as a truly regretful man. The spiritual entity then reveals a deeper truth about him, stating that he fears losing the cherished second chance at life he holds so dear. Still transformed, Nam Gong Baya looks up, her voice laced with concern as she addresses Yang Qion-ku, asking why he would protect her. She then demands, Now give it back. Her expression serious, she warns him that the item is still dangerous. Meanwhile, Yang Qion-ku stands cloaked in shadow, a dark visor obscuring his eyes, a glowing orb resting before him. And he remarks with a hint of amusement, You seem to have grown braver since when? Nam Gong Baya remains enveloped in a soft, pale green aura. As he continues, a wry smile playing on his lips, How ungrateful like you. His thoughts drift to his past struggles, the pain of hurting into the heavens, crawling into hell, and all for this. Meanwhile, Gu Juliop, observing from a distance, expresses his disbelief, lamenting that their young master lost to a mere brat who barely managed the journey. Kneeling over the injured Yang Qion-ku, Seol Al-Wai calmly states her terms, explaining that she has been handling such matters quietly and will let him go if he simply hands over what she seeks. However, Gu Juliop, his face contorted in fury, immediately retorts, declaring that his young master's name is not for the likes of her to defile, questioning if this is the will of the Nam Gong clan or merely some wretched individual. As his words hang in the air, Seol Al-Wai's eyes begin to glow with an ethereal green light, a faint, shimmering aura emanating from her form. With a swift, fluid motion, she draws her sword, its blade now radiating the same vibrant green energy. A voice, calm yet resolute, acknowledges the impending conflict, accepting that if this is what is desired, then it is simply inevitable. Gu Jiliop's gaze remains sharp and unwavering, his anger still burning. Seol Alwai raises her glowing sword, poised for battle. Suddenly, a powerful, unseen force strikes Gu Jiliop, silencing his protests as he clutches his mouth in pain. Amidst a swirling cosmic backdrop, a stern command echoes through the air, "Be quiet." As a powerful golden-yellow aura erupts around her, Seol Alwai's form is engulfed in brilliant light, sending rays of energy shooting upwards. Even as she lies prone on the ground, the radiant energy continues to surge from her, a protective barrier of light. Her eyes blaze with an intense golden glow as she issues a chilling warning. Don't wake him up from his nap. Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of a full moonlit night, a quiet, traditional room lay bathed in its soft glow, the silence broken only by the rustle of fabric on a low table. Within its confines, a powerful, frustrated blow suddenly erupted. The impact sent a violent spray of water or energy outward, a testament to the raw force behind it. Hunched over, his body trembling with exertion and a fresh smear of blood at his mouth, Yang Qion-ku struggled to comprehend his own actions. He questioned himself, wondering what he was truly doing in this moment of despair. The thought echoed in his mind. How could some imbecile have possibly defeated him? His fist clenched tightly as he muttered a name, the memory of Nam Gong fueling his frustration. A guttural cry escapes Yang Qion-ku, his head thrown back in anguish or exertion, blood still staining his lips. Meanwhile, Seola Wai also appears to be struggling, her eyes closed in discomfort, while Yang Qion-ku below her clenches his jaw, a low grunt escaping him. Gu Jiliop stands over Seola Wai, who is now seated on the floor, his voice firm as he addresses her. Gu Yangchun, what are you doing? Seola Wai rises, clutching her head as if in deep thought or pain. Her gaze lifting with a question, what do I need to do? A narration box reveals a critical insight. The guard of the House of Ku is far more formidable than anticipated, as a shadowy figure, likely Yang Qion-ku, stands silhouetted against a crimson, smoky backdrop. Yang Qion-ku, his eyes now glowing with a fierce red light and a dark aura swirling around him, confirms the danger. We wouldn't have had the slightest chance against him. Gu Jiliop walks away, glancing back over his shoulder as a new opportunity presents itself. The formidable guard is currently moving without an escort. Unaware of the unfolding plans, a stern-faced guard with dark skin and a visor continues his patrol, his presence a silent testament to the power of the House of Ku. A sinister smile stretches across a shadowy face, its eyes glinting with dark intent. The voice echoes, addressing a man named Machiel, assuring him of unwavering trust and anticipating good news once more. Meanwhile, Machiel, the guard of the House of Ku, moves with a somber, determined gait through a traditional hallway. His thoughts weigh heavily on him, pondering the young master's unwavering stance and his own limits within the Gu clan. The burden feels physical, a weight upon his shoulder. Stopping by a window, Machiel gazes out, his voice low as he speaks of another's life. Elsewhere, a white-haired figure with glowing eyes offers a chilling proposition, asking if a certain exchange is not, in fact, a fair trade. Back with the shadowy figure, his eyes now glow with an ominous purple light, a guttural sound escaping him as his dark power intensifies. Under the vast, dark sky, a full moon casts its serene glow upon the tranquil waters below. A figure lies defeated on the ground, while another stands over him, radiating an intense golden light. He looks up, his eyes wide with fear and confusion, demanding to know who stands before him. The mysterious figure, with platinum blonde hair flowing around her, silences him with a finger to her lips. Her golden eyes glowing with an otherworldly power as she dismisses his question, stating that he doesn't need to know her identity. As a surge of energy erupts, he cries out in disbelief, questioning why someone like her would be here. The force sends him hurtling backward, a bright golden impact pushing him through the air. Looking down at his retreating form, she declares that she is not taking questions. Her golden aura flares, swirling with immense power, leaving no doubt of her dominance. With an almost ethereal glow, the mysterious woman watches, her golden eyes fixed on the scene below. Battered and bruised, Yang Qion-ku lies on the ground, a grim realization dawning that he has little time left. He needs to run, to escape this overwhelming power. Pushing himself to his feet, he bolts, a desperate flight for survival. With only one chance, he glances back as a sudden, unseen force impacts the area behind him. He must return to his clan, for it is his only hope of survival. As he pushes onward, the ground beneath his feet begins to crack, a chilling testament to the monstrous power he faces. He notices the strange phenomenon, questioning why the very floor is warping. The ground continues to rise and distort, leaving him bewildered by the sudden, impossible changes. His desperate flight ends abruptly as Yang Qion-ku collapses, his tattered robe rustling against the cold ground. A faint golden glow begins to emanate from his body, and he struggles, reaching out a hand as if grasping for something just beyond his reach. The world around him blurs into streaks of light, a visual distortion reflecting the overwhelming power now at play. As Gu Jiliop and Namgong Baya look on, Yang Qion-ku is completely engulfed in a brilliant, blinding golden light. Elsewhere, or perhaps in a space beyond their perception, Seol Alwai stands, her platinum blonde hair flowing as she radiates an intense, radiant golden aura. Reaching a hand to her neck, she speaks with a voice tinged with sorrow, lamenting that she wanted to leave the first life that was given to me for your satisfaction. A single tear escapes her closed eyes as she acknowledges that an untrue life is still an untrue life. Her voice, now a desperate plea, echoes through the golden light, begging, "Give it back now, please." Behind her, the golden aura intensifies, swirling with vibrant blue-green energy, a testament to her escalating power and resolve. As the golden light intensified around him, Yang Qianku felt a profound sense of distress, a green aura flickering around his form, and a voice echoed, acknowledging the selfishness of its actions. Meanwhile, Seol Ly, her eyes glowing with fierce determination, continued to channel her immense power, the golden energy radiating from her body with increasing intensity. The force of her will manifested as a glowing hand, reaching out and pulling at Yang Qianku, who recoiled in visible pain. Tears streamed down her face, her glowing eyes reflecting the profound sorrow and resolve driving her actions. As her hand pulsed with raw power, a soft pwa sound accompanying the surge of energy. Her entire being now a beacon of golden light, she declared, "Yes, you're right. Even the present belongs to you, so give it back." From the swirling golden energy, a luminous serpentine spirit began to manifest, its voice echoing with an ancient weariness. "Are you leaving? I need to rest. I can't remain in a child's body." Seol Ly turned towards the newly formed entity, her own voice filled with a mix of awe and challenge. "Do you know what kind of being you are?" The golden light intensified further, engulfing everything in a blinding, crackling energy, as the very air around them seemed to hum with immense power. The golden energy surrounding Seol Ly intensifies, swirling with an almost blinding brilliance as the extraction reaches its peak. Her eyes glowing with fierce resolve, she acknowledges the immense struggle, steeling herself for the difficult battle ahead, fueled by a deep-seated anger. Within the shimmering particles, the serpentine spirit perceives its surroundings, its ancient consciousness taking in the moment. The golden energy continues to swirl, a vortex of raw power and fading presence. Finally, the immense exertion takes its toll, and Seol Ly collapses to the ground, her body spent, though the golden aura still faintly clings to her. As its form dissipates into the shimmering light, the serpentine spirit offers a final, cryptic blessing upon her path. Despite her exhaustion, Seol Ly's eyes still glow, a flicker of determination remaining as she considers a future opportunity. Elsewhere, a young woman with dark hair appears, a gentle smile gracing her lips, addressing Yang Qianku with a promise of a future meeting. With her message delivered, she turns and walks away, leaving behind a sense of anticipation. A tattered red and black robe lies still on a cold stone floor. Its wearer, Yang Qianku, completely unconscious. Slowly, his eyes flutter open, wide with a sudden, disoriented surprise. Above him, a vast, star-dusted night sky stretches endlessly. As a gentle voice breaks the silence, asking, "You woke up?" He pushes himself up, finding a young woman with dark, flowing hair smiling warmly at him. Their gazes meeting in a moment of shared calm. Together, they sit on a cliff's edge, a lone, gnarled tree standing sentinel as they gaze out at the serene landscape below. As his senses returned, Yang Qianku found himself on a rocky precipice, the vast world stretching out before him. Disoriented, he could only voice a single, confused question. "H, what happened?" A pained gasp escapes him, blood smeared across his lips. From a balcony above, Gu Juliop looks down, a worried question on his face, wondering if he is all right, knowing he should be by his side. A sharp sound echoes as the unnamed woman turns, her gaze fixed on the commotion below, a soft yo escaping her lips. Both companions now stare down at Yang Qianku, sprawled on the ground, his body covered in blood, as the woman calls out, "Wuqiel, what are you doing here?" He looks up, eyes wide with surprise, as the woman continues, "Young master, where have you been? You've been gone without a word, all day." Her concern deepens as she observes his state, noting that he must have been fighting, covered in blood, his robe disheveled. Gu Juliop, still looking down, asks, "So, where did you begin?" Now standing, Yang Qianku faces the woman, who holds a stick, as she playfully suggests, "Young master met a snake." Gu Yanchun, now wearing a fresh robe, is questioned by the woman. "Gu Yanchun, what are you doing?" Before Gu Juliop interjects, "What kind of snake?" His companions look on with concern, the dark-haired woman asking what exactly happened to him. He offers a dismissive smile, claiming it was merely a stroke of bad luck, though a fleeting image of the serpentine spirit, barely contained, flashes through his mind. Gu Juliop presses him, asking if he encountered other people, but he simply trails off, unwilling to elaborate. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Seol Ly savors a mouthful of noodles. Sharing a meal with a green-haired girl at a small table, unaware of the approaching figure of Yang Qianku. The green-haired girl, Miss Nanchun, reacts with a startled cry as Seol Ly slurps her noodles with gusto, seemingly unbothered by her companion's surprise. Yang Qianku, now fully visible, confronts Miss Nanchun, reminding her of a promise not to bother him. She defensively claims she wasn't waiting for him, while Seol Aoi playfully interjects, questioning if bothering him wasn't bothering her. Exasperated, Yang Cheon-ku throws his hands up, demanding to know what the two of them are doing. As he stands over them, Seol Aoi calmly states, "I didn't say goodbye, but I also came to tell you farewell." Yang Cheon-ku's thoughts race, wondering if the heir of the Woodengongs is also present, considering how bothersome that would be, but then dismisses the idea, realizing he didn't come. One of the women then reminds him, "But you said you wouldn't be back anyway. What does that mean?" Meanwhile, Seol Aoi continues to eat her noodles, looking up at him with a soft expression, as if pleading for him to join them. "Please?" His expression shifts to one of surprise and annoyance as another voice asks, "What happened to you?" He eventually gives in, taking a seat and picking up his chopsticks. And when pressed about his injuries, he offers a vague explanation. "Well, something happened." Miss Nanchun, holding a small knife, then asks with a mischievous glint in her eye, "So do you like poison? Or knives?" Seol Aoi, her expression gentle, apologizes for her impending departure. Gu Juliop, looking concerned, asks if she is truly leaving, while she explains that she feels too drawn away from Taehyung. Yang Cheon-ku simply offers a quiet acknowledgement. As Gu Juliop then addresses both of them, stating that they must leave so their young master can rest. But just as they prepare to depart, Miss Nanchun calls out, requesting one last moment. She holds out a formal invitation, explaining it's for next year's martial arts discretion, and they are free to choose whether to attend. Yang Cheon-ku, still looking weary, murmurs that he probably won't attend, but thanks her for the gesture, suggesting they'll see next year. Miss Nanchun, with a slight blush, reassures him that she only wishes for their families to be friends, and hopes he doesn't take her invitation the wrong way. With her final words spoken, the door slides shut, leaving the room in quiet. Miss Nanchun stands beside Seol Aoi, continuing their discussion as the morning light illuminates the distant mountains. A thoughtful expression crosses Nanchun's face, while Seol Aoi offers a soft, knowing chuckle. Nanchun's gaze drifts downward, her thoughts seemingly elsewhere. Together, they stand overlooking the vast landscape, the conversation continuing in hushed tones. The question hangs in the air, like the guerre. A faint smile plays on Nanchun's lips, a hint of amusement, or perhaps something more. Suddenly, the scene shifts, a flash of light signaling a drastic change in circumstances. Yang Cheon-ku plummets through the night sky, his body a blur against the moon as desperate thoughts of "keep calm" and "too fast" race through his mind. Yang Cheon-ku, looking perplexed, inquires about the meaning of Chuseok, a term unfamiliar to him. It is explained that Chuseok is a holiday from the world beyond their current reality. Miss Nanchun clarifies that the readers themselves originate from that very place. She then adds that both Yang Cheon-ku and Seol Aoi also hail from there. Still pondering the unfamiliar concept, Yang Cheon-ku wonders how they could possibly celebrate a holiday they know nothing about, to which Miss Nanchun simply suggests they enjoy some honey treats. She then mentions the traditional rice cakes associated with the celebration. Miss Nanchun reassures Seol Aoi that there is still a way to partake in the spirit of the holiday, suggesting they make a wish to the moon. Under the vast night sky, the three companions gaze up at the luminous full moon, its gentle glow illuminating their faces. As they stand together, a quiet thought emerges, contemplating the moon's silent presence. As the wish is made, a brilliant, swirling light begins to manifest, promising to grant their deepest desires. The light intensifies, sparkling with ethereal energy, exploding outwards in a vibrant burst, filling the space with dense, shimmering particles, before slowly fading into a soft, cloudy haze, carrying their wish into the night. With this hopeful act, they anticipate being able to truly enjoy Chuseok. Looking up at the night sky, Yang Cheon-ku, Seol Aoi, and Miss Nanchun share a moment of quiet contemplation, their faces reflecting the soft glow of the moon. Miss Nanchun, her eyes sparkling with joy, holds out a tray of colorful treats, ready to celebrate the holiday. Seol Aoi stands in quiet contemplation, her thoughts seemingly far away, as if pondering a question about the guerre. A subtle tension plays across her features. Turning to her companion, Seol Aoi asks, "What do you mean by that?" While the other girl, Seoyal, hesitates, unsure how to articulate her thoughts on what it means to like someone. After a moment of awkward silence, Seol Aoi dismisses the topic with a simple, "Never mind." Her expression shifts, and she then asks Seoyal about a different matter. "What about my invitation?" Seoyal, now visibly distressed and sitting on the ground, vehemently rejects the idea, proclaiming she was never going to accept the invitation to the family dinner in the first place, repeating her refusal with a desperate edge. Still reeling from her distress, Seoyal feels a gentle hand on her head, a comforting presence assuring her that everything will be all right. A small smile gracing her lips, she thanks Seol Aoi for the kindness, feeling a little better. With a playful glint in her eye, Seol Aoi promises a return of delicious poison before urging them to depart. As they walk away from the building, Seoyal glances back, questioning the peculiar threat. Meanwhile, in a different place, Yang Cheon-ku steps resolutely into a swirling vortex of darkness, disappearing into its depths. The ominous energy of the portal continues to spread. While Xiaola Y, her eyes closed, struggles against a similar dark force that envelopes her. Her eyes snap open, a declaration of resilience escaping her lips. She is all right, and she can endure it. A knowing smile then spreads across her face, anticipating a reunion in the near future. Looking down at the injured man, Xiaola Y questions his state, her voice laced with concern. Far away from their immediate predicament, a sprawling, ancient compound stands majestically under the open sky. Its intricate architecture and vast courtyard speak of a long and storied history. Within its walls, under the glow of a full moon, a white-haired man kneels respectfully before a cloaked authority figure, whose back is turned. The kneeling man speaks, his words hinting at a past event, believing the other had moved on. His gaze lifts, eyes glowing with a fierce intensity, as he challenges the authority figure, reminding them of a lost guard. The authority figure's eye narrows, a cold, dismissive judgment forming. The kneeling man looks down again, his thoughts consumed by questions about the situation and the fate of the one who failed. Elsewhere, a martial artist stands poised, as a voice ponders the impossible death of a stepfather. A white-haired man, his face etched with anguish, looks up and calls out to a figure before him. Meanwhile, a dark, imposing presence crackles with raw energy, its form indistinct yet radiating immense power. The shadowy figure, wreathed in blue and purple lightning, stands tall, an aura of crackling power surrounding it. The white-haired man, now kneeling with his head bowed, pleads with the figure, questioning the reasons behind his suffering. The shadowy figure, still crackling with energy, responds with a firm denial, refuting any involvement in the death of a nameless elder. A clenched hand emphasizes the figure's resolve, as it further denies killing any disciples deemed unworthy. The white-haired man gasps, his face contorted with a mix of despair and defiance, as the lightning around him seems to mirror his inner turmoil. The shadowy figure, its voice resonating with authority, declares a sentence of solitary training in the Jade Dragon Cave, a punishment for the white-haired man's perceived fault. With a final, strained gasp, the white-haired man clenches his jaw, reluctantly accepting the harsh decree. The father stands over Yangqion Ku, who lies defeated on the cold stone floor of the chamber. His face is bruised and bloodied, a testament to the overwhelming power he just faced. The father's gaze is unwavering, his eyes glowing with an intense, cold blue light. He commands Yangqion Ku to forget this incident, leaving the young man stunned by the declaration. Still reeling from the command, Yangqion Ku questions his father's meaning. The father's glowing eye narrows slightly, his resolve hardening. Yangqion Ku looks away, his expression a mix of pain and resignation. The father then delivers his sentence, solitary training in the Jade Dragon Cave until he understands his place. With a heavy heart, Yangqion Ku reluctantly accepts his fate. A sudden, shocking revelation leaves him wide-eyed, his gaze dropping in disbelief as he murmurs, "What?" before his eyes snap back up, demanding, "Did you just say?" Meanwhile, the elder patriarch, his expression stern, questions, "Did you call me?" The news that has caused such a stir is clear. Your marriage partner has been arranged. In the courtyard, the patriarch sighs, weary of the constant clan politics, stating, "I'm tired because you guys are from the clan." Someone then questions, "A marriage partner has been arranged?" His frustration boiling over, Yangqion Ku retorts, "Didn't we just break our marriage arrangement with the Peng clan too?" The patriarch, addressing a distressed woman, confirms with a firm tone, "Yes, because you keep fooling around." He questions the purpose of living his entire life within the clan, wondering if the old man truly made a mistake by breaking the previous engagement. His companion, the unnamed dark-haired woman, asks if he believes the Grand Master truly wanted to marry him off to someone new, while Gu Yangchun simply states that he believes the Grand Master is messing with him. Gu Jiliop, standing nearby, adds that the young master is just having fun, prompting the unnamed dark-haired woman to ask what he is doing. Yangqion Ku, however, insists that he believes he is hearing the truth, questioning why it would be true. The unnamed dark-haired woman reports on their travels to Alishin, mentioning new alliances, but the father interrupts, stating that a rumor about him has spread. He then asks what kind of crazy things he did, while the unnamed dark-haired woman explains that the clan sent out news about his arranged marriage with their agent. Meanwhile, the second elder, a wise-looking old man, is seen in a different location. The father asks him which clan he is being engaged to, and more importantly, who it is. The second elder chuckles softly, advising him not to be too surprised. He begins to speak, his voice carrying a hint of amusement. Finishing the name with a question, "The Gung clan?" The elder shakes his head with a soft tsk, remarking on his continued naivety. Yangqion Ku, however, is far from naive, his voice rising in disbelief. "Me to be engaged with their children?" His mind races, connecting the dots, realizing that this must mean one of their daughters is to be his fiancée. A moment of hesitation washes over him, as the elder confirms the Gung clan only has one daughter, a girl he has already met at the last martial arts exhibition. The realization hits him with full force. A single, stunned "oh" escapes his lips, the implications finally sinking in. As the weight of the elder's words settled upon him, the young master remained amidst the gathering of martial artists, his mind reeling from the sudden, unexpected revelation. For the daughter of the Gung clan, the one he was destined to marry, was none other than Seol Awai, the Heavenly Sword. Elder Lee voices his disapproval, complaining about the crazy bitch Yang Xion-ku is getting engaged to. But Yang Xion-ku quickly retorts, telling him not to insult his future fiancée, to which the elder defiantly states he absolutely will not stop. As the conversation continues, Elder Lee calls out to him, his tone shifting to reveal a shocking truth. Yang Xion-ku looks down, processing the words that just left the elder's lips, the revelation that his own sister is the one getting engaged. His head snaps up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he questions, "My sister?" Turning his back, he walks away, the shocking news clearly weighing heavily on his mind. A pained expression crosses Yang Xion-ku's face, his mind consumed by a single, agonizing thought. He is a monster. A monster, he believes, who ruthlessly took the lives of his own family. The memory shifts to a young woman with flowing dark red hair, her face etched with sorrow, as the internal voice continues to condemn him, calling him a disgraceful brother. A younger version of himself, clad in red, stands alone in a desolate landscape, wishing for an end to his suffering, begging to be killed. The harsh judgment persists, telling him he has no right to live, and that compared to his sister, he is utterly worthless. He recalls his sister, innocent of the great evil he had committed, born to him, and it was he who ultimately caused her demise. The memory shifts again, showing a younger Yang Xion-ku facing an older man in dark robes, the voice in his head urging him to flee, but asking where he could possibly run. The older man, his master, echoes the sentiment, suggesting anywhere far away would suffice. He stands before the elder, a small boy with a defiant gaze, as the older man's voice rings out, questioning his actions. The second elder's words cut through the air, demanding to know why he would ignore his own sister when she was right there. His frustration mounts, the elder's face contorted in anger as he repeats, "You're going to ignore your sister when she's here?" The young boy, however, remains resolute, explaining that he knows how to see her, but that it's not what he wants to do, adding that he'll be gone for a few months and doesn't want to be found. The elder kneels, his expression softening to one of pleading as he asks if the boy could just listen for one time. But the boy's attention has already shifted, his eyes drawn to a distant building engulfed in flickering flames. A close-up reveals his sister's face, her teeth gritted in anguish, her eyes wide with terror. The inferno rages, consuming the structure, its orange glow casting ominous shadows. As the young boy watches, a woman named Muyan shouts an urgent command. "Muyan, block the door." He stares at the door, a flicker of confusion crossing his face as he considers the urgent command to block it. But the wooden barrier already groans under immense pressure, with ominous red light and smoke seeping through its cracks. Muyan questions the futility of the task, wondering how he could possibly hold back a monster of unknown power. A thoughtful hum escapes him, his brow furrowed in deep consideration. Despite the overwhelming odds, he presses his hand against the door, a surge of red energy flaring around his palm as he begins to push. The door groans under the combined assault, yet Muyan's resolve hardens, his expression set in grim determination. He channels his full power, a vortex of crimson energy swirling around him, bracing himself against the relentless force from the other side. The door splinters and cracks, a malevolent, glowing red eye-like symbol manifesting on its surface as the unseen entity pushes back with terrifying might. Engulfed in flames and rapidly disintegrating, the door yields, yet Muyan remains steadfast, his body a final, desperate bulwark. Yang Xion-ku's hands glow with an intense crimson energy, a powerful aura swirling around him, signifying his hyper-little brother's state. The raw power engulfs his entire form, radiating outward in a vibrant, almost overwhelming display. His eyes widen in surprise, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, as the sheer force of his own awakening washes over him. "Brother," a familiar voice calls out, his sister approaching with a warm smile. Before he can fully react, he finds himself enveloped in a tight embrace, a gentle hand patting his head as he stammers a surprised, "Oh. Elder Lee's voice rumbles with affection, reminding him, "You need to protect your sister, don't you? It's good to see you doing so well." The elder continues, a teasing note in his tone. "Isn't it that your cheeks are chubby?" Yang Xion-ku looks down, a blush creeping up his neck as the last vestiges of the crimson energy fade from his hands, a soft, embarrassed "oh" escaping him. "HHMG, good boy," Elder Lee murmurs, still patting his head, surrounded by the watchful, smiling faces of Gu Juliop and Seol Awai. As they walk, Elder Lee greets the group, noting it has been a while since their last meeting, while Yang Xion-ku internally wonders if the elder is blind. The elder continues, expressing his pleasure at seeing him well, and mentioning that he heard Yang Xion-ku was the one who saved both him and the sacred squad, a compliment Yang Xion-ku dismisses as excessive. Internally, Yang Xion-ku curses, realizing this is precisely why he had wanted to run away. His sister then addresses him, calling him little brother, and he responds with a simple yes, his expression still troubled. She presses him, asking if he knows what he did wrong, to which he replies that he tried to block the door, and when she prompts him further, he hesitates. He then adds, almost to himself, that he also tried to run. His sister repeats his words, "You tried to run?" And he exclaims in frustration that he messed up. He then considers another possibility, wondering if his mistake was defeating another elder. His sister quickly reassures him, insisting he didn't mess up, but he remains confused, desperately asking what he did wrong. His face already bloodied, the young master is confronted by Muyin, who questions him about his engagement. Suddenly, a furious red aura erupts around him, his eyes glowing with intense anger, as he demands to know why Muyin believes he shouldn't be privy to such information. A spray of blood erupts as his fist begins to glow, convinced that Muyin is hiding something from him. He vehemently denies having kept any secrets, and challenges Muyin's authority to question his personal affairs. Standing over the now fallen Muyin, the young master berates him, declaring that he has grown too bold to speak back. From the ground, Muyin urgently calls out, warning someone to hold back, fearing further escalation. A dark, oppressive aura emanates from the young master, his eyes burning with an unsettling red glow. Still on the ground, Muyin reluctantly concedes, allowing the young master to do as he pleases. With his fist glowing once more, the young master declares that he will teach Muyin manners again, ignoring the plea to wait. Still consumed by a blinding fury, Yang Qion-ku lets out a guttural scream. As his sister, along with Seol Al-Wai and Gu Juliop, attempts to hold him down, trying to quell the violent outburst. She urges him to stay still, her voice laced with a desperate plea, explaining that she understands his pain, but this isn't the way. But his rage only intensifies, his eye glowing a malevolent red, a clear sign of his power spiraling out of control. His sister continues to hold him, shouting that he cannot strike the young master, desperate to prevent further damage. With a sharp crack, he unleashes a burst of energy, his hand striking out with uncontrolled force. A searing, fiery aura erupts around him, engulfing the immediate area in a crimson glow. The intense heat and light consume him, his sister, and Gu Juliop, trapping them within the volatile manifestation of his power. As the fiery energy subsides slightly, a faint voice echoes from within the chaos, calling out to his sister. Intense, swirling flames erupt around a figure, their form barely visible through the scorching heat. As Yang Qion-ku's sister kneels amidst the inferno, her face etched with a mixture of pain and desperate resolve. From a distance, Yang Qion-ku watches, his eyes widening in disbelief and horror as he recognizes her. A single word escaping his lips, "Sis?" Her gaze meets his, a soft, pained acknowledgement of little brother passing between them. Despite the agony, his sister clenches her fist, a fierce resolve hardening her features even as the flames dance around her. Seeing her plight, Yang Qion-ku's own fist begins to glow with a furious orange energy, his voice rising in a protective roar. "She's my sister. And made a mistake, so what?" The inferno around his sister intensifies, her form still consumed by the raging fire, while his own enraged silhouette looms in the background. He lunges forward, his hand outstretched towards her, a desperate plea tearing through the heat. "You crazy bitch. Stop." A soft gasp escapes her lips, her eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and concern. A gentle touch then brushes against her cheek, causing a faint blush to spread across her face as she registers the sensation. She looks down at the kneeling figure before her, a soft, almost tender expression now gracing her features. As she cradles his face in her hands, a voice remarks on the unexpected softness of her skin, noting how her cheeks truly live up to their delicate appearance. The standing man then questions the kneeling one, wondering if he truly expended so much energy just for a simple touch, and expressing surprise that he kept such a capable individual as a mere servant. Turning her attention to the standing man, the sister firmly instructs him, telling her little brother to hand her over. He immediately refuses, his expression resolute, while her surprised "what?" hangs in the air. As the sister looks on, he muses internally about his own little brother, who normally dedicates his life to him, reflecting on how everything seems to be changing around them. Muyin, holding a small child, looks down at Yang Qion-ku, who kneels before her, demanding to know who permitted him to rise, to which he meekly offers an apology. Her gaze sharpens, a thought beginning to form. Meanwhile, a memory or vision of Yang Qion-ku flashes, enveloped in a fierce crimson aura, the very blood of the Demon King coursing through him. He blushes slightly, recalling the mystical nothingness that surrounded her. Elder Li, observing the scene, remarks on his own inaction, yet marvels at how Yang Qion-ku managed to transform that monster in just a few months. Muyin glances at Yang Qion-ku, a subtle smirk playing on her lips. Her eyes narrow slightly. As the group he turns his head slightly, asking if they're finished. Having just been spared a lesson, Yang Qion-ku feels a wave of relief wash over him, though the thought of a potential confrontation still lingers. As the group stands together, Gu Juliop announces his intention to depart, preparing to set off on his own path. Muyin, taken aback by his sudden declaration, begins to question his motives. Meanwhile, Yang Qion-ku's attention is drawn to a small object he holds carefully in his hands. It's a vibrant green, leaf-shaped pendant, glowing faintly with an inner light. He ponders its nature, wondering if it could be a demonic stone, yet finding no discernible power within it. His gaze then shifts to another object, a luminous yellow orb, equally enigmatic. Observing the pendant, Gu Juliop recalls his own sentiment, having once considered it a good luck charm, but now dismisses it as mere junk. Kneeling in contemplation, he muses on the need to acquire more valuable and lovely possessions. A warm embrace envelopes Yang Xion-ku, his sister holding him close, her heart overflowing with affection. He looks up, a hint of surprise on his face, as she reassures him of her unwavering support. A gentle smile graces her lips, as her hand tenderly clasps his, her voice soft with conviction, reminding him that she always knew he was a good person. In a moment suspended in a starry void, her image lingers, her words echoing a profound connection to her little brother. Her smile remains, a silent wish for him to always stay happy. The memory or vision fades, leaving him with a lingering sense of emotion. But a soft smile now graces his own face, reflecting the warmth of her words. As an older man and a dark-haired woman walk through a traditional courtyard, he asks her if she believes she did the right thing by informing the clan head. He recalls how just last winter, Yang Xion-ku was barely at the peak of first star, too feeble to even release heat, much less move properly. But now, he muses, his energy arts have stabilized, allowing him to move his body with newfound freedom. The older man continues, explaining that upon hearing of Yang Xion-ku's solitary training, he felt compelled to go to Gungkwon, believing he had no other choice. The dark-haired woman, her eyes reflecting a thoughtful gaze, wonders aloud how he managed to arrive so quickly, finding the feat quite amazing. The older man, turning to her, asks what she thinks happened, then questions why she didn't simply ask him directly. She explains that she could tell he didn't want to explain it to her, so she refrained from asking, but suggests he might open up if his sister were to inquire. With a knowing look, the dark-haired woman affirms that he is her brother, and having known him for so long, she can discern his true feelings just by looking into his eyes. No, he wasn't speaking of nothing. The elder muses, a question lingering in his tone, as Muyin replies, I wondered if you didn't notice either. Elderly presses, well, what about her? He explains, I asked because I was wondering if I was the only one who noticed something off. But the way things turned out, he supposes he wasn't wrong, believing it couldn't be a mere coincidence. Muyin scratches her head, a slight uncertainty in her voice as she responds, I guess. Elder Lee continues, after fighting demonic beasts for so long, he might just be overreacting to nothing. He concludes, a warm smile spreading across his face. She felt that. Both you and Yangshan truly have unlimited potential. Patting Muyin gently on the head, he adds, and the whole world will soon get ready to be shaken. As Yang Xion-ku remains in a state of recovery, Gu Juliop holds him close, expressing a quiet gratitude for his presence. Elder Lee, observing the scene, acknowledges the sentiment with a knowing smile. Gu Juliop, however, quickly shifts to a more defensive stance, insisting that someone must look out for his stupid brother. He then questions Elder Lee's approach, suggesting a kinder touch and wondering if the anger over a broken engagement isn't a bit excessive. Elder Lee muses on the situation, remarking on the apparent contradiction of Gu Juliop's concern, before casually mentioning Yang Xion-ku's new fiancée. Meanwhile, Yang Xion-ku stands enveloped in a fierce, crimson aura, his form radiating immense power. The fiery energy crackles around him, sending glowing particles swirling into the darkness. Elder Lee's thoughts drift, concluding that Yang Xion-ku is far from ordinary. Above, a vibrant rainbow arcs across the sky, a colorful promise against the vast expanse. The morning sun casts long shadows across the intricate roof of a grand, traditional building, its architecture speaking of ancient heritage. Inside, an elder, his face framed by a dark beard, leans forward, his voice filled with disbelief, uttering, I can't believe you know the art of the dragon. Across from him, the young man shifts uncomfortably, a hint of surprise on his own features as he replies, I didn't know it. I just got a little bit. A shimmering, almost ethereal energy pulses between them. As the conversation continues, the elder's gaze fixed on the young man, who sits with a quiet intensity.